to get started. So welcome to the SSMU Legislative Council of December 3rd, 2020. We're going to begin by calling to order at 1812. Moving on to item 2, the land acknowledgement. The SSMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe Nations, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples. The SSMU recognizes and respects these nations as the traditional custodians of the land and water on which it is located. Moving on to item 3, attendance. We'll begin with Councillor Collins, Arts.
Present.
Councillor Karasik, Arts.
Present.
Councillor Smith, Arts.
Present.
Councillor Williamson, Arts.
Present.
Councillor Litvina, Arts and Science.
Present.
Councillor Mulvaney, Athletics.
Present.
Councillor Awan, Clubs. Councillor Elzamar, Clubs. Councillor Lee, Dentistry.
Present.
Councillor Bullhose, Education.
Present, sorry.
Councillor Kirksu, Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Reed, Engineering.
Present.
Councillor Page, First Year Council.
Present.
Councillor Bonin, Law.
Présent.
Councillor Gunderman, Management.
Present.
Councillor Coonson, Management.
Present.
Councillor Wan, Medicine.
Present.
Councillor Kodadati, Music.
Present.
Councillor G, Nursing. Councillor Morgan, PTOT. Councillor Fernandez, Science.
Present.
Councillor Sood, Science.
Present.
Councillor Zhang, Science.
Present.
Senator Dariani.
Present, but I just like the council to note and for the minutes that I may not be present because my Zoom is having some issues. So if I can just preemptively request a point of personal privilege should that happen.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, Senator Dariani. We'll also, Senator Wing, can you add in a row for Addie? I don't know. Oh, there's Addie. Okay. Senator Parsons.
I'm here. I kind of liked it down there with Gifford.
Services Representative Morali.
Present.
Councillor Drew, Social Work.
Present.
SSMU President.
Present.
VP University Affairs.
Suis présent.
VP Student Life.
Present.
VP External.
Here.
And VP Finance.
Present.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on to item 4, adoption of the agenda. The agenda has been distributed. Are there any corrections or changes to the agenda at this time?
Can I motion to add something under guest speakers? Or just a clarification thing?
Sorry, what, VP Finance?
Just a point under, I guess, guest speakers,
Yep.
Titled Audit Overview. And then just to separate the folder or files in the shared drive.
Okay. Our parliamentarian will fix the file thing. Are there any other corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion?
Sorry. In the interest of, I guess, not keeping the ABCs waiting, would it be possible to move our confidential item up, I guess, maybe after or before new old business?
Okay. All right. I'll note that accordingly. Are there any other corrections or changes to the agenda at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the agenda will stand approved. Moving on to item 5, guest speakers. We have 2 guest speakers this evening. We'll begin with item 5A, budget revisions.
Yeah, that's me. I'm both the guest speakers. Cool, yeah. So this is a presentation about the budget revisions, which happened over fall 2020. So I will be splitting this into 3 main parts. So it'll be revenues, expenses, and then just the general operating budget. So starting with revenues, the main sources of revenue for SSMU are student membership fees, GERT sales, building and space rentals, donations and sponsorship, and admission and registration fees. So go to the next slide. Here you're just going to see a spreadsheet. I will come back to this later, but I'll give an overview because I understand if this is a lot of numbers, it might be a little bit overwhelming to look at it first. So if you go to the next slide, yeah, so I'll start with just general student fees. So the original budget predicted around 2.5 million, but the revised budget based on predictions is 2.6 or $2,677,776.61. So the explanation for this change is just based off increased enrollment since last year. And it also predicts an 8% decrease in members for winter 2020 because generally some students don't come back for winter. Then moving on to GERT sales. So the original projection for revenues from GERT sales was $245,900. It's been revised down to $108,100. And the explanation for that is just GERTS was delayed for reopening. And then also we are expecting some reduced traffic due to COVID. Cool. So building business rentals. So those are like the rental spaces in the building. We originally predicted $172,017 in revenues from that, but it's been revised down to $84,992. And the reason for that is the building opening was delayed due to COVID and the rental income began in November instead of September due to COVID and just the building not operating. And then for building space rentals, the original budget or the original revenues predicted were $97,000. It has been revised down to $52,000, and that's just because the building opening was once again delayed due to COVID. You're going to see a lot of things that are due to COVID in this, so it is what it is. So for donations and sponsorship, it was originally predicted that we'd receive $111,500. Been revised down to $26,500. That's just because there are less sponsorships and donations due to COVID again. And then for admission registration fees, originally predicted $49,000, been revised down to $15,000. And that's just because there are less mini courses being offered this year, once again, due to COVID. So yeah, we'll loop back to the spreadsheet here at the bottom where that red line is, which I guess formatted to cover some of the numbers. I apologize for that. The yellow line there is the original budget. And then the one to the right of it, just to the right, is the revised budget. So you see overall, we're predicting a bit less revenue, but we'll loop back to that at the end, why it's not the biggest problem. Oh, if you could stay on that slide super quickly as well. I'll touch on some things on like the very first column, the current year-to-date October actuals. So if you go down to the total revenue, you're going to see that it's $4.7 million. The reason that is different than the actual revised full year forecast is because that includes like service fees, funding fees, the max hygiene fees, and the academic fee as well. So those, because they're within restricted departments, like those don't go towards the general operating budget. You won't see them included in the revised full year forecast. Cool. Moving on, expenses. So the main expenses for SSMU are salaries and benefits, GERTs, materials and supplies, professional fees, and cleaning services. Once again, the spreadsheet, but we'll come back to it at the end of this section. So for salaries, we were originally anticipating $1,550,667.04. It has been revised down to $1,439,585.24. And the explanation for this is just because, or it's lower because there were some staffing changes in the GERTS and mini courses departments. So there's just less staff there. And then for benefits, it was reduced as well for the exact same reason. Moving on to GERTS. So the original was $149,815. It was revised down to $64,390. It's lower simply just because GERTS is opening half a year later than was originally anticipated. Therefore, there are less expenses. And then for materials and supplies, the original was $52,741.66 and was revised down to $48,841.66. And it's just slightly lower because the building reopening was delayed a little bit, so there's less costs there. Cool. And then the last 2 points that I want to highlight, professional fees. We originally budgeted $100,000 and we've revised to $150,000. This is just based on the June through October actuals. They're higher than other years. And then we're also anticipating some expenses within that area. So that's why we added $50,000 there. And then for cleaning services, it was originally $282,399.96. It was revised down to $193,849.96. Once again, lower just because the building opening was delayed. So if you look at the spreadsheet, I'll draw your attention to the original full year budget, highlighted in yellow. At the bottom for total expenses, it's like roughly 3.3 million, whereas the revised full year forecast is predicting just over 3 million. So I'll come back to it at the end, but you'll see that there is a bit of a surplus there. I'll talk about it more at the end of the presentation, but yeah, I guess to sum up those two sections, although revenues are lower, so are expenses. So that is that. Cool. And then moving on to the third section, the operating budget, which has been revised in November. If you go to the next slide, there are some main departmental categories that I'll be highlighting. So there's the University Center building operations, general administration and IT, governances, the GERTS bar, programming activities, and then the restricted departments. So that's the clubs fund, services, and the funding. Just the funding departments. So I will start with the University Center building operations. The three changes in this section were the events. Originally, we were projecting actually revenue in this area of just under $40,000, but it's been revised down to costing us $5,830.40. This is because we lost the projected revenue because COVID and delayed building opening. Then the other department for the University Center, also known as the Shatner Building, which will hopefully be renamed soon. Shout out to Brooklyn for sharing bacon. The original was $249,913.80. It has been revised down to $234,863.80. Once again, lower because the building was delayed for opening. And then for 3501, originally was $310,390, and it was revised down to $221,174, which was lower because of COVID. And that was also affected by some renovations that were outstanding this year for the building. I must say, though, it looks fantastic now. I hope you all get to see it soon. Going on to the next slide. So the change for general admin and IT is within just the general admin department. So the original was $829,992 $8.82, which was revised down to which was revised up, sorry, to $879,992.82. The reason for this is because based on June through October expenditures, it was higher, and then we're also anticipating some expenses in that area. Next slide. So for governances, I guess just an explanation on this departmental category. So this includes like all of the executive portfolios, as well as communications and just a few other things. There are no changes here because like those are pretty static year to year. So there's no need to actually change the budget for those. So yeah, you'll see that there's nothing changed in that area. Moving on to Gertzbar. The original budget was $110,831.96, which was revised down to $63,326.68. And the simple explanation for that is it's opening half a year later than expected. So moving on to programming activities. So the two departments that got changed in this category were mini courses and sponsorship. So for mini courses, the original was $29,948, and it was revised to $31,580. So there are currently no hirings in this department, and there are less courses being offered this year. And then for sponsorship, was originally $1,886 and was revised all the way down to $85,386. That's an interesting one because that sponsorship department includes two salaries, which is why it seems like such a drastic change. And then we're also receiving less sponsorship contracts due to COVID. So that's why it seems like such a drastic change. But yeah, I guess I will say don't worry about that too much for this year. Cool. And then for the restricted departments, so that includes the club fund services and funding, they don't affect SMU's operating budget. So because of this, we actually set all of these departments to zero because technically they're supposed to break even each year. And then furthermore, surpluses and deficits just roll over within those departments. They technically don't go anywhere, which doesn't affect the operating budget. And then those revenues come from separate student fees. So that is why they're all set to zero and they remain at zero. So conclusion. If you go to the next slide. Cool. So yeah, this just sums up everything in like a few lines. So total projected revenues. We originally projected $3,338,937.52, which was revised down to $3,115,879.13. But that is made up for in reduced expenses, which you'll see below, which is revised down to $3,019,595.40. So the original budget predicted a slight deficit. You'll see that the revised budget predicts a $96,283.73 surplus. The reason for that is because this year has been obviously quite turbulent due to COVID as well as a few other things. So we're leaving a bit of a buffer there, but obviously when we move into the winter semester, further revisions to the budget will be made to, I guess, address the surplus as it stands right now. So yeah, the spreadsheet that I showed on this presentation can be found in the Legislative Council Drive, in case anyone wants to look through that and see like it line for line. This presentation just gave like a general overview, but yeah, I will stand for questions if anyone has any.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the presentation at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to the next item of the agenda. Item 5B, audit review overview. VP Finance again.
Wait, sorry, before we move on, do I have to motion to approve the budget revisions?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'll take you as a mover. Can I have a second to that capacity?
Second.
Very much, Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, they will stand approved. Now moving on to item 5B, audit overview, VP Finance.
Yeah, it's me again. Yeah, Wing, you don't need to pull up anything for this because I'm just going to give a general overview or speech. But for anyone who wants to look at it, I guess line for line again, and also look at the letter that the auditor sent us, that is also in the council drive, and then all of the financials will be uploaded to the website. But yeah, anyway, the audit is done. So I guess before getting into this, I'd first like to give a shout out to the SSMU accounting team for their tireless work in assisting with the audit over the last few months. Despite some unforeseen circumstances like illness, technical difficulties, and just a full-blown pandemic, they truly persevered and deserve the highest appreciation for that. And then secondly, like I noted before, all the documents are in the shared drive and will be uploaded to the website next week. So instead of reading through the entire thing, which I imagine would be incredibly boring, I'll just give you a brief summary of the audit here, and you can just listen to me talk for a few minutes. So to start off, the audit took longer than usual. I'm pretty sure I've been mentioning it in my reports throughout the entire semester, so you can all look forward to me not mentioning it anymore. It took longer for two main reasons. Firstly, we didn't have a general manager for a long time, and they wanted to ensure that the controls remained in place while they're absent. So shout out to the last VP Finance, executive team, and finance team for ensuring proper financial practice was followed while the SSMU lacked a general manager. Then secondly, it's because COVID, which came towards the end of last year. So that means half of the audit was digital and half of it required physical documentation. This required a lot of work to compile all the necessary documentation. One specific example, which is, I guess, quite humorous, was the auditors had to go to the comptroller's house to pick up some physical documentation. Like they literally drove to his house and grabbed papers. It was like in the evening as well. It was a whole thing. So yeah, that's just kind of one of the examples of the situation. So based on this, the team has decided to digitize everything to ensure that this doesn't happen again next year. The digitization of all SSMU finances and procedures is definitely a much needed change. So I'm excited to work with the team on continuing this process throughout the year. So I'll highlight what the auditors do first, and then afterwards I'll mention a few key steps. And these auditing tasks are pulled right from the document in the drive that they created. So if you'd like to review it again later, you definitely can. So firstly, they identify and assess the risks of material misstatement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for their opinion. They obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the entity's internal controls. They evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and disclosures made by management. And they conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists related to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. And then they evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures, and whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and events in a manner that achieves fair presentation. So in terms of next steps and what SSMU needs to improve for next year, firstly, they want to see SSMU's daycare financials consolidated with SSMU's overall financials. The reason for this is because as a not-for-profit, SSMU levies fees from the membership to fund the daycare in part, and as such should not have the daycare as separate as it is. They also recommend ensuring financial controls are communicated thoroughly with relevant parties and continuing to receive appropriate approvals for payments. Just because last year, I guess there are a few things that didn't get appropriate approval, which happens, but they make that recommendation every year. So that's that. And then lastly, they recommend that we modify our lease agreements with the people renting space in our buildings just to prevent any disagreements or miscommunications in the future. Yeah, so overall, the audit was tiring, but it was successful. The auditors did a much higher degree of sampling than other years, and there were definitely some areas of complexity, including the RBC lease buyback for 3501 and the tax implications of that building, whether it was commercial or residential. So very few stones were left unturned, and as such, next year's audit will definitely go more smoothly. So yeah, thank you all for listening to me talk for a few minutes. I will stand for questions if there are any.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the audit overview? Seeing none, we will move on to item 6, report of the steering committee. So good evening, everyone. I'm here to present the report of the steering committee for today's session. So the steering committee met on November 27th, 2020 at 3:30 p.m. EST. All individuals were present. There were no guest speakers at this session. We reviewed 3 new business items coming on the agenda tonight: the motion regarding amendments to the SSMU positions book, motion regarding the clarification of an international political position, and the motion regarding the release of statements and official communications. In terms of business arising, 2 motions that originally arose last council have returned to be debated, questioned, and voted upon. These ones are the motion regarding amendments to the committee terms of reference, as well as the motion to adopt a SSMU 5-year plan. We have this is old, but there was no presentations for this evening. Steering committee innovations. Please ensure that you are actively referring to the absences and reporting schedule located within the Google Drive to ensure that you are aware of when you will be reporting to Legislative Council. Though it's not written on, executives as well, please ensure you make more conscious efforts in submitting your reports by the Tuesday at 11:59 p.m. EST deadline. Furthermore, I'm going to stress this fact: Accountability Committee is meeting, and we are consistently reviewing the record of late and missed reports, as well as late of unexcused and late and absences from Legislative Council. And this, of course, has the opportunity for infractions. Further details on some of the decisions of the Accountability Committee regarding such infractions will be coming soon. Furthermore, for members of the gallery and overall, please note that it is within the discretion of both myself and the parliamentarian to strike items out of order as deemed necessary. Please ensure thus that all comments remain relevant to the discussion at hand, as well as ensuring please refrain from conducting any personal attacks or any leading questions. For confidential session, we will have a confidential session this evening. I'm going to note for members of the gallery that you are ineligible to participate in such discussions and to leave the Zoom call before Legislative Council has entered into confidential session. After Legislative Council has finished the confidential session, we'll call a recess, and I will email all of you again with the emails you provided me on the form or the emails you have submitted to me to let you know that it is acceptable for you to rejoin. Otherwise, or you can leave and re-enter the waiting room. Either one is fine with me, but just note that accordingly in case that I remove you. That concludes the report of the steering committee. Are there any questions on the report? All right. Seeing none, we will move on to announcements. All individuals with announcements can raise their hand at this time or indicate so via the speaking list. SSMU President.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a huge shout out to the VP University Affairs and the Senate Caucus team for dealing with Senate last night. They did a good job, and yeah, just wanted to.
All right, thank you very much, SSMU President. Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, we will move on to question period. All individuals with questions can raise their hands now or indicate so via the speaking list. With no individuals with questions, we will move on to a generative discussion on the SU policy. All individuals, just to remind everyone and to remind members of the gallery. Generative discussions are generally unmoderated caucuses in which it's a largely open-ended discussion in which all individuals are eligible to participate. This would include for members of the gallery either raising your hand, or for legislative counselors raising your hand or indicating so via the speaking list. As always, a default 1 minute speaking time continues to permit as well. You may ask questions within this generative discussion as well. Raise just general points. They don't need to all be phrased in the form of a question. With that, we will begin with intervention from VP University Affairs.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you to Mark. I would, just to give some backup to maybe inform our discussion, I'll let you know like where we're standing on current like SU advocacy. So there was a Senate motion submitted way back on the 23rd of November to bring back the SU policy. Well, actually, technically, the first motion was submitted in September. That failed at the committee level. There was another motion submitted on the 23rd to Senate steering to bring back the SU. That was rejected. Without getting into my personal opinion, that was rejected for technical reasons, including a perceived lack of due diligence. The motion was, it was revised and then resubmitted the day of Senate yesterday. The intention was to raise it from the floor. What actually ended up happening was a faculty professor ended up challenging the steering committee's decision. There was a very, very long discussion, a very heated discussion. There was a vote to suspend the rules that didn't go as planned. And then in the end, the second revised motion was sent back to steering for another like round of, revision or another decision on whether or not to send to the Senate. So that meeting is tomorrow, but preemptively, SMU released a petition collecting signatures in support of the SU motion because, to be honest, McGill steering has like a very, 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 very clear bias against any motion submitted by students. And to be honest, I'm not confident that I can actually like push this one through on my own.
Motion to extend by 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councilor Smith and Councilor Bowman. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, a 2-minute extension has been granted.
Thank you both. Right. So, I'm not 100% confident that I can push it through myself because I am the only undergraduate student on Senate steering. There's also a graduate student who's very, very nice and does support me, but it's just the two of us. So we released the petition, which has since garnered over 1,700 signatures. I'm hoping to present that at steering to support our case. But as I said, it is definitely an uphill battle. Essentially what we're asking for is a return to the winter policy where faculties can kind of decide on the implementation, but overall the option would be available in some form to all students to take their courses at SU. I'm not going to get into our arguments. I think we've all heard like explanations as to like why or why not like this should be implemented. But I do just have to like take a second to acknowledge the immense amount of work that has been put in by student senators, by like your colleagues on Senate who are fighting against like McGill administrators, like people with PhDs and 6-figure salaries, with all the institutional power and access in the world. And your senators are really, really holding their own. And I am incredibly proud of them. And this would not be possible without them. And today I also hope to garner all of your support as well. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to direct them my way. But that is it. That's what you missed on Glee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in this generative discussion at this time? I'll give one more call. Are there any individuals wishing to participate? Councillor Reed.
Thank you to the VP University Affairs for their tireless work and for this presentation, along with the rest of the senators who worked so hard. I'm wondering if they can update us a little bit on what exactly the arguments coming from specifically the principal, but also those sort of opposing the motion on the in the Senate meeting were for those of us who missed it.
VP University Affairs?
Yeah. This is always an interesting question. I will start with the argument that I think is most grounded in reality. That is concerns over the logistical, the logistical difficulty of implementing an SU. There have been concerns raised that, especially with the ongoing workday crisis, that this would just be another thing to add to the already overburdened workloads of just ordinary administrators who are already struggling. I think that is a fair argument. That being said, this was also implemented in the winter with much less warning and much faster and with a much, much more impaired administrative system. So the idea that we can't do it now, despite the fact that we have advance warning and it is going through all the proper governance channels, is a little bit hard to believe. But that is one of the primary arguments. The next argument, which is where I think we start to depart from reality, is that students won't know what they're getting themselves into. There's the idea that students essentially don't know what signing up for the SU would entail in terms of their careers. I think the assumption is that students, especially in professional degrees or students that are hoping to go to grad school or med school or law school, will sign up for the SU not knowing that
University Affairs time.
Motion to extend by a minute.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, a 1 minute extension has been granted.
Right. Thank you. Essentially, the idea is that these students will sign up for SU not knowing that those programs kind of frown upon the SU policy. Essentially, word for word, one of the arguments we heard was that it's the responsibility of faculty and administration to make the decision for students, because students aren't capable of making an informed decision on this. Word for word is one of the arguments we heard. And then the last argument is just that the value of a McGill degree would be less because students wouldn't work as hard if they took the SU. Those are the three arguments. I really don't buy any of them. They haven't really been supported by much evidence or explanation or argument, but that's what you get when you're arguing with a bunch of McGill administrators, and their word is kind of presented as fact. So that is kind of what we're up against.
All right, thank you very much. Before proceeding with Councillor Smith, we're first going to go to Senator Parsons to also reply.
Hi, yes, thank you. Vice President University Affairs did a good job giving the overview. To go into, for those who might be more curious into the technical sides of the reports that were cited as well. So there was the Senate steering report. And then there was also the report of the APC, the Academic Policy Committee. So that was the one when we tried to submit it back in September, I believe. So to go all the way back to September, there were three main reasons that it was shot down. So it was shot down because they were anticipating that there was the delivery was students knew what they were getting into coming into the fall, and that students would be able to adjust and profs would have time to adjust their courses. Obviously, that's not what we saw. There were changes to syllabi. One of my, I just found out I had a final 5 days ago. So that was a whole thing. So, but again, it's something that we they said back in September, we've seen doesn't hold any doesn't hold water anymore. So the second reason Brooklyn talked about was that extending the SU option might have negative consequences for students' CGPA. Some might, of which might not be fully appreciated at the time SU is selected. So this is basically just kind of insulting, and Brooklyn went into it. So I'll skip on to the third question. The third point of that, student success and well-being. This is a quote: "Student success and well-being is of the utmost importance, and there are many other ways faculties and instructors have adapted their courses with this in mind." Again, we saw that this didn't sustain throughout the semester.
Motion to extend Senator Parsons' time.
Motion to extend by 1 minute. Is that enough, Senator Parsons?
Maybe 2 minutes.
Yep, by 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Second.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, Senator Parsons, your time has been extended by 2 minutes.
Thank you. So then the last point here is that faculties and instructors adapting their courses. Again, we saw this with TLS pulling out recommendations every other week. Again, I mean, they're doing a good job, but still there's just so many variables moving around. And then also there's the line about student success and well-being is of the utmost importance. However, we have seen the effort there, but the execution and the results have not proved to be fruitful from when this report was first submitted. So then we're going to move on to the Senate steering report. So this is what was hotly debated at Senate last night. For those who were tuning in, this was at the very beginning when we were contesting the Senate steering. So they mostly, again, I don't want to step on Brooklyn's feet, but it was mostly thrown out for what they called due diligence, and what they that's what they cited in the report. And typically for a motion that had issues of due diligence or had simple edits to make, according to Section 3 of the Terms of Reference, it would be sent back to the people who submitted it, and they would be able to make the changes, and it would be either put on the Senate or the next Senate. That would have happened in January, but that's not what's happening right now. So instead of that didn't happen. So there was a few ways we could have gone about it. We chose to submit a motion beforehand with the edits to raise it from the floor with the amendments from the steering committee, because we thought that would be more what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. Fruitful, I guess. I feel like I've said that too many times. So then going on to more specifically within the motion, it was just, for example, there was a footnote that was incorrectly cited, and that was, Brooklyn can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was brought up during the Senate, the steering meeting about that. And then there was the consultations, which also proved to be not quite as hyped up as some of the senators made it out to be. So then from professors, I've been emailing professors coming up to the steering, to the Senate meeting ever since the steering meeting happened and we got the report. So that SUing anything lower than an A, and that everyone would just have a 4.0 for the semester. And then so a worry, there was a few worries that that students didn't actually want this, and from just so many emails that we've got, and this just isn't true. This is something students not only want, but they need. And then, as Brooklyn said, the value of the degree and possibilities of grad school. So then we're going motion to extend, please.
Motion to extend by 1 minute.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bonin, is there any opposition?
In the management faculty was suspended, and the SU option, the added SU option, was implemented. This led to an incredible grade inflation and an average GPA at about, I believe, 3.85, which in my mind and in a lot of students' minds just discredits the whole program. So my question would be, simply playing devil's advocate, how would you respond to these arguments of grade inflation and threat really to...
Can I respond to that?
Senator Parsons. And also what you were saying before in the chat.
Oh, yes. Just to clarify from Councillor Smith's point, it was Susan Fortier, the chair of Senate, who said that. To address that point of grade inflation, I do understand the worries. I am an education student. I spend a lot of time thinking about educational policy. I spend a lot of time thinking about stuff like grad school, law school, and I think probably most of the people with us here today do as well. However, I think it's in the way of you can choose whether or not you want to have an S on your transcript, and grad schools can look at that, and there are people who maybe have S's on their transcripts to grad schools. Is a personal choice, and I don't. And this is coming from an education student. Grades should never come over mental health. And I think that having the option there for people who really need it is something that's vital, and it's something that we can't go without. People's mental health is
that people want to go to, that are like the quote unquote like good law firms have released messages. And if you will, I'm just going to read a quick message from one of them about these mandated pass fail options or elective pass fail options, just to put into perspective like what this actually does mean for people in reality. Because we can say that the executive or the McGill executives want students to be aware of what's going to happen to them and that they're the best to decide this. But I think that at the end of the day, if you take a look at how students are going to be impacted, it's not as big of an impact as we might think. So basically, Davies, huge firm. We understand this is an extremely difficult and challenging time for many law students who are facing isolation, remote learning, general uncertainty around what their academic year will look like. The goal of this message is to reassure students that this firm is committed to a holistic review of every candidate's application, which includes both academic and non-academic accomplishments. We continue to look for candidates who are well-rounded, motivated, creative problem solvers who will enrich and strengthen our team with their diverse experiences, achievements, and personal stories. Accordingly, we want to put your mind at ease that your application to or current candidacy with Davies will not be negatively impacted by elected or mandated pass-fail or credit, no credit grading. We hope you and your loved ones are keeping healthy and safe while maintaining a social distance. That being said, I think the firms have a position that might be appreciated by others. I yield my time.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Councillor Reed.
I would just like to add, as one of the engineering representatives, to what Councillor Bonin had to say. As a member of an institution that similarly relies on accreditation, the Canadian accreditation boards have not spoken out against the implementation of pass-fail options. And although yes, it is true that our top 10 percentile or something was a 4.0 this last semester. It's clear, and I think there is some valid concern with respect to that. But I think that there are three clear options, or at least three clear arguments against that. The first thing is just that if you evaluate the impact of this, first of all, people get evaluated individually by graduate schools, and so although to a certain extent universities as a whole do get are looked at by those looking at job or grad school applications. The truth is we're living through a global pandemic, as people said before. A lot of universities are doing the same thing that McGill is, and frankly, it does not, it is not concerning people, and it shouldn't, frankly. The second is the fact that, just as outlined by Senator Parsons, the alternative option, which is the obscene situation that students are being put through, that their mental health, the mental health circumstances that they're experiencing, and finally, the truth of the matter is, the choice element here is what it comes down to. Nobody should. We aren't negatively affected by the choice of whether or not to do something, and that's what I find truly infuriating here is the paternalism that the institution is presently showing us by saying that they verbatim that they have to make the decision for us. And so I think that the situation is clear that the student body favors an SU option, that it should favor an SU option, is that we, as their respective representatives, need to be fighting for that in every way we can. I would like to ask either the Senator or the VP University Affairs or anyone who has access to it, first, if they could possibly drop the petition in the chat, and then just we could, if possible, if we can focus the discussion on possible next steps for how we can advocate properly, of course, sharing this petition, but also if there are any ways that we can go beyond that. I, for one, am on board. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reed. We'll go on to, okay, technically we have completed our time on the for the generative discussion. So can I have a motion to suspend the rules to entertain further intervention, just given that I understand that more individuals are wishing to take part?
Motion to suspend the rules.
How long would you like to extend the generative discussion for? Okay, Councillor Crossix Wi-Fi. Pardon, sorry? Can someone else motion
to extend the rules by 15 minutes?
Thank you very much.
No, is it about to do the thing where I disc? It's took
2020.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Or should I do more? Sorry, my internet's messing up. I might have to switch to that.
Thank you very much, Senator Parsons. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, our 15-minute extension on the generative discussion has been granted. We will begin with Senator Parsons.
Thank you. So I do want to talk about next steps, but I do have something I also want to say as well, since I know that we do say the majority of students do want this. I know that there are students who are against it. I am on Discord as well. I would like to, because of that, one of the statements I read at Senate, I would like to read. I didn't think I was going to earlier, but I think it's necessary for those who didn't tune into Senate that are watching now, so they understand the gravity of the situation. So it'll go as follows. We have considered every angle of this motion. The consultations have been made. The appropriate revisions have been completed per Senate steering recommendations. We have heard and will continue to hear these heart-wrenching testimonies from students. One testimony that was particularly heartbreaking for me to read goes as follows. School genuinely terrifies me to the point that I spend basically every day sitting at my computer and accomplishing nothing, distracted by my work by constant thoughts of suicide. Even my most productive friends are struggling to do their work as the crushing pointlessness of life smacks us in the face on a daily basis. We're barely getting by. Frankly, I would have already dropped out, but one of the few things that scares me more than school is disappointing my parents, who sacrificed a lot so I could come to McGill. I would like to finish with some of my personal thoughts. I could go all day spent talking about the APC or the steering report, but right now it comes down to helping our students, and they're counting on all of us here, senators, and they are listening on the live stream. And at this moment, the senators present are responsible for doing whatever we can to alleviate some of their pain. This isn't students versus admin, us versus you. These are our students who are right in front of us, telling us that they're considering dropping out. They've lost family members, and they're even contemplating suicide. This isn't out of our reach. It's right in front of us, and we need you right now. So I apologize if that hurt anyone, but I think it needs to be said for those who are watching or for those who might still have reservations about a motion like this. And in terms of next steps, I think what everyone needs to do is contact the senators and their faculty, contact your faculty, email them as much as you can. I don't care how annoying you get, and tell them the gravity of this situation, tell them what we're going through, tell them what you heard, tell them what students need. And again, I don't know if I can list. I don't know if I can release an entire list of emails by faculties because I just don't know about it, but it's all public information. But if you want a specific list of emails from your faculty, please message me or email me. If not, it's all public. You can Google it, but I'm willing to do anything at this point to help. So just let me know.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Parsons. We'll next go to Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Senator Parsons, for sharing that. I want to defer on request to Speaker Hill as a member of the Society.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. So, understanding that I have a position of impartiality, I'm not going to weigh into on this matter exactly. I'm just going to largely echo the sentiments of what Councillor Bonin has said. As a final year student, I am currently applying to law schools and grad schools, and I know that some people may have opposition to the SU policy because of its ramifications that it may have with admissions. Given that I've applied to like 30 programs, not one of them that I've applied to has yet said that they are looking unfavorably on the SU policy, and this includes like the top research universities in Canada, which is something that Suzanne Fortier brought up in Senate yesterday regarding their reputation. Many of these universities have no issue with accepting mandatory SU, or just rather more implementing an SU policy for these semesters. So for any individuals who perhaps do not know how to feel about this policy on the basis of recognition from grad schools and law schools, for example, at least in my experience, it has not been the case in which they don't take any issue with such a policy. With that, we will move on to Councillor Reid.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I believe I accidentally left my hand up.
Okay. We'll then go to VP University Affairs.
Actually, could I raise a point of order? Would I be able, I realize that it's not proper procedure, but I'd like to move a motion to endorse the approval of the extended SU policy.
We can do that after we finish the generative discussion. We'll do it. You can move it then, and assuming it's approved, generally speaking, because it is time sensitive, we'll call a recess so that myself and the parliamentarian can review it. And then after that 2-minute recess, we'll get back to you on if we'll accept it.
Sure, thank you.
But after the generative discussion, for sure. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in this generative discussion on the SU policy at this time? Seeing none, we will exit the generative discussion. VP University Affairs.
Sorry, just because I know there is someone waiting for the agenda item after this, I might wait until after the confidential session.
Great, that's completely fine. With that, we will move on to, would you like to move confidential session above? I'm just noticing that we also have consent items. Do you want to move confidential session up before item 10?
Sure.
Okay, we'll recognize you as moving that. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Second, please.
Very much, Senator Parsons. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, this will be approved. Moving on to item 10, confidential session. We'll note that, as discussed prior, members of the gallery are not eligible to participate in these discussions, nor are they So in case you don't see the messages that I send through Zoom, just wanted to let you know here. With that, we will move in to debate on this motion. So Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to propose an amendment in section 1.4E to amend where it says one director to one director who is not an officer.
And VP Finance, is this friendly?
Yep, that's friendly.
And the seconder, Wing, can you just go up? Councillor Gunderman, is this also friendly to you?
Yep, it's friendly.
Thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask I wanted to propose another amendment to amend the exceeding 20% of the total fund in 1.8.5A to exceeding 15% instead. Thank you.
VP Finance, is this friendly or no?
That is also friendly.
All right, thank you very much, VP Finance. Councillor Gunderman, is this friendly?
Sure.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gunderman. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to a vote. If everyone could just give me one moment and I will open it. The voting form is now open, councillors. We'll give everyone 30 more seconds for voting. We'll also note the permanent departure of Councillor Fernandez at 20. All right, with that, I'll announce the closure of voting. The results of the vote are as follows. 27 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The motion is approved.
Thank you, everyone.
With that, we will move on to item 12B, motion to adopt a SSMU 5-year plan, 2020-11-19. As well, noting that this one had also came to the last Legislative Council as a notice of motion. This motion will not need another motivation. With that, we will simply enter into question period at this time. All individuals wishing to take part in question period can either raise their hand or indicate so via the speaking list. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask a question about the second floor cafeteria, which was listed as a, sorry, I don't have the section open for me, but the second floor cafeteria. In
in the motion, it says that the second floor cafeteria in the past failed, but there is an attempt to revitalize this project. I just wanted to ask what changes are being made to ensure that it won't be a failure again. Thank you.
SMU President.
Yeah, so it's not like in the plan, it doesn't specify that it's going to be a second floor cafeteria again. That's one of the options that are available to that space. The other alternative is turning it into a student lounge space. So it would be, I guess, the role of the SMU operations team if ultimately either like BOMCOM or the implementation / accountability committee want to move forward with moving it as a second floor cafeteria. It'd be up to the operations team within the SMU to put the proper measures in place to ensure that it wouldn't or that it would be successful this time around. But it's not, at least I don't think the wording in the plan right now is that it's going to be a second floor, it's going to be a new cafeteria.
All right, thank you very much, SMU President. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Just a question for the SMU President. On page 12 in the section on hiring of communication staff, which would be a high priority expansion, it notes the side section with the list of how many positions notes 4. However, the actual one only says 3. And I'm just wondering if that was to be a second French translator or if there's a position that's missing that's not there.
President.
Just give me a sec so I can take a look. I think that's just an error on my part, so that should say 3 for that. Thanks for catching that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to inquire about the student-run pharmacy, which is also listed in the 5-year plan. And I believe in Quebec, pharmacies must be run by pharmacists. And as far as, because McGill does not have a pharmacy program, I'm wondering how the student-run pharmacy would, how the operations would take place, considering that we would need to have a pharmacist taking care of such a pharmacy. Thank you.
SMU President.
Yeah, again, I don't think it says student-run pharmacy anywhere. It's going to be like the plan is for it to be a pharmacy, and I was speaking with the general manager and a few members of the SMU operations team, and there'd be a possibility of getting a pharmacy in such as like a third-party pharmacy in such as Jean Coutu or Pharmaprix to utilize that space. I think there seemed to be a general consensus that this is a, I guess, big market for them, and they would be very interested in moving to that space. So it would be run by pharmacists as per the regulations in Quebec.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Wan, is this from before?
Yes, this is a follow-up question.
Okay, Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much. So, thank you, SMU President, for your response. I just want to ask, because in the overview of the operations plan, it says that the SMU building should have solely student-run operations. If we do have, for example, a pharmacy, like you said, run by another corporation such as Uniprix, et cetera, how would this go in line with that? Thank you.
SMU President.
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess the two things, I guess they were counter to each other, and that might have been an oversight on my part. But it's just after doing consultations with students, they mentioned that a pharmacy is something that they'd be interested in looking at. So it could be a possibility of having, student staff there, or we could maybe change the wording to mostly student-run operations or something similar. But no, that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Krosick.
Yeah, I guess just building off that, would there be interest, like a friendly amendment to change the wording to say, I don't know, like primarily student run or something?
SMU President?
Yeah, that would be friendly.
Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in debate? Question period at this time? VP University Affairs.
Do we also want to move an amendment to fix the number of communication staff?
We'll move that We'll move that in debate.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that was an error on my part. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in question period? Seeing no further individuals, we will move on to debate. VP University Affairs.
Yeah, I would move to, sorry, I don't have it in front of me. So it was supposed to be 3 staff, so I would move an amendment from, was it 4 staff to 3?
On page 12.
Thank you.
It's in 2 parts on page 12, so it would be just like the top and the bottom. They should both say 3 in the communications part.
All right. Thank you very much, parliamentarian. Are there any further individuals wishing to take part in debate? Seeing none, we will move forward with a vote.
Sorry, I think, was there supposed to be another friendly motion for the mostly student run on page 16?
Yeah.
The overview of the operations.
That was an error on my part. We did that in question period, but we'll come back to it. SMU President, is that acceptable to you?
Yeah.
And I'll ask the seconder. Wayne, can you just look up? I can't remember at the moment.
I was the one who.
Okay, Councillor Karasik. Councillor Karasik. Oh no, sorry. Councillor Williamson is the seconder. Councillor Williamson, do you have any opposition?
No.
All right, with that, seeing no further individuals wishing to take part in debate, we will move on to a vote. Oh, Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Yeah, no, I did have that up for just a second. I just want to say thank you to the SMU president and the executive team and all the staff at SMU for putting this together. I think this is a really great plan, and I think this offers some great leadership for the society moving ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in debate? Seeing none, we'll move on to voting. The voting form is now open, councillors. I'll announce closure of voting in 30 seconds. With that, I'll announce closure of voting. The results of the motion are as follows: 27 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions. The motion is approved. With that, we will move on, seeing as though it has been 2 hours since we began Legislative Council. We will be beginning our first 10-minute recess. So with that, we will begin our 10-minute recess at 2012, and we will come back to Legislative Council at 2022. All right, with that, we'll call Legislative Council back to order at 2023. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have item 13, motion regarding amendments to the SMU positions about 2020 1203. And to motivate for up to 2 minutes, we have VP University Affairs.
Hello. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to need 2 minutes. Pretty simple stuff. I was going through the position book for a completely unrelated reason, and saw that the section that concerns like SMU's advocacy regarding like menstrual hygiene product access, that's kind of used as the basis for our menstrual hygiene product like program, was entitled Gender Equality, which is kind of just like misleading, since the majority of the section of the like position, including like all of the, I guess, actionable elements, are all to do with like access to menstrual hygiene products. And actually, like a lot of the wording for the rest of the sections is taken directly from the policy on menstrual hygiene product access. So first of all, figured it's worth correcting just for clarity, since these things are kind of around forever. And also just like on a, I guess, more nuanced note, calling the section on menstrual hygiene products like gender equality, and then framing it as like equality between like between like two genders, implicitly like men and women, is just like a touch transphobic, since it's kind of set up as like we should support access to menstrual hygiene products to like elevate the status of women, which is like, yes, that is correct, but at the same time, women are not the only people who menstruate, and not all people who menstruate are women. Therefore, I feel like it makes more sense, both in terms of clarity and in terms of like not being transphobic, to rename the position menstrual justice. And I think that's all I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, we will move into question period. All individuals wishing to raise questions can either indicate so via the speaking list or by way of raising their hand. Seeing no individuals wishing to take part in question period, we will move on to debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate can indicate so via the speaking list or through raise of hand. Councillor Karasik.
So I just want to start by saying I'm fully in favor of what this motion actually tries to do. But one thing that doesn't concern me as much as something I would like to see addressed is, especially subsections 8.1 and 8.2 are actually a lot broader than just menstrual justice, to the point that I feel that renaming the entire section, keeping those within menstrual justice, might do the disservice to both of those. I would say, would it be possible to maybe create a new section for menstrual justice while keeping 8.1 and 8.2 within gender equality, or maybe renaming it gender equity for those two?
VP University Affairs. VP University Affairs. VP University Affairs. Okay, VP University Affairs, I'm not sure. Can anyone else hear VP University Affairs? Okay, I didn't know if it was just a me issue. VP University Affairs, I know your mic is on, but like indicated so via Zoom. We can't hear you though. Okay, can we have a motion to just until the VP University Affairs, either audio or Zoom issues are rectified?
Motion to table the motion. Yay, I know what to do.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Darian Annie. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any opposition?
There's no opposition, but I just think that the other two motions are also moved by the VP University Affairs. So
yeah. Okay. Can we have a motion? Oh, just wait. VP University Affairs, I saw you went. Does your mic work now? No. Okay. Okay. With that, I think given that they are all moved by VP University Affairs, can we have a motion for like a 3-minute recess?
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith and Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 3-minute recess will be granted. VP University Affairs.
Okay, sorry. Did everyone hear my response? No?
So you can no, at least like okay, I don't think it was just did anyone hear like I'm just gonna look no, okay, we didn't hear any portion of it of VP University Affairs.
Okay. Yeah, no, I kind of rambled for a bit, so I'm gonna condense it down. Basically, I initially did not see a reason to do so. However, upon reconsideration, I think in and of itself, a section on gender equity would be worth expanding on, even if we're not doing that right now. So I see the value in leaving a section specifically pertaining to like, I don't know, gender-based advocacy. So can I ask, do I still have edit access to the motion?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't think we took away any like sort of ownership.
Cool. If everyone gives me like maybe 30 seconds, I can amend it accordingly. If that's
Technically, we are in recess, so.
But because we were in recess for the portion of waiting for the VP University Affairs, by default, the recess is exhausted once the recess is exhausted within the 3 minutes or the rectification of the VP University Affairs Zoom issues, whichever one comes first. So we're going to note that we are now back in Legislative Council. And given that the tabling was for the purpose of waiting for the rectification for the Zoom issues to subside, we're also going to consider this back on the table. With that, before proceeding VP University Affairs, I'm just going to ask the seconder and Wing, can you go up? Senator Parsons, is this acceptable to you then?
Yeah, this is good. Thank you.
Okay. So VP University Affairs, would you like us to table it and you work on it during the next motion, or would you rather just a recess occur?
Could I get a 1-minute recess just because I also moved the next motion?
Okay. All right. We'll take Councillor Smith to second. Is there any opposition? All right. Seeing no opposition, the 1-minute recess has been granted. All right, VP University Affairs, is that all the changes that you, have you concluded making your changes?
Yes, I believe so. Actually, let me add one sentence, but if anyone has any other points.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to take part in debate at this time? All right, seeing no further individuals, we'll just wait for this amendment to be concluded.
All right, I'm done.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, seeing no further individuals wishing to participate in voting, we will move on to, participate in debate. We will move on to voting. The voting form is now open, counselors. All right, I'll give everyone 30 more seconds to vote. Ten more seconds. With that, I'll announce the closure of voting. The results of the vote are as follows. With 27 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstentions, the motion has been approved. With that, we will move on to item 13B, motion regarding the clarification of an international political position 2020-1203, and we will begin with the motivation from VP University Affairs.
Thank you. This one might be a bit more long-winded, but in the interest of not just repeating my background and rationale, I just want to set up the context that we kind of find ourselves in. So the case essentially is SSMU has been and will continue to be called on to take stances, make statements on like international or geopolitical issues. It's just been the case that SSMU has taken stances and made those kinds of political statements in the past, and it will in all likelihood continue into the future. We have the ability to do so. We've been called to do so. We most likely will continue to do so. However, I think the concern is that there is no established position of the society with regards to any kind of like international facing advocacy. We have no like standing opinions on like the respect for human rights or like peace or democracy. so largely it's just kind of been left up to the whims of like the executive committee, who's most of the time the individual is being called on to take these kinds of stances and to make statements. But the issue arises that like although we we really do our best to like consult our like established positions and our established policies, like we just really don't have that many that apply to like the majority of any international issues that we're called to speak on. So I worked pretty extensively with the VP External Affairs and consulted the executive committee to try and come up with essentially a list of like beliefs of the society that we think like should be unilaterally accepted among our membership. We tried to keep it as like non-contentious as possible so that we would at least have some kind of foundation for which to make any kind of like internationally facing like political action. Notably, I think, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but essentially we had to have some like framework to move with, to move forward with, because like the fact of the matter is just that like not everything can be brought to Legislative Council. I think like it's important to make an effort to bring as much as possible to Council, which is actually like the topic of the next motion that we're going to be debating on. But I think like even in bringing things to Council, I think everything should have a framework of belief that like we approach the situation with. And I think that this position really attempts to do that, to set up a framework of beliefs of the society through which we can kind of like view, I guess, the rest of the world and like approach any kind of like call to action or call to statement to make, or yeah. So I think ideally, this really shouldn't be a debate about whether or not SMU should take stances on geopolitical issues or should speak out on like international crises, because we have done so in the past and like most likely will continue to do so. I think it should be a debate about like whether or not we should have some kind of theoretical framework to approach those situations when they do arise, because right now we're completely flying blind. And I think that that's something that we should all be interested in resolving. And for that reason, I really hope that Council is in favor of this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, we'll move into question period. Councillor Smith, is this for question period? Okay, Councillor Smith.
Merci, Mme la Présidente. Je vais demander ma question en français parce que c'est un enjeu qui est relié au Québec. Alors, la section 15.13 de l'appendice, ça dit que les droits et les libertés qui est mis en la Charte canadienne et la Déclaration universelle. Je n'ai pas de problème avec ça. Ma question au vice-président des affaires universités, c'est pourquoi est-ce que la Charte des droits et libertés de la personne du Québec n'était pas mise en émotion, et surtout si, comme voir la Charte canadienne qui est vraiment seulement pour les gouvernements, mais la Charte québécoise, c'est une loi qui est pour plus d'aspects de société. Alors ça, c'est ma question, et je vais probablement faire l'amendement à ça on la prochaine partie. Merci.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith, VP University Affairs.
Personal privilege.
Senator Darinani.
Thank you. It is a request to have a French translation if it's possible.
I'll first ask Councillor Smith, are you open to providing the translation?
Yes, but I would like it to be noted in the Quebec Charter of the French language, French is a usable language in a deliberative assembly.
All right, thank you very much.
100%. It's just a request. If you're unable to do so, that's fine.
I will do so, but I just would like that on the record. Yeah, so my question is in section 15.13, it notes that we would align with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. No problem there. My question is, why is the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms not listed, whereas the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms only really applies to government institutions? The Quebec Charter is a more encompassing a document for more aspects of society, and if on that, I might end up moving a amendment in the debate portion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith, VP University Affairs.
All right, thank you Thank you, Councillor Smith. To be quite frank, I think it's the opinion of the executive committee, I guess not to speak for the executive committee, but myself and the vice president external, that yeah, in all honesty, I think we've kind of lost faith in the in the Quebec Charter, especially given the society's like documented positions, for example, on Bill 21 or the PEQ, just that while I think as a document, the Quebec Charter is like quite extensive and is frankly like, yes, more like far reaching than the Canadian Charter. I think we've seen some pretty egregious, I guess, like either oversights or just blatant violations of the Quebec Charter that I think have led us to, that I think have generated some hesitation towards involving the Charter in our position. I guess one, in the interest of like not contradicting our past positions and like political advocacy, and two, just a kind of hesitation to like associate ourselves with a document that has either been like misinterpreted, just completely overlooked, or just like misused. So I think like while as a like on paper, I do agree with you that the document itself like is much more extensive and like theoretically, I agree like is maybe a better basis to move forward with. I think it's in the execution of the Quebec Charter that like we have some problems with, and I guess I didn't want to like introduce holes in our position or like contradictions with past political advocacy, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Reid.
Thank you for bringing this to the floor of the Legislative Council, or to the Legislative Council. Section 15.9 of this, Section 15.7 frames capitalism as promoting phenomena such as colonialism, imperialism, expansionism, and globalization. I would just like to ask the VP University Affairs if they view SSMU as an anti-capitalist organization, or feel that SSMU should be an anti-capitalist organization. Thank you.
VP University Affairs.
Right. Okay. I will do my best to avoid getting into like. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Reid asked my personal opinion. I will say that personally speaking, I do see SSMU as an anti-capitalist organization, and I believe that it should be as such. I think in my professional opinion, I do believe that like, while I don't think that we have explicit anti-capitalist positions, we do express a lot of anti-capitalist sentiment in nearly all of our sustainability efforts, first and foremost, like in the position on environment and environmental sustainability, and in the sustainability policy, it's like quite explicitly expressed that like SSMU opposes environmental extractivism and like the promotion of corporate interests over the environment, which in and of itself is like an anti-capitalist sentiment. I also would agree that I think SSMU has associated itself with quite a few anti-capitalist groups. A lot of our like services express quite anti-capitalist views. So I think like, while I would agree that I don't think we have at this point in time, like we don't have a position on anti-capitalism, but I think we have definitely expressed anti-capitalism. It's kind of enshrined in a lot of our other policies and positions. We've associated ourselves with anti-capitalist organizations, and a lot of our services have explicit anti-capitalist views. So I think it while it's not explicitly in our positions currently, it would be quite consistent with the activity and views of the society.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Gunderman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have two questions. First one being, what did you base this framework on? Was there any charter or other criteria that you used? And the second one being if other universities, student societies also have a similar framework. Thank you.
VP University Affairs.
Right. So in terms of other student associations, It really is kind of an interesting mix. There are student associations that are consistently considerably less political than we are, that really like focus their efforts on like direct campus advocacy and don't really stray outside of campus. And then there are other student associations that are like quite vocally involved with national and international politics. So it is really quite a mix. And I would say, like, just by my own estimation, SMU is kind of somewhere in the middle. Like, we're nowhere near the most politically active society, but we're definitely like quite active. So in terms of like basing it on like how we could compare it to other societies, it really is quite a mixture. And I guess more broadly, especially within like peer institutions in Quebec and around Canada, it is really difficult to draw comparisons between SMU and other student associations. Like, they are all it's like remarkably diverse. And I'm not entirely sure that it would be productive to try and base our efforts off of those seen in other student associations. In terms of like how we came to this framework, I mean, as it says in 15.13, like, we did look a lot at like universally guaranteed like rights and freedoms and like the values that are kind of espoused by like international organizations. We also looked at like more thematically at our other governing documents, like the other positions we have on affordable housing, and the environment, Indigenous equity, gender equity, like wellness more generally, and accessibility, and then our policies, like more generally on like accessible education, climate justice, global access to medicine, Indigenous solidarity, and sustainability are all kind of where we drew inspiration for this. My apologies for not actually outlining that in the background and rationale, but that was kind of the process, just going through all of our policy positions and trying to find like common themes. As well as like looking towards like international organizations for kind of like I guess like some kind of consensus on like the positions of like progressive international organizations, was I think like the process in terms of like getting to the list that we have in front of us.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. We'll next go to SMU President, followed by Senator Darianani. SMU President.
Thank you. I just had a question, just because the nature of taking, I guess, an international political position without framing it as such, like it inevitably leads to like one side versus another side. And given that we have a very international student population at McGill, I know that like 15.1 is in place to kind of show that like the actions or beliefs of a government don't equate to the criticism of a nation or people, but like that's been interpreted as such by like student groups in the past over statements that have been expressed. So I was just wondering if there's like some way that we can like further clarify or provide like some, like, again, like provide some sort of consultation maybe to like both sides of it in the case that there is sides, so that like when the statement actually comes out, it's not like a shock, or it's not like a like I don't know where I'm going with this, but essentially just kind of like, is there a way to clarify preemptively instead of responding to students' concerns with 15.1 that is there a way to like preemptively put that in place?
Great. Thank you very much, SMU President, VP University Affairs.
Yeah. So the thing about positions is that like they really aren't like very well. It's not that they're not actionable, but they're not mandates in and of themselves. It's a statement of belief. So I think essentially like we tried to do that in the impact and next steps, which like is still like part of the motion. Like it sets out like the expectation that with all positions, like not only will they comply with all of our governing documents, but like that it sets the executive committee as being responsible for consulting counsel, and like any relevant student groups, and that so I think like I agree that that is worth pursuing. I would say that like the position itself is I don't think the right place to do that, just because it's not like actually like even if we were to put it there, it would just be a statement of belief. It wouldn't be like actionable. So I think like having it in the impact and like next steps, like it sets out the expectation that like this will be executed alongside consultations with relevant student groups. I would also say, like, I know we're not talking about it yet, but the next, I think a better place to discuss this might actually be the next motion on that we're going to be considering after this one. So sorry if it's not like a completely satisfying answer, but it was something that we considered. It just can't necessarily, I don't believe that it would like necessarily be accomplished by putting it in the position itself.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next move to Senator Darian Annie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to read from the papers. Do I have the permission to do so? Thank you. So on November 22nd, 2020, a letter was addressed to the SSMU Executive Committee. Globally, the East Asian community is facing an unprecedented wave of racism due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Community members have been victims of verbal assault, physical harassment, and even hate crimes. The East Asian ethnicity has been made a scapegoat for the negative repercussions of the ongoing public health emergency. The East Asians' traumatizing experiences are usually underreported in the mainstream media. McGill should not follow suit. While the SSMU executive my laptop's running out of battery. While the SSMU Executive Committee has previously released a statement condemning anti-Black racism, leading us to believe that SSMU's stances on racism are never to reinforce or promote racism for any member of the McGill's diverse student body, the release of statements by SSMU, such as the hashtag 12HKYouths, Save 12HKYouth statement, can be used to further reinforce systemic and anti-Asian racism, even though that is not the intended effect. Many racist comments on social media were spurred by the statement, causing significant psychological distress among Asian students. Many of the Legislative Council members have received concerns from constituents regarding the statements, that they are misunderstood, ostracized, and ultimately harmed by the community that they are very much a part of. The statement directly puts the community into a more agonizing situation as a target for people to channel their anger on. The SSMU's mission is to speak out for us and advocate for our interest, East Asians included. Therefore, such reinforcement of SSMU's values will create a safe, inclusive, and non-hostile environment. As such, we're kindly requesting the SSMU Executive Committee to release a statement condemning xenophobia and anti-Asian racism as a means of reconciliation to the East Asian community at McGill. Therefore, that's the end of the statement. Therefore, my question to the Executive Committee stems from what the SSMU president has just asked. It is clear that such statements will cause a division in the McGill community, just like the one prior to this has, just like the one on the conflict in the Caucasus has. While I do take into account that SSMU has released a statement to condemn white supremacy, it is not clear that SSMU's position is against anti-Asian racism or is for anti-Asian racism. Correct me if I'm wrong there. So here's my question. Apologies for that. Such statements will hurt and divide and discriminate against certain communities. How will the SSMU plan to reconcile their efforts with this proposed position? Will it further harm and divide the community?
Well, we'll take the first part of the question, leading. So if you want to restate Senator Darianani, you can. I'm also just going to ask that, as you did read from the papers, if you can just email me the section of which you read off of, just for the purpose of the minute, so that they don't have, so that, well, myself as the recording secretary doesn't actually have to type that out, and we can just use it directly from the papers.
Yeah, certainly. Can I just clarify which part was leading?
Just the last part with the, in terms, I can't remember, but it was like do more further harm. It was leading one way, like one way or the other.
Okay, so how about will political positions and statements made on the basis of this political position harm McGill students? That's an open-ended question.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, Senator Darianani. VP University Affairs, would you like to respond?
Sure, yeah. I do want to first clarify something because this was mentioned in the letter, and I think it might be a source of confusion. The SMU had released a statement condemning anti-Asian racism in the context of like the COVID pandemic back in March. I realize that there hasn't been a subsequent communication, but I don't believe it's completely accurate to say that the SMU hasn't spoken out against anti-Asian like racism, especially in this context, or just has been silent, because that's just not the case. That being said, I appreciate your question. I think it's important to remember that this motion, again, like this motion is not whether or not we should like make statements on international solidarity or like whether or not we should adopt these positions. Because like, frankly speaking, it's going to happen either way. I realize like that doesn't address your question that like, will this statement be used to release statements that like further harm one community or another? I would say that I don't think any statement that SMU has released, like in at least my memory, has ever had the deliberate intention of harming one community or another. I think like it is the case that like not all of our constituents agree with our positions, and that some constituents like in the past like have been upset by stances that we have taken. But I wouldn't say that it's a fair characterization to say that like the release of a statement in and of itself will harm a community or another. There were individuals within the community that like disagreed and were upset, but I don't think it's fair to say that like the statement or any statement itself has or will harm like a specific community. I would say that like that would be out of line with our equity policy and our constitution. That being said, if the question is like, can this position be used to like make statements that people will disagree with or that people like might be upset by, I think that like that's the case with any statement we release, like whether or not we pass this position, whether or not it's on international solidarity. There like is always going to be some percentage of the community that doesn't agree with what we're saying or that is upset with what we're saying. It's like that percentage is larger in some cases and smaller in others. I would say that like, I think it's in everyone's benefit that we have an established framework that we can approach the situation through. Because as I've said, right now, we're just flying blind. And I think that without having a like framework, without having some set of like shared beliefs that we can all agree on, like more people are going to be harmed than would be like if we did have some kind of framework of agreement. So if anything, I think that this position would help the community, would at least help us try to find some common ground that we can all agree on. I hope that all the members present agree on like the position as it is outlined now. I think a lot of effort was put into ensuring that it was based on like our governing documents and like beliefs that we believe should be universal. That being said, like I will acknowledge that yes, there will always be cases where individuals will disagree or might even be upset by the work that we're doing. I think that is kind of a workplace hazard for us. But I do still believe that if anything, this position will help rectify that situation, help like clarify the yeah, the kind of like, yeah, kind of like clarify our efforts moving forward, where right now it really is just kind of based on like the interpretation of the executives. I think having a stated position will make any future statements, any future political activity much more sound, much more grounded, even like legitimate, you might say. And I think that that is in all of our best interest.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Senator Darianani for one follow-up. I see Senator Darianani is having a Wi-Fi issue, so we'll come back to Senator Darianani is just joining. Senator Darianani, you can ask your one follow-up question. Senator Darianani.
Thank you. Apologies, I've been having a couple of technical difficulties this evening, and apologies if I missed the last. I mean, I know I missed the last part of your answer, Vice President University Affairs. So my question is follow-up simply, and that is that I do not disagree with anything in this policy, and it will provide clarity to the SMU executives, to the Legislative Council, and to McGill on what SMU stands for. However, this does not solve the problem that constituents are facing when it comes to feeling ostracized, or when comment section are creating division among students. What's of this position if at the end of the day it is going to harm students more than bring them satisfaction that an institution's undergraduate society is siding one party more than the other?
VP University Affairs.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator Darianani, but I don't believe it was. I guess I kind of don't see the logic here. And that might be my misinterpretation, but I think like the goal here, again, like these kinds of statements are really like going to be made either way. I think like if we want to have a discussion on like whether or not SMU should adopt international statements, or like whether or not like SMU should have political activity at all, like that is a very different conversation from like the conversation that was set out in this motion today. Like this isn't about debating whether, or I guess in my mind, I'm sorry, it's not about debating whether or not SMU should adopt political positions, because at the end of the day, like SMU is a political organization. It like it's well within our mandate. So I think like, yeah, I guess I don't see the harm that you're illustrating as in any way coming from this position. Like this position will not create more animosity than already exists. Like it will not create like any more controversy or conflict than already exists. If anything, by it, like in my opinion, by clarifying our position, by like trying to find some kind of common ground, like on which like we can approach international positions in a way, like using beliefs that at least Legislative Council can agree on. I think that if anything, like that will help us prevent animosity, will help us prevent conflict, will help prevent allegations that our statements or political activity are unfounded, which is something that we're facing currently. The discussion is not like whether or not SMU should be political.
An extension on VP University Affairs time.
30 seconds.
All right. Can I have a motion to that extent?
So moved.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there now? Hearing none, VP University Affairs, your 1 minute. Your 1 minute speaking time has been extended by 30 seconds.
Right, thank you. Yeah, as I was saying, this motion is not about like SMU's mandate or ability to conduct political activity. It's about improving our capacity to do so, about improving our ability to conduct political advocacy in a way that is founded in common belief and in kind of like legitimate council approved positions that we can use moving forward to, I don't know, make more informed political statements, to make more informed, like messaging, and to have our political advocacy on a whole be a bit better founded. That's the intent here. And I don't want that to be lost on council. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, we will move on to Councillor Zhang.
Hi, so thank you for bringing this motion forward to LC today. I just had a question. I'm looking at the impact of decision and next steps part, where the exec committee will then be responsible for consulting LC. So I was just wondering how that was going to be played out in terms of concrete steps. As in, maybe is there going to be a vote that happens in terms of what the exec committee releases at a statement, or yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zhang. VP University Affairs.
To kind of hark back to my response to the SSMU president's question, I think I do completely agree that there should be procedural frameworks through which statements are approved, through which political activity is conducted. I completely agree on that. I would just say that this motion is not the place to do that, unfortunately. I would say there is a subsequent motion right after this one where we talk about the framework for how the executive committee and how legislative council can conduct political activity and release statements. I think I think it might be more helpful to save, of course, all of your concerns are very valid. I do agree with them. This is just not something that can be done, in my understanding, through the positions book. But it is something that I am very interested in doing. It's just that if anything, this is a statement of belief, not a mandate. In fact, the position itself doesn't even mandate us to make statements on international issues. It just gives us some kind of foundation if we do choose to do so. I think that's something that's important to understand. This isn't a mandate to conduct international political activity. It's just a statement of belief if we do choose to do so. And whether or not we choose to do so is something that I believe should be determined elsewhere, still in council, but just not in this particular motion.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, we will move on to Councillor Collins.
All right, so I have a few different points. I'll try to keep it nice and brief. So maybe this is just me and the 5 brain cells that I have left in the semester, but it seems to me that all of the articles or clauses in the appendix are very political, and that's fine because one of SSMU's mandates is to be a political body, but I do feel that grouping all these positions together into the one motion does a bit of a disservice to the nuances within at least a few of these positions. Yeah, I'm going to be real. I'm an arts rep. We're a political bunch, and it's December, so I really haven't had the time to adequately address any of these positions with my many varied constituents, all of who have many different lived experiences in any sort of way. People are preoccupied with a lot of different things, especially the mental health crisis and the SU policy. It's just not really the appropriate time to be having this kind of politically charged conversation with my constituents. So because of that, I don't feel comfortable with this kind of blanket approval of every single position that's in the motion. It's not because I disagree with them or that I think others should be. It's just kind of another case of the really political motion coming from exec, and that's not legislative council, and legislative council is the most democratic body. That kind of leads into my third point, which again is just kind of my reading of this motion. Again, I'm operating at 5 brain cells, but
Councillor Collins, I'm just going to note you are in question period.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, sorry.
We'll strike that out of order, and if you want, okay, we can. What we'll do is,
oh my gosh, I can make it a question, I guess.
We'll make it a question, or someone can motion to suspend the rules.
I can make it a question. It's okay. I'm so sorry. No, I can make it a question. I guess the point that I'm really trying to make is that I think all this should be coming from legislative council because legislative council is the most democratic body, and most of my reasoning for that is just because of how political it is. And it's taking a political stance on like a ton of different issues without respect to all of the nuances within them. So like this is kind of like, the question that I'm asking is do you think the Legislative Council is the most appropriate body to be taking on these kind of decisions rather than it coming from exec, or like am I wrong in assuming that?
VP, thank you very much, Councillor Collins, VP University Affairs.
I do agree that this should go through Legislative Council. I guess like I guess I was kind of I think like as executives, we are all also in our capacity like members of Legislative Council. I think like it happened to be moved by an executive, but it is still being moved through council. I guess like the only way that the only explanation for like why this is coming from an executive is just that like, because like personally speaking, I have had to deal with a lot of like controversy over political advocacy. And I guess like myself and the vice president external were the first people to think of this. It's really not that like, this is the will of executive committee being imposed on council. It's just that like two council members who happen to be executives were the ones that moved one council member who happened to be an executive, seconded by another councillor, moved this. Like we are still members of council. We're still moving this through council. I don't know that it's fair to say that because we're executives, we shouldn't be engaging in political activity through council. Like we were all still elected. I also disagree with the characterization that executive committee is not a democratic body. Like we were all elected. Like we are all elected representatives sitting on council. And in that sense, like I would disagree that I do think like we are well within our right to introduce political motions to council. I think like there's a very established precedent for doing so. Also to touch on the idea that like this is a very far reaching like position, I do agree that like it is a long position. Like it does touch on a lot of things. I think like the goal, like the reasoning behind that is just because political advocacy, like international political advocacy, like is varied. Like it touches on a diverse number of issues. I realize that like I think like I agree that like we could expand on a lot of these, but I think the goal here, and I think even in the background and rationale, I think I even described this, like this is kind of a catch-all position to like, essentially like this is our effort to like tie up loose ends and like form a foundation through which we can like conduct international political advocacy. And I think that is kind of our justification here.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Collins, is this hand from before? Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, it's from before, sorry.
No worries. We'll next go to Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I just want to preface this by saying that a large portion of my constituents are issued from the Francophone community. So some of the statements mentioned earlier are quite concerning. First off, I wanted to ask, what message does deciding to voluntarily exclude the Quebec Charter send to Quebecois students at McGill? How do you think this will be perceived by them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. VP University Affairs.
I mean, I think you could ask the same question about like our advocacy regarding the amendments to the PEQ or our advocacy against Bill 21. Like this SSMU takes stances against the Quebecois government fairly frequently. It's like every second statement is a condemnation of the Quebec government. So I guess like I would assume that our Quebecois students I do hope that like our Quebecois like members do not take that as a personal attack, because it's like very much not. Any of our political activity or like any opinions that we present on the Quebecois government are just that. Like they are the SSMU's political activity with regards to the Quebecois government, not Quebecois people. Like as I guess that's also kind of summed up in 15.1. Like this, yeah. So I would say that like I'm not going to deny that like it's a very real possibility that like some members of our Quebecois student population like might disagree with that, or might not feel completely represented by that, but I would say that it's not inconsistent with the rest of SMU's political activity. And in fact, like it's much like less blatant than a lot of statements that SMU has made, very much like directly against the Quebecois government. So I don't necessarily see that as being like completely applicable here.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Bonin.
Hi, thanks for bringing this to LC. I just wanted to know, I have two questions. The first question is the VP University Affairs' link between the current Quebec government and the Quebec Charter seems to be a bit strange for me, just because like the Quebec Charter is not something that's like new or that was ratified by the current government. So I was just wondering if including it wouldn't necessarily say that we're supporting a current government. And I just want to know the opinion of that.
VP University Affairs?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think, like, to be honest, like the decision not to include the Quebec Charter was, I think, like a product of some hesitation from both myself and the VP External. That being said, I'm not like very strongly opposed to including it. Like, as I said, as a document, I think like it's like it does an excellent job of like capturing a lot of things that the Canadian Charter doesn't. So I realize like we're not in debate, but like if someone wanted to move an amendment once we do enter debate, I would be amenable to it.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. We'll go back to Councillor Juan for one follow-up question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Vice President University Affairs. I have a follow-up question. So the Canadian government has also taken many actions that run contrary to the Canadian Charter, but reference is still made to the Canadian Charter despite this, while the Quebec Charter was excluded for these very exact reasons. How do you think this double standard will be perceived by Quebecois students in the context of SMU's already strained relationship with them, especially Francophones? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Juan, VP University Affairs.
Right. It's fair to say that, like, yeah, the Canadian government has done plenty of things that are contrary to the Canadian Charter. I think, like, if anything, like, if I wanted, like, to justify maybe, like, the decision here, like, to distinguish between, like, the Canadian government's violations and, like, the Quebec government's violations is that, like, the current Quebecois government's violations of the Quebecois Charter are things that SMU has taken very clear stances against, whereas that can't necessarily be said for like the Canadian government's violations of the Canadian Charter. That being said, I'm open to including it. I take Councillor Bonin, Councillor Juan, and like Councillor Smith. I take all of your points. Consider it point taken. Like I do not see a harm in including it. If it does, like, if it is a source of like disharmony for our Quebecois population, like, I apologize for that. That was not the intent, but I like am amenable to like making that change. Because I do see the potential for it to like generate a bit more harmony, for it to be a bit more well-reaching. So I appreciate your comments. And yeah, if there is an amendment coming, I look forward to it.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Bonin for a follow-up.
I'm just wondering how we can ensure that these positions are representative of our constituents' positions on certain topics. Like, I know that we're elected and this and that, but I just don't think that at the end of the day, correct me if I'm wrong, that like we ran on certain political opinions. So while of course we're represented, we're elected like because we're supposed to do a good job, I just don't know, like I'm wondering how we can kind of have the two coalesce.
VP University Affairs.
Yeah, sorry. I guess like all I can say is that like I think SMU passes political positions fairly frequently. I guess I would say that like this is no different. Like I realize that I think all of us should be consulting our constituents pretty like frequently. I think like, yeah, and I think at the end of the day, like LC is responsible for like, I guess like constructing the political framework of the society. I think like this motion is an example of us hopefully doing that. Sorry, I guess I'm a bit confused on like, sorry, actually, Councillor Bonin, if you could repeat your question, I'm just kind of maybe not understanding the meat of it.
Councillor Bonin?
Yeah, I'm really just wondering how we can kind of say that these positions are representative of our constituents like right now. Like obviously there hasn't been like too much question period to our actual constituents based on this exact motion. So I'm just wondering if there were like broader sort of like underpinnings that the VP University Affairs knows of that I don't, in terms of like an overall opinion of a student body on a certain issue.
VP University Affairs?
Yeah. Again, like I guess all I can say is that like I realize like maybe this isn't productive, but like the same could really be said about any political position that the society takes. I mean, if anything, like I think this position particularly is maybe a bit more like founded than some of the other positions that we take. I mean, I think a lot of the positions currently in the position book are just kind of like an expression of like the beliefs of council like at that time, whereas like the, I guess, beliefs outlined in this position were sourced across like quite a few of SSMU's governing documents, like way more than could be fit in alignment with mission. So I guess like I could say like I agree that like of course consultation should be done on any motion that is like put before council. I agree that like that is all of our responsibilities as counselors. But if we're talking about like the fitness, like whether or not this motion is fit to be voted on, I would say that like we've exercised like our burden of proof. Like it's founded on like aspects of like various policies. It's been done in like consultation with like this, like the office of the VP External, who like manages the external political advocacy of the society. So I guess like I don't see how this is in any way more or less founded or fit to be voted on than any of the society's other political positions.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, Councillor Page.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just wondering, looking at 15.13, a lot of these beliefs rely on a definition of human rights that's outlined in the Canadian Charter, but there are a lot of other political ideals that are pretty contested in definition. So I was just wondering if there exists any guidance, or there could be introduced any guidance as to how the SSMU should seek to define if these beliefs have been breached, probably most notably with like 15.2. There are a lot of governments in the world that the SSMU could condemn or approve of as a democracy based on competing definitions of democracy. So is there any guidance there with regards to, sources and definitions?
Thank you very much, Councillor Page, VP University Affairs.
Yeah, I think like there's a level of detail, I think like there's definitely a level of detail required to like execute political activity. I'd say like there are like a number of sources that we can look to in order to like determine whether or not a nation is like democratic, or like whether or not consent of the governed truly applies. Because I don't think it's like as subjective as Councillor Page might be presenting it. Like whether you're looking at Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch or just the UN itself, like there are established, internationally accepted consensuses. Is that the plural? Anyway, of like which nations are democratic, which nations are free, which nations respect human rights. Like it doesn't need to be up to the SMU to decide. And in fact, like, I don't believe that it should be up to the SMU to decide, because there is an international consensus. Like, there are entire NGOs basically dedicated to surveying the democratic conditions of like various nations. And I think that that's something that SMU can lean on like in its future political activity. But I don't think that that's like entirely like necessary. I just, sorry, like on a kind of broader, I guess, characterization of the discussion so far, I realize that like this is an important position, or would be an important position. But at the end of the day, like, it's a statement of beliefs. Like, it's not a commitment. Like, we're not committing to speaking out on all these issues. It's just like the establishment of a foundation. I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself, but like, it's not a mandate. Like, it's not, these aren't like actionable goals. We're not like allocating funds. Like, it's a statement of beliefs. And while like, I believe that everything we do should be fairly scrutinized, I guess like, I guess I would urge council to contrast this like against the existing policies and positions of the society, not, I guess, against like a subjective definition of like what good positions look like. Because like, again, like I'm really stressing that like this is consistent with like the society's positions. Like, this is consistent with like what the rest of the positions book looks like with like what the preambles of our policies look like. This is something that I believe is like would fit well within the governing ecosystem of the SMU. And I guess like I would just be concerned, like I would hope that this doesn't get bogged down by a lot of like very technical questions that are maybe not entirely necessary for what is, again, just a statement of belief.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs and Councilor Page will go next to Senator Daryanani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you be able to scroll down the document? Sorry, my computer is giving me troubles. So with all due respect to all the responses that the VP University Affairs has provided, a little lower, please. Sorry.
Okay.
A little more. It's the point on cultural diversity. Yep, perfect. Sorry about that, and thank you for the thank you to the dais for cooperating. So, with all due respect to the points made before, I'd like to ask, how are we issuing a clause that says cultural diversity will be celebrated when the diversity of ideas, the identities of individuals are practically going to be disregarded, if I may use that word, when certain statements may be divisive? As we already acknowledged, these statements can be and will be divisive. How are we respecting cultural diversity? How are we celebrating the ideas of diversity in thought, diversity in people's cultures, through a divisive motion, through what may be a divisive statement once published?
VP University Affairs.
Again, with all due respect, I think Senator Daryanani is building a bit of a straw man here. I would say that like if the dais maybe wants to, thank you. Yeah, I think there might be a bit of a straw man being built here, in the sense that like I don't think that it's fair to question whether or not the SMU believes in cultural diversity. Frankly, I think it's a bit, frankly, like I think it shows a bit of like a lack of nuance to say that because SMU issues statements that people don't necessarily believe in, or that people don't necessarily agree with, that SMU is actively marginalizing people. Because I think we've received a lot of, at least in council, I've heard a lot of assertions that SMU is alienating students, that SMU is marginalizing students, that SMU is like casting aside the opinions of like whatever specific subset. But I have yet to be provided an example where SMU has ever like deliberately cast aside, disregarded, or alienated a specific subset of individuals, aside from just releasing statements that they may or may not agree with. Because I think one important thing to understand here is that I think this is characterized by the fact that like I don't think anyone and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I have yet to hear any comments in the past like few questions regarding like the actual content like of the position, like whether or not it's fair, whether or not it's founded within our beliefs. The same can be said with the statement, where we have not received any comments on like the validity of the statement itself. It's always just been an expression that like it was inappropriate to release a statement despite the fact that it falls in line with the society's politics. I think that like the fact that not all of our members agree with us like is again just kind of a workplace hazard. We're a political organization. We can't satisfy everyone's beliefs at the same time. And again, like aside from, sure, we can add the Quebecois Charter. I agree. I think that's a good idea. Aside from that, I have yet to really see any concerns raised with the actual content of the position itself. My concern here is that what I believe to be like a very fair, a very like, I guess, moderate, a like well-rounded and like hopefully non-contentious position being bogged down by concerns over whether or not SMU should be political or whether or not SMU should release statements. In my mind, I don't think that that should have an impact on this position itself, because that is a separate question. I'm sorry, like that is a separate argument. And I don't think rejecting a political position because you, I guess, like don't agree with some like unrelated political statements that have been made in the past is like necessarily a fair execution of your responsibilities as a counselor. Like with all due respect, I would really appreciate it if we could discuss the position at hand rather than kind of like extraneous like political activity of the society that like is not implicated in this position. It's not a mandate. It's not a call to action. It's a statement of beliefs. And I would appreciate it if instead of discussing like the validity of SMU's political activity, we could discuss whether or not these beliefs are something that we as a council can agree on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any other individuals with questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to debate. Oh, Senator Darianani, is this for debate or for a question period?
For debate, Madam Speaker.
We'll first go to Councillor Gunderman for debate.
All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just wrote down my thoughts because a lot to digest. So yeah, I really cannot in good conscience support this motion in any way, shape, or form, and I urge all the councillors to vote against it. This really has nothing to do with solidarity and issuing statements, and has nothing to do any more with representing student interests. This framework is representing a fringe political ideology and placing the student society on the political spectrum. To me, the purpose of this motion is clear in that it tries to legitimize past and future statements, and again, does not take into account whatsoever the repercussions does create. The two statements that the SMU issued on the Karabakh region and Hong Kong cited several hate comments and discrimination against MIGO students. And as much as you say that this is not the intention of these statements, these are tangible consequences that you choose to actively ignore. Whether you believe that the SMU should issue political statements or not, there seems to be a clear compromise. I believe that just having those statements go through LC before they're published could really solve this dilemma, regardless of how controversial or non-controversial this issue might be. I mean, I think the two things we can all agree on is that the statements don't really have any backing or justification. So by having the Legislative Council agree on the statements and backing them, they have more justification. And the second one is we all agree that the intention is not to harm any students or cause any discrimination. And so by having Legislative Council discuss the statements, we could all discuss the potential threats to students and potentially block the statements. So me personally, I believe that the SMU should not issue any political statements because it unnecessarily alienates the student body, but that's for another discussion. So in the end, finally, I would like to say that I really don't think there should be any framework for any potential statements in the future. The benefits I'm sorry, if there were to be any framework, the benefits for any potential statements in the future should strongly outweigh the risks and should be viewed with any student interest in mind, as well as the potential threat it poses to students. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Senator Darianani and then Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to table the motion.
All right, we have a motion to table. Can I have a second?
Second.
All right, hearing a second. We're going to enter in. I'm going to first ask: is there any opposition to tabling the motion at this point?
Yes.
Yes.
Hearing.
Motivate.
Yep. Hearing opposition, Senator Darianani, you may motivate, and then we will go into debate on the matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the core reason for why I hope to table this motion is due to the lack of consultation with our constituents regarding the positions laid out here. As mentioned earlier by Councillor Collins, there's a whole different range of positions taken here, all of which are completely valid, have been taught out completely. But I think the lack of consultation, the lack of capacity to provide fully informed amendments right now calls for this motion to be tabled so as we can further consult and I guess clarify certain positions.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Darianani. I'm just going to make the distinction. So you move to table and not to postpone, because table typically means to pull it up back during the same legislative council, whereas postponement generally doesn't.
Apologies, I mean postpone.
Okay. The individual who seconded, I believe, Councillor Smith, did you second?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you amenable to changing that to postponement?
Definitely.
All right. With that, I'm going to know. With that, we will move into debate on the motion to postpone. All individuals wishing to speak either for or against can either indicate so through raise of hand or by the way of the speaking list. And we'll begin with VP University Affairs.
Right. Honestly, to table this motion is to shirk away from our political responsibilities. Regardless of Councillor Gunderman's personal opinion, we're a political society. It's in our constitution. We make we conduct political advocacy. I know I've said this at a prior meeting, but if the SMU did not engage in political activity, I think if you look at the current SMU, all that would be left is like recreational clubs. And like even my advocacy with the university is inherently political. I think that there's I think that it's important to acknowledge that nearly all of the work that the SMU does, even the Office of the Vice President Student Life, is inherently political, is quite substantially political. And to shirk away from that is to deny our obligations in the Constitution, in our policies, in the rest of our positions book. If we want to reduce the society to a recreational club, then sure, we can amend the Constitution, we can abolish the positions book. But as it stands now, the society is a political organization that will continue to be called on to make statements, whether it's on domestic political issues or international political issues. It's going to continue to happen. It has happened for as long as any of us can remember. And in the interest of saving both council and the executive future headaches, the goal here is to establish a common framework. Senator Darianani, you mentioned that, in your opinion, none of the contents of the current position are disagreeable. I agree that consultation is ideal, but I'm going to ask that if what you're suggesting is that we postpone this
motion until January, I would like a very good reason as to like what specifically you believe should be consulted on, because this this was built with like the political arm of the society. If there is like a specific section that you believe like any specific group like has a particular like stake in that you would like to consult, I would be welcome to hear that. But as of now, I don't see grounds for us to shy away from our political responsibilities. I mean, again, like I don't think anyone here is debating the contents of the position itself. Frankly, what I've heard is that most counselors are in favor of the multiple aspects of the position itself, or at least agree with them. So if anything, I see the hesitation to move forward with this motion as like, frankly, just in contrast, like irreconcilable with the inherently political mandate of the society. Like this is our responsibility, whether or not like this is something that you want to participate in. As a society, it's our responsibility to advocate for our members, to conduct political advocacy, to be leaders in social justice and human rights. That's our responsibility. If you disagree with the position and like feel that SMU should if there's any specific aspect that you disagree with or believe like should not be the belief of the society, I'm welcome to debate that. But I frankly like do not think there should be any place in legislative council where we debate whether or not we as a society should be political. It's the Constitution. It's our job. It's our job to be political.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs. We'll next move to Councillor Bonin.
Hi, thank you. I just want to say that it keeps being brought up that there was no againstment. I don't know. Like there was no one argued against the points of the motion, but I believe VP University Affairs that there hasn't been an opportunity to yet because we were in question period before, and then we started this, and then there was the motion to table. So I just would like the record to note that there was no option to go against the motion yet.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. We'll next move to VP Student Life.
Thank you. I just wanted to also take a second to speak against tabling this or postponing this motion until next council. For one, I think this is something that I think we should continue discussing, and especially as Councillor Bonin had mentioned, go into debate on and speak a little further on rather than just shutting down the discussion on this. And I think as well as the VP University Affairs has mentioned, the intention behind this is in fact for us to create legitimacy in the statements that we decide to put out to the society. It's for us to all be on common ground in terms of what positions that we take. And I think I think we should, rather than questioning whether we should be making political positions on behalf of the society, which I think is a given based on the inherently political nature of the SMU, I think we should speak more toward what exactly is outlined here in terms of these values that we want to promote. And I'm not really hearing as much discussion on that as I would want. But I think that this is a motion that deserves further discussion. I think creating a motion of this nature, I think, is really important for us when we move forward and create more statements. And I think rather than creating more controversy and more, harm on campus, I think this motion is doing the exact opposite, and the intent is the exact opposite, to create this common framework for us to have legitimacy in the statements that we put out and reduce the amount of backlash, that we get from students too. So I really believe that all of our political positions, all of our statements should come from a place of principles, that we should have, policy positions and information within our Constitution, within our governing documents that we can point to legitimize our statements, rather than basing it off a majoritarian, the majority will of students who may or may not be from minority groups, if that makes sense. So I think I would really encourage folks to continue the discussion on this motion and to consider it. That's all.
All right, thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Reed.
Yes, I would also like to speak against tabling this motion. not because I support the motion, but rather just because I think it's clear that people, given the length of this question period, have their thoughts at the ready for this. We have had this be an issue or we've had at least the making of political statements be an issue for several straight legislative sessions. We, for my part at least, I've made sure to consult with the necessary bodies, and I think it's just clear, given the amount of attention being given to this, that everybody does have thoughts that people are ready to give their takes on this, I guess. And for that reason, I don't want to gum up the time anymore, but I sincerely don't think that tabling the motion is the correct thing to do here, and I think that we should go ahead and vote against it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reed. We'll move on to Councillor Wan and then Senator Daryanani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So I would like to speak in favor of postponing this motion for one simple reason, really. I think given the extent of the discussions we have today, I do not feel comfortable currently voting on it today, and rather I'd like to postpone it to a future date, next meeting. In the meantime, I'd like to first consider, I'd like to consult with my constituents. Ultimately, my constituents care about this issue deeply, and the fact that this motion was only made publicly available to us 3 days ago meant that I wasn't able to consult with my constituents beforehand. And at its core, I'm accountable to my constituents first and not to the SSMU. So I want to make sure that I'm representing them. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Daryanani next.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all those who have spoken for the postponement of this motion, and to provide a good reason to the university affairs regarding why I wish to do this, along with those that have spoken for. Simply, SSMU's prior statements has created division within our community, whether or not they were directly caused by the statement. So in order to protect our students' interests at all levels, which is what we're elected to do, it would be more than important for us to ensure that they agree with the positions proposed here. And you are very correct when you say that I do not disagree with anything here. But I do feel that we are lacking consultation and clear positions to vote on this right now. And on the point of delaying this further to the January's Legislative Council, it really makes no difference considering the fact that the Executive Committee has been doing their job and holding political positions, publishing statements. But we don't want to create more harm, especially during this rather sensitive time when it comes to other university concerns, students' mental health. Most of all, we want to stand united as a university student union. Further, I also just want to say that this statement, I would like to also ensure that further statements published from SSMU are not harmful to students' well-being, students' mental health. So, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Daryanani will next go to Councillor Sood.
Hi, yes. I couldn't say it. Well, basically, I just want to echo the sentiments of Councillor Wan and Senator Daryanani. They explained it as better than I could ever. So, yeah, that's just to second what they're saying, that we need to consult our constituents before actually making a decision concerning this motion.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Sood. We'll next go to VP University Affairs.
Thank you. So I'm going to, there's a lot I could say on like the motion itself, but keeping it specifically to like the motion to table, I would have to echo the comments of the Vice President, like Student Life. I think that it was premature to move to table this. Like clearly there are many people with thoughts on the motion. So like if in the end it is voted down or tabled, like that is like out of like that's yeah, like that's inconsequential. Like at the end of the day, like that is fine either way. But it is clear that like the motion itself still deserves to be debated. Whether or not in the like at the end of debate the motion is voted down or tabled or postponed, like that is fine, whatever that ends up looking like. But the like what I would hate to see was to have this motion postponed or shot down before we actually get to debate it. Because like to echo the words of both the VP Student Life and Councillor Benson, we haven't had a chance to debate this. Like we haven't had a chance to actually like discuss the like validity or like our concerns with the motion itself. We're simply like voting to shut it down before like that debate has actually occurred. So I'm not asking you to vote in favor of like the adoption of the political position. I'm asking everyone here to vote against tabling so that we can actually engage in debate.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs will next go to VP Student Life.
Would it be possible for me to call the question or?
Yep.
I'd like to do that.
All right, thank you very much. Can I have a second to that capacity?
Seconded.
All right, is there any opposition to calling the question?
Yes.
All right, with that, we aren't going to do, there's no debate on calling the question. We're going to launch a simple Zoom poll. If everyone just gives me 1 second to make one. Actually, this is procedural. We don't even need to use a formal Zoom poll. I believe, I'm actually not sure. When you go into the participants list, do you have the, just any member, any counselor?
No.
Okay. Okay, never mind. We're doing a Zoom poll then. All right, the poll has been launched, everyone.
And just to clarify, this is to call the question on whether to postpone, right?
Yeah, so we'd move into voting after if this is approved.
Well, could the poll say that? Because it says motion to call the question.
Yeah, to call the question on the motion to postpone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, point of information again. So we would move into debate, not voting, right? If this is in favor, if everyone votes in favor.
We would calling the, I can relaunch this if necessary. Calling the question ends debate on the motion to postpone. If we call the question, that means we move to voting on the motion to call the question. That's it. Nothing to do with the actual like the motion, like this motion of substance regarding the internet, the motion regarding amendments or clarifications to the international position. It's simply on to postpone.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
I'll give everyone 1 more minute to vote.
Point of procedure. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch all of it. Thank you.
Okay. So to motion to call the question simply is a motion to enter into voting. And when we're discussing enter into voting, I'm referring to enter into voting on the motion to postpone. So in favor would simply in favor vote would signify that you are ready to vote on the motion to postpone this motion. Opposed would be against. And we would thus re-enter into debate on the motion to postpone, but it has no input. It has no effect on the actual approval or opposition of the actual motion itself.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yep. And I'll give everyone 30 more seconds. All right, I'll announce the closure of voting with 22 in favor and 4 opposed. That the threshold to call the question has been reached. As such, we will now enter into a vote on the motion to postpone. Given that this is also procedural, it will only be a yes or no in favor or oppose only. And with this, I will also launch a Zoom poll. And this poll has also been launched. All right, I'll give everyone 30 more seconds for voting. Ten more seconds. And with that, I will announce the closure of voting. With 10 in favor and 16 opposed, the motion to postpone the motion regarding the clarification of an international position has failed. As such, we will now return to debate on the main motion. For this, I will refer back to the main speaking list, and as well, individuals wishing to participate in debate can indicate so via the speaking list if they so choose. We'll move next to Councillor Wan.
My apologies. My hand was up, or my name was on the speakers list to motion to table. So,
VP University Affairs.
Right. Thank you. Right. I don't think there is a situation where that we can achieve where all of our members are satisfied. I just want to put that out there. There is not going to be a situation where either choosing to release a statement or choosing not to release a statement is going to satisfy the positions of all of our members. There are always going to be members that either believe we shouldn't have released a statement or are questioning why we haven't released a statement, which is also something I want people to consider. Just because, yes, there is a vocal group of students that oppose the release of whichever statement, there is equally a group of students that vocally supports the statement, or that supports the statement to us. It's not as if there is a choice that we can make where all of our members are happy. That's it. It's kind of a zero-sum game here. I think what we should be thinking about, instead of what can we do to satisfy all of our members, is what can we do to ensure that our decisions, our political decisions, are well-founded, to ensure that they're agreed upon by at least the legislative wing of the society, to ensure that they're founded in some kind of common sense of principle of what we believe the society should stand for. And I believe that that's what this motion is trying to clarify. Because regardless, whether we make a statement or not, there's always going to be students that are dissatisfied. there's always going to be students asking, why did we release the statement? Why didn't we release the statement? And beyond that, I would just say that like, I feel like the conversation has strayed a bit from the actual motion itself. Like this isn't a discussion of like, this isn't a motion regarding whether or not SMU should be political, like whether or not SMU should adopt, should like make political statements, or whether or not like SMU should like weigh in on any kind of like international geopolitical issue. Like that's not the substance of this motion. It's not something that at the end of the day is going to be affected by this motion. So I would encourage counselors, like in debating this motion and in and voting in the end, to question not like whether or not SMU should be political, or like whether or not we should weigh in on these issues, but whether or not the position itself is agreeable, whether or not like you as an elected representative agree with the substance of the motion, not the kind of like extraneous connotations that have been tacked onto the motion that at the end of the day are kind of inconsequential. Like whether or not this position passes, we're going to continue conducting political activity. Whether or not this motion passes, we're going to continue at least being asked to take stances on international politics. At the end of the day, like that's kind of inconsequential here. So I encourage everyone, again, whether participating in debate or voting, to consider the substance of the motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs will next go to Councillor Gunderman and then Councillor Bonin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So VP University Affairs, you mentioned several times that SMU is considered a political organization, which is true. We hold elections and we discuss campus politics. So I don't disagree there. In terms of the framework, you also mentioned that people don't seem to disagree with the content. But I also believe that that is wrong. I think several councillors disagree with the content, and so do I. But I also believe that that is entirely irrelevant, because a student society should not align itself with one singular political ideology, but rather reflect the diverse views of the student body. So furthermore, while I disagree with the issuing of political statements, I completely understand your argument for issuing those statements, because some students do want us to issue those statements. So that's why I suggest that it should be moved that we should, first of all, vote against this motion, and that we should instead move all political statements to Legislative Council, so we can keep condemning arbitrary international political conflicts and where people can express their political beliefs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Gunderman. Councillor Bonin next.
Hi. So in question period, the member of the executive VP University Affairs made it clear that their understanding of SMU was that its political ideologies were anti-capitalist. And I just want to remind us that, for example, like last SMU meeting, we had Stephen Taxi from Leicester Asset Management talk about our funds, which are an inherently capitalist device. And furthermore, a lot of students on SMU would believe that they're inherently capitalist, not even management students alone. I would argue that students from all sides of campus and all faculties, a lot of them definitely would identify as capitalists, and wouldn't necessarily agree with a lot of the 15.7, 15 point, like other parts of this motion, to the point where I think that it would not be ratified from many of my constituents.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. We'll next go to VP External.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm kind of already forgetting what it was that I was hoping to add, but I think if I can just kind of improvise, that like among okay, well, I can just go back and say, yeah, like with respect to kind of the content of this, the content or the purpose of this motion, I think we have to kind of, I do think it's important to recognize that like there's a difference between what like the success of this motion would do for the Legislative Council and for SMU as a whole, and what kind of things it might be, or under what sorts of circumstances it might be invoked. So those are obviously circumstances of like having written a political statement or issued some kind of message of solidarity on an international political statement. I think that an argument about which governing body of the SMU is most appropriate to make a statement is the matter of a different motion, and in fact a motion that will subsequently be considered. So I think the point is that we shouldn't consider this motion as doing that kind of work. The work that this motion, if it were successful, would be doing, and the positions that it would adopt they're simply positions in the positions book which outline certain commitments, that outline political commitments that the representatives of the SMU would take to be, as you said, agreeable or commitments worth adopting as a political organization. And so I think that
we have a motion to extend.
So
thank you very much, VP University Affairs.
Second.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. For how long?
1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, VP External, you may continue for 1 minute.
Thank you. So just finishing off then, going back again to considering what is the substance of this motion, I think it's important to go back again to the substance of the motion. Which of these clauses do we want to debate? Which of these clauses do we want to actually talk about? If people have issues with them, like, can we discuss the clauses, the position itself, rather than kind of how we think the position might be used or how it might be invoked with respect to the use of the issuing of statements or communications generally, because communications isn't like the communications practices are a separate framework. It's kind of there is like the communications framework is a separate framework from the this kind of establishment of a political commitment that's being made by the representative body of the SMU. So both of these, both frameworks, or both, one the framework and set of practices, one a set of principles. It's appropriate that they be brought to the Legislative Council, but they don't do the same thing.
All right, thank you very much, VP External. SMU President.
I guess just listening to some of the comments that were made, would it perhaps be more suitable to discuss the next motion first and then come back to this one? Because I think that a lot of comments have been referencing that, like, they're going to, like, these concerns are going to be subsequently addressed in that one. So it might just make a bit more sense to do that first and come back to this.
Would you like to put forward then a formal motion to table?
I would, yes.
All right. With that in mind, can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gunderman. Is there any opposition?
Yes.
Hearing opposition, we will launch a Zoom poll.
Point of order, or I guess personal privilege. Could we hypothetically lay it on the table and then just pick it up after this instead?
That's the same thing. Okay. And the poll has been launched.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Smith?
I believe Councillor Wan opposed this. Shouldn't there be debate on whether we actually motion to table or not?
No, because it's procedural. Table is different than postpone. We'll give everyone 30 more seconds to vote. With that, I will conclude the vote with on the motion to table item 13B with 17 in favor and 8 opposed. The motion is approved. With that, we will now move on to item. For the purpose of the speaking list, I'm just going to note, assuming it is pulled back from the table, if individuals could not lower their hands just for a quick second so I can indicate so via the speaking list. All individuals with hands currently up can now raise them. I've indicated that you'd like to speak on this motion, to speak on item 13B. And with that, we will move on to item 13C, motion regarding the release of statements and official communications. This has also been moved by VP University Affairs. So VP University Affairs, you may motivate.
First of all, sorry everyone. I think I've moved like 5 motions tonight. Sorry for that. I will say echoing concerns over like a lack of procedural framework for the release of statements, and like some concerns over like the legitimacy of statements released either by the executive committee, or like without establishing like formal positions. I think this motion seeks again to like clarify the relationship between council and the executive committee in terms of like releasing statements, and like the ability of both parties to do so, and furthermore like some like the like underlining the importance of consultation on both sides. So I would say that hopefully this motion goes a long way in reassuring the concerns of some councillors with regards to like how statements should be released moving forward. And it is like my belief that furthermore, like that will help direct future debates, especially around like the political positions of the society and like the release of statements. But again, the goal here is to like provide a clarifying foundation from which like we can work moving forward in terms of like political communications or just like statements and official communications.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. With that, we'll move into question period. All individuals with questions can either indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hand. Councillor Krosick.
So I remember a lot of the contention regarding releasing statements was usually ones that took. Oh, sorry, I realized my camera's been off this whole time. Whoops. Sorry. so a lot of the contention, at least as far as I recall, is usually over when like international positions are taken. So I'm curious why this motion is more encompassing rather than like specifically on that. Since for example, I don't think council would oppose the exec committee taking a stance on behalf of SSMU when it comes to, say, the issue with the lobster fishermen that happened recently. So I'm just curious why that was.
VP University Affairs.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, speaking like more broadly, international concerns are not the only source of controversy within the society, and I think the goal here was to be like a bit more encompassing. Furthermore, I personally, the idea was brought up that like we could limit this. That we could limit this to like purely like international politics, but the concern there is like it's really, yeah. Again, like not all controversial statements are international. Not all international statements are controversial. Like I don't know, like hypothetically, the SSMU could condemn, I don't know, like Brexit or like North Korean arms testing, which I hope would be a lot less controversial. But like, yeah. So I think like the concern here like was that we didn't want to reinforce the idea that like all international advocacy is like inherently controversial, which I think is kind of a dangerous assumption to operate off of. And furthermore, yes, like it is more encompassing with the hope that like, because again, like I wouldn't want to define like all controversial like saying that like all controversial statements like must be political in nature, or must be international oriented. So the goal is to be a bit more broad, a bit more wide reaching, and to hope, and again, like hopefully not underlining the idea that like international advocacy is inherently controversial.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs will next go to Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the mover of the motion could define two terms, the term urgency and the term complexality.
VP University Affairs.
Right. So, okay, in terms of like urgency and complexity, actually that I would point to our internal, like PR guide, which actually give me a second to pull up. But basically the framework is that like there are a couple different kinds of statements. There are like, I guess, quote unquote, like urgent statements, like concerning, I don't know, like natural disasters or like some kind of pressing emergency, like loss of life, even like immediate building closures, like fires, like things like that, like things that essentially need to be communicated within like 12 to 24 hours are considered like, I guess, like like we call them like code red statements. So I guess like if you're talking about urgent, I would consider it somewhere around that. There's also like yellow statements. I'm sorry if this is getting like too granular, but that like those go out within like, I think 24 hours are also considered quite urgent. Those are like in response to like pressing like developments, like recent developments. For example, like any kind of like major like recent political development, something that like requires a response within 24 hours time, would, I guess, like is what, according to like our public relations guide, is like considered urgent, either whether that's like yellow or like green or yellow or like red. Yeah, so it's actually some examples from the guide, like for example, the like within 24 hours, like change in like smooth structure, like anything that endangers the survivability or stability of the society, any time that like lives or security are in danger, anything that like affects the credibility of the SSMU, and then any kind of like essentially like pressing situation that like demands an immediate response is what I would consider urgent. And then in terms of complexity,
Can we have a motion to extend?
Motion by to extend by 1 minute.
Second.
By how long, Councillor Smith?
1 minute.
All right, thank you very much. I'll take Councillor Bonin second. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 1 minute extension has been granted. VP University Affairs.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of complexity, I think that was kind of another situation where this was maybe broader rather than more granular. I guess what I had in mind when I wrote complexity was like, for example, like any kind of, I guess any statement involving like, especially like SMU, like operational matters, financial matters, HR matters that like council might not necessarily like essentially like have a stake in. Yeah, there might be a better way that I could have worded that in retrospect. And I would be like, if Councillor Smith has like a wording that they would prefer to see, I would be open to that as well. But essentially when I say complexity, I guess something kind of like either outside the purview of council or just something that like realistically couldn't be debated at council, whether it's like some combination of like urgency, confidentiality, like it's like nature within the society, whether it's like financial, HR, like structural, operational. I guess that one was kind of a catch-all, but again, like if there is a better wording, I just kind of couldn't think of one.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, we'll go to Councillor Reid next.
Yes, I would like to just further follow up on the question of exactly what complexity would mean. That doesn't necessarily fall under confidentiality. And to me, the notion that such a thing exists strikes me as almost a little bit paternalistic, that the executives would like have some, I guess, take on an issue that needs to be made but can't feasibly be debated at Legislative Council. I struggle to understand exactly, concretely or tangibly, what that would be. That wouldn't be that way because of confidentiality. And I just wonder, first of all, what the VP University Affairs on this is, and whether or not they would look favorably upon, or at least whether they they would consider an amendment to strike the word complexity as friendly or not. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reid. VP University Affairs.
Yeah, I guess I would say, well, like, I guess I can divide my answer into two parts. I would say that, like, first of all, I guess I would say that there are instances where, like, realistically, council might like not necessarily like be a stakeholder in a statement for reasons other than like urgency or confidentiality. Like, for example, anything to do with like, like financial developments, changes within like SMU's internal structure, even things like, I don't know, like building announcements, any kind of like, anything like primarily operational, which I guess like I wouldn't have a problem with council discussing, but in that case, like, to be honest, I wouldn't see it that would be like necessary to bring to council. Although like if council disagrees, like, again, like I'm fine. Like if it is like, if someone wants to introduce an amendment to strike it or to like reword it, I guess I just kind of want it to be all encompassing. Although like I do completely understand like hesitations over like allowing this to be too broad, because I realize that like it is an exception and like we should be clear about it. I guess I just didn't want to like introduce complications later on when, for example, like, I don't know, like it turns out that the university center is delayed again, and then like we need to go to council in order to make that announcement. But again, like, so if there is a better way that we could word that, I would be very much in favor of doing so. I just like, in the time that I was writing this, couldn't think of one. My apologies.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. I will note that there are other people, other individuals with questions, but given that we have reached the time of our second Quebec law mandated 10-minute recess, we are going to enter into our recess first. But for the time being, I'm just going to note all the three individuals who currently have their hands up, and we will return to those first entertaining those three when we get back to Legislative Council. With the time now being 22:30, we will come back to Legislative Council at 22:40.
Can I motion for a 15-minute recess instead of 10?
Yep. Thank you very much, Senator Darianani. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, a 15-minute recess has been granted.
Great, thank you.
Thus, council will resume at 22:45.
Yes, thank you very much. at 20:22:40.
participants to like consider motions, because I think that's kind of an extraneous consideration that I kind of hope does not affect whether or not these motions are passed, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, are there any other individuals with questions? I mean, wishing to participate in debate? Seeing no further individuals wishing to participate, I will open up the vote. The voting form is now open, councilors. All right, we'll give 30 more seconds for voting. All right, that will announce the closure of voting. The results of the vote are as follows. 23 in favor, 6 opposed, and with 4 abstentions, the motion has been approved. Before moving on to our next agenda item, I'm just going to ask Councillor if they could be so willing as to suspend the rules in order to approve the amendment of the agenda to include item 13D. This was originally, steering committee had actually approved this during steering committee, but it just failed to be reflected within the agenda, but it's already been approved and it had already received approval by steering prior. So can I have a motion to suspend the rules to that effect?
So moved.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, item 13D will now be an order. SMU president?
Yeah, can I move to pull 13B from the table?
That's in order. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, it will stand approved. Moving back to item 13B, all individuals wishing to participate in debate can indicate so via the speaking list or through raise of hands. Priority will go to the people last waiting to speak. So we'll resume with VP University Affairs.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so just getting back into this after that brief intermission. I think that there are a couple important considerations that maybe have not been made. I think, first of all, a lot of this discussion has kind of fallen under this idea that, like, as a society or as council, that it is our responsibility to, like, represent the views of all of our members. I'm just going to come out and say that that is just, like, that's not the case. Even, like, looking at the representation article of our Constitution, the society shall act as the official voice of its members. The society shall act in the best interest of its members as a whole. That is true. That does not mean, however, that we as a political organization need to reflect the beliefs of all of our members. I think, like, it is well within our right to, again, like, keeping in mind, like, the leadership pillar of our Constitution, to to, like, take it in our I guess, like, our own best conscience to, like, act as a, like, progressive representative body that, like, serves first and foremost, like, marginalized, alienated groups. I would say that, like, to ignore the concerns of, like, marginalized groups in favor of, like, again, like, avoiding controversy or, like, representing as many people as possible, like, would I think in fact be contrary to our equity policy. I think, like, our first priority as a society should be to give a platform to those who don't already have one, to support marginalized communities, to support alienated communities, those that, like, actually need our platform and need our assistance and our advocacy. Like, there are plenty of beliefs, like, within our membership that I do not think it would be appropriate for SMU to support. Like, as we've seen recently, like, I don't think it would be in order of, like, I don't think it would be at all appropriate, for example, for SMU to support or even to tolerate or consider white supremacy, despite the fact that, like, there are members within SMU that might espouse white supremacy. Like, we have to draw a line in the sand somewhere where, like, we kind of, we have to call it at some point. Like, yes, like, we will consider, tolerate, accept, like, support the beliefs of our membership, but there becomes a point where we as student leaders, we as a society, have to decide a position of the society, especially when the beliefs of members are in conflict. And I think that, like, keeping in mind the positions and policies that we already have, like, there are clear positions, because, like, as I've continually said, it's just impossible for us to represent everyone. And beyond impossible, I think it would be quite inadvisable for us to represent like, certain beliefs within the society. Like, I think it's our responsibility to be progressive, to set standards, to be leaders, not just echoing the beliefs of our members, of our constituents, without any, like, critical thought or consideration for the implications that might have on marginalized communities. I'd furthermore say, like, that adopting more progressive or different even beliefs from certain members is not the same as excluding them. Like, by, for example, like, condemning police brutality, by, like, supporting Black Lives Matter, by, like, condemning anti-Black racism, like, sure, I hope that, like, members who espouse white supremacy will feel alienated by that, will feel, like, unrepresented by that, because as a society, it should not be our concern to represent every single member. It should be our concern to support those members of our community that need it most. And I think that the only way that we can do that is by having a legitimate like at least somewhat consensus-based legislative council approved framework through which we can participate in political advocacy. Because I think it's really easy to point to the harms, or I guess the concerns that have been brought forward with like our choice to release a statement or to participate in advocacy. I think it's a bit more difficult, or at least I think what isn't being considered is the potential for harm when we remain silent, when we don't speak for our membership, when we don't speak for members that can't speak for themselves, when we don't support marginalized communities. So I think like we all, like most of us here, have the luxury of not saying anything. I know, like for me personally, if SSMU had not released a statement condemning anti-Black racism, that would not have tremendously affected me personally. But that does not mean that like it's not worth doing. Just because like it means that some members might feel disenfranchised, or that it means like turning away from like the beliefs of certain members just because like they don't align with SSMU's positions or don't align with SSMU's policies. I don't see that as being harm enough to justify ignoring the concerns of marginalized groups, to justify shirking our political responsibility as a democratic body, as a representative body, under both representation and the leadership aspects of our Constitution, under the equity policy, under our stated positions, under our policies. It's our responsibility to lead, to adopt positions that for sure certain members of our community might not agree with, but we can't base everything on pleasing as many people as possible. That shouldn't be our goal as a political organization. That shouldn't be our goal as leaders. I think it should be our goal, again, to prioritize the voices of those that haven't been heard and prioritize marginalized groups and supporting them when they have not been supported before. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. We'll next go to Councillor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the VP University Affairs' point that it is incumbent on the SSMU to be a representative of the people who are most marginalized in this community. That being said, I think implicit in their speech about and the suggestion that we don't need to be a representative of everybody, or you can't please everybody. Nobody here is in opposition to that notion. I think we all recognize the fact that is, of course, the case with any system that claims to be democratic. But we recognize that, and the students recognize that, when they voted, basically everybody here who's in an elected position, all of us were voted into office with that recognition, and in the attempt to have a best faith view of attempting to represent everybody's views. But I also think that it would be unwise to suggest that we would fail to do that we would fail to be a meaningful advocate for marginalized people by being more democratic and by doing more consultation with our actual student groups about doing that. And I think it's important that we make a very clear distinction here about why we feel that it is important that this consultation is improved and is increased. It's not because I seriously doubt, at least for the vast majority of students in general, it's not because we feel the advocacy of marginalized people is a bad thing for SSMU to do. No, it's because members of this student body do experience real feelings and have real lived experiences of marginalization that come from certain either highly politicized or the post or the ensuing controversies. And I think it's important that we address that. And I think it's important that we do have a student union that attempts to represent or at least respect a diversity of opinions within reason, while still maintaining a stern advocacy for those who are most marginalized in our community, but not one that makes students in other categories based on political views or their nationality feel as if the union is leveraging its power against them. And that's what happens in a lot of these cases.
But I do want to make a clear distinction about, at the very least, mine, and I believe my intentions, and I believe the intentions about other people in this who feel that these changes need to be made. But I think it is important that we do ask the should question about making political statements. Yes, it is true that SSMU has, for a very long time, made political statements. It's also true that those statements have, for a very long time, led to a lot of words I can't say in Ledge Council, but the truth is a lot of these controversies truly aren't helping students. And I realize that there is a certain level of responsibility, but we do need to take a serious look. And as a body who is responsible for looking at what SSMU is doing and deciding if it is the best thing for students, it is important that we ask the question, should SSMU make political statements? I will yield my time for now, but I feel that this statement, that this motion, with respect to fulfilling that goal, does need some work. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reed. We'll next go to Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to first point out that I posted the Legal Medical Society, the Medical Student Society policy in the speaking list. So if you could just please pull that up if you don't mind. It's what I mentioned in the previous motion, and I plan on addressing it again here. So once again, I wanted to reiterate that the MSS motion, at our fall GA, which happened 2 days ago, we had a similar kind of motion in which we decided to talk about like public policy statements. And this motion that we produced, which I hope you are now reading now, this is a product of extensive consultations. And as a result of these consultations, we were able to make conclusions. For example, we decided that positions that were already adopted don't require further consultation with our constituents. In addition, it's very cautious in its implementation, including the inclusion of a 1-year trial period with reassessment after this period to see if this policy withholds what we were trying to accomplish. And I would like to also add this, and it's also translated and it's fully available both in English and French. And unfortunately, I don't feel that the current SSMU initiative has been subject to the level of consultations that I'm comfortable with. So once again, I'll have to say I would be opposed of this motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. We'll next go to SSMU President. Your hand was up prior. Do you still have a point?
No, I cede my time.
All right, thank you very much. We'll next go to Councillor Bonin.
Hi. So, member of the Executive VP University Affairs had mentioned an example of like a white supremacy example. And I just want to touch on that for just one second. So I agree that that is obviously ridiculous, and I would never endorse some sort of statement like that. One, because it's abhorrent. And two, which I think is important, is because I'm a representative member of my constituents, and I don't believe that a majority or even a small part of my constituents would be in favor of that. But I really do want to emphasize that at the end of the day, we are elected as representatives. Like I'm the law representative to faculty council, to SSMU council, sorry, long night. And that's why we're here. So if of course, like that specific example would be an abhorrent one, but I just think it's important to note that, for example, like BLM, my constituents are super like in favor of that movement. Black lives do matter. And that's why like they would be so happy with the statements that have moved forward, which is what I think matters more than these specific examples in the motion at hand, especially 15.7, that I think that a lot of my constituents might not agree with, that it resonates with them so much. So that's why I will be voting to oppose this motion, because I don't think that it is representative of how my constituents feel. And I think that at the end of the day, we got elected to represent our constituents as a whole, and that's why we're here.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. We'll move on to Councillor Collins.
Okay, thank you. So I have a few different points that I was hoping to make. I'll just start with one for now because I see that like a lot of people want to speak. So to be perfectly honest, I do find it a bit disrespectful to suggest that we as counselors are scared of backlash. I think that it's safe to say that even amongst all the counselors here, like there are a lot of different political views and different lived experiences based on various socioeconomic circumstances, and we're all undertaking highly political roles. I know many of these counselors personally, and none of them are spineless. So I think that like that suggestion that like we're just kind of skirting our political responsibility because we're scared of backlash is a bit unfounded. And that despite the divergence of views that have been demonstrated amongst us in previous sessions of council, the sentiments tonight with regards to this motion seem to be pretty widely agreed upon. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Collins. We'll move on to Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that the points that have been espoused as non-contentious tonight, I don't believe that they are that. I believe that they hold incredibly neoliberal beliefs that I believe infantilize those that do not believe in or agree with them. I think that this motion should be voted down because while we may not be able to represent all of our constituents, I do not feel that this is a representative list of ideas and norms that that all of the students at McGill can agree upon.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. We'll next go to VP University Affairs.
Great. I want to first start out by like offering a personal apology to Councillor Collins. Like it was not my intent to imply that the councillors present today were like voting on the basis of like fear of controversy. I do stand by like the assertion that I think like we do have political responsibilities that like should of course be prioritized, but like my apologies. Like I, of course, like that was not my intention, and I apologize for that implication. I have tremendous respect for all of you. On a separate note, I feel like, I think like some of this discussion kind of operates on the, or at least like I disagree with the way that a lot of our statements have been presented, in the sense that from my perspective, it seems like the implication is that our statements were pointless, that they like didn't accomplish anything in the end, that like they caused unnecessary like controversy, that they caused unnecessary like hardship. But I do like want council to consider like I don't think it's fair to say that like, for example, our statement on Hong Kong wasn't meaningful for students that agreed with it, wasn't meaningful for students from Hong Kong or the students that believed in like independence for Hong Kong. I don't think it's fair to say that, for example, our statement on Armenia wasn't meaningful for Armenian students to, make them feel supported, didn't make them feel heard. So I think like, while of course we should consider any like negative impacts of a statement, I don't think at this point people have really been considering like the benefits of these statements. The goal isn't just to like force the society into a political ideology. The goal is to respond to the concerns of our constituents, and to support students and student groups that are asking us to support them, particularly like marginalized student groups or underrepresented student groups that are asking us to give them a platform, to give them a voice. So while I think like, of course, like we should consider any drawbacks to statements we released, I don't agree, or I can't agree with the portrayal that like these statements have been futile or haven't been meaningful for student groups. I think like, of course, like there are students that disagree with them, but I can't support this portrayal that like, I think particularly in the sentiments of like Councillor Reed, I can't agree that like, yes, like there were students that, for example, disagreed with our Hong Kong statement, but that cannot be that can't be inflated into a marginalization of Chinese students, for example. And I realize like that was not what Councillor Reed was saying, but in the eyes of like the idea that like our statements have been marginalizing or alienated, I can't see them as such. Yes, there were students that disagreed with us. Yes, that caused them distress. I don't think that can be inflated into marginalization or alienation, because it simply was not that. Like nothing in any statement that we've released so far has been in and of itself marginalizing, alienating, discriminatory. Yes, some students disagree with us, but I don't think that can be conflated with marginalization or alienation. I think what's important, like, again, like, yes, students will disagree with us. That may cause them hardship, but I think like in a game of competing needs, I think we should be prioritizing like marginalized groups, minority groups, underrepresented groups, because again, like we can't satisfy everyone. I know that everyone realizes that we can't satisfy everyone, but again, like the goal here, like I think like eventually we have to accept that like there will always be people who are unhappy. There will always be people who like feel unrepresented by a decision that we make. I think the consideration should.
Speaking time of the VP University Affairs.
Motion to extend by 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 1 minute extension has been granted.
Thank you. So I think like when we're deciding on the political views of the society or like the political activity of the society, I think of course it's important to be representative, it's important to consult, but where there are competing needs, where groups disagree, I don't think it should be based on like a percentage of students that feels one way or another. I don't think it should be based on purely just whatever the majority view of the society is. I think like we have established beliefs, we have established positions, we have like commitments to equity, to human rights, to advocating for those who are marginalized, for those who are oppressed. And to be honest, I think that should prevail over like simply like the whim of the majority of students. Because for example, like we can say that the Black Lives Matter movement was uncontentious in this context, but there are plenty of campuses around the world where the majority of students would have disagreed with that statement. And like, can the counselors here today tell me that if their constituents did not support Black Lives Matter, that they would have opposed the release of that statement? Can any constituents here today say that like if the majority of their constituents were like pro-life or were like pro like police or were pro like more generally like even to go extreme like pro like white supremacy, can any counselors here today tell me that they would go along with the majority of their membership, that they would disregard the policies and positions of the society, disregard our commitment to equity and marginalization to go along with that majority?
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs, SSMU President.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, direct counselors who have stated that like they're opposed to this motion to the risk factors and resource implication section of the motion that was drafted by the VP University Affairs. I think that, you know, I just want to like echo what's in there right now, that if the motion fails, you know, the political stance is going to be ambiguous and they're going to be decided on a case-by-case basis, which has been done, which has ultimately created a lot of controversy. So now that not that I'm speaking like in favor or against like the motion, I just think that for the counselors who are opposed to the motion, I personally at least would look favorably upon like not just leaving it in limbo. Like if it's going to be voted down, something else needs to be brought up so that there's not a limbo. Because while I guess people may disagree with this motion, it's trying to address the limbo that currently exists. And I thank the VP University Affairs for putting in the work to do that. And I wouldn't like to see, you know, the ambiguity remain. So I just want to, draw counselors to that specific section of the motion as well.
All right, thank you very much, SSMU President. Councillor Reed.
I echo the statements of the SSMU President that it does make sense to have some level of some level of consensus on exactly what the kind of politics that we want to collectively have. First, to address the statement by the University Affairs that I was conflating.
Point of personal procedure, Councillor Reed, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Is it better?
Yeah, you're fine right now.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. My microphone is not the best. To respond to the VP.
Councillor Reed, once again, just get close to the mic when you speak, maybe.
Yeah. Is it like dipping in and out?
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to note that this is generally not like counselor. This is a constant issue with Counselor Reid. This is not any like shade. This is just like we've had this discussion before. But I would recommend to everyone, just when you're listening to Counselor Reid, just turn your volume up, because I can hear Counselor Reid when my volume is all the way up.
I'm so very sorry about that. I don't know if it's better I put on headphones. My parents might get me a recording microphone for Christmas, so hopefully second semester might turn out a little bit better. But yeah, I think that yes, it is true that we shouldn't be conflating open political disagreement with harm. But the truth is, 660 plus students from the East Asian community signed a petition and signed a statement that said that harm was done, said that they experienced, in a lot of cases, genuine difficulty because of this. A lot of them were, directly exposed to other people saying the C slur on a comment. And while we absolutely, don't fault, SMU comms or the SMU execs for that happening, the case is that these controversies, if the posts aren't causing harm, that's fair. I don't think that's the intention. I don't think that's ever really in the subject material. But I think that it is important that we think about the consequences of our actions with respect to the controversies that are ensuing. And harm is done in those controversies, and harm gets done in those controversies. But I do want to turn my attention to specifically, because I think this ought to be the subject of discussion, exactly what about this statement that is broadly problematic. I believe that when done in a well-motivated and appropriately democratic fashion, smooth statements of international solidarity, specifically in cases of human rights, can be positive. This motion in a lot of places goes well beyond the scope of human rights. Off the top of my head, I noticed problems with sections 15.4, although that's a little bit lighter, but sections like 15.7 that suggest that capitalism promotes the exploitation of physical and human resources. First of all, I mean, just on the political basis, I think it's incorrect to say solving capitalism would solve any of those problems. But I also just want to state that yes, while SMU works with capitalist institutions, anti-capitalist institutions, it also has an active role, and its coevals do as well in the AUS, EUS, et cetera, of helping students get jobs with often very, very, large and often controversial firms. And I don't necessarily think that in a job market that is constantly getting more difficult, we should take a position that endangers SMU doing that. I also just think it would frankly be a little bit hypocritical of SMU to do that, because I don't know, SMU has like an investment portfolio that's pretty capitalist. And I think that, yes, well, working with anti-capitalist institutions is one thing, embedding that in our principles and in, I'm actually not clear on where this would get embedded, but I think that making that, taking that explicitly, that political stance is something different than just, a collaboration. Furthermore, there are some, statements that just seem to be sort of like economic statements that are really just highly debatable. The framing in 15.9. I have
an extension on council time.
Motion to extend. Ablibidum.
All right.
Thank you say that word.
Thank you very much.
Here, Counselor Reid, go on. You got this. Power to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I promise.
I just need a second.
Seconded.
Very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, Counselor Reid, you may continue speaking for as long as you need.
It's like what happened to the guy from Leicester Asset Management last time. Okay, I promise I won't be too much longer. 15.9 frames humanitarianism as opposite deregulation. And 15.10 makes statements about the dismantling of class statements. These aren't even necessarily things that I personally disagree with, but I think it would be extremely hypocritical of SMU and damaging to portend to be an anti-capitalist institution. And bringing that forward, I don't think it makes sense if we're going to take political positions to embed anti-capitalist language or rhetoric in there. notwithstanding my own views or whether or not I agree with those statements. I just don't think it makes sense to embed those kinds of ideas into our bread and butter or as a political framework without meaningfully or just going forward if we're trying to avoid harm being done in political situations in the future. I will be presently submitting an motion for amendments to this that I hope we can take a look at. But yes, that will conclude it for now. Sorry.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Reed, we'll also note that your audio is much better, your microphone is much better now. We'll move on. We'll next go to the VP External.
Okay, is it really me already? Okay, so I think I keep on again, I'm kind of forgetting the points I'm trying to make, but I think that, as has been said by some councillors, it's important to recognize. It's important to recognize. As has been said, I think by everyone who's made an intervention, it's important to recognize the different concerns that are at stake in the decisions that we're trying to make, and also just to kind of consider how it is that we're making the decisions. So a lot has been made about kind of broader consultation. A lot has been said about political judgment of executives, of councillors, and these as bodies themselves. I guess some things that I'd like to add to the conversation are that, on the one hand, this motion is a motion that is seeking to clarify SSMU's seeking to clarify political commitments.
I have a motion to extend.
Motion to extend by 1 minute.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. Can I have a second? Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 1 minute extension has been granted.
Okay, thank you. I guess I just speak very slowly. I guess I could just say I think that it's worth considering just how if this motion is defeated, we need to think about whether just kind of the nature of this motion itself, what the motion is intending to do. If this motion is defeated, how do we as a council think we can best approach this problem? Because this is an attempt to address a problem that's been identified by everyone in council, or a concern that has been identified by everyone in council. We're here to kind of debate not merely the motion, and we're here to debate the substance and also the purpose, and also kind of I suppose the substance and how we think the substance can be improved, how we think the substance, debating the substance, and also debating the nature of its of the motion's kind of arrival to council. So if councillors think that there is more consultation to be done, I think that's I agree. I think that's fair. More than fair, in fact. I think that we need to be discussing, I guess just to say, I think we need to be discussing at the same time as the conversation that we've had and that has been repeating itself for the past several for the past while. We also need to be thinking about how do we actually think as a council we ought to be we ought to go ahead with making these kinds of decisions, and in terms of one, the procedure, but also the substance, or rather the substance, but also the procedure.
All right. Thank you very much, VP External. VP Student Life.
Personal privilege.
Yep. Senator Darianani.
At what point can I motion?
To call the question?
To postpone, as you may expect.
You've already motioned to postpone this motion, I'm pretty sure. And so given that it failed the first time, unless you would appeal the decision, unless you would motion to not appeal the decision of the chair, but to object to the consideration of the question, a motion to postpone it wouldn't be entertained again.
Okay, well, is it in order if I let the VP Student Life go first before I motion? I do not want to cut them off.
Yep. So we'll take VP Student Life.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks, Senator Darianani. So I want to bring forward a couple points that to me are very salient that might have been mentioned up like previously, but I want to reiterate. So for one, I know folks have mentioned that there is like some concern about like the executive committee making these decisions and taking these stances without like consultation from the rest of the group. And especially as we've seen with the Hong Kong statement and also previously with the Armenia statement, these are motions as a result of this motion that we're passing and the motion that we just recently passed. One or both of those would have gone to Legislative Council if like these frameworks were in place. So that's one thing that I really want to implore our councilors to consider is in a section here in the motion, it states that where possible, when there is like no urgency involved, the executive committee would be bringing these things to Legislative Council in order for us to have a more broad and representative discussion, because I agree that I think the executive committee is in fact like a less representative body than the Legislative Council, and where I think these concerns about like harm of a potential statement versus what like the benefit of potential statement can be debated at Legislative Council. I think that's something that we deserve to talk about is if we release a statement, like what are the impacts of it? What are the consequences? Who will be impacted? Is it better for us to release a statement and support a number of students, or would it be like more harmful for us to do that? I think those are important questions that we should be discussing at Legislative Council and on a case-by-case basis when like things like this come up. And so for this motion especially, I think that it's important for us to create a baseline. And I think that's what this is doing, is it's creating a framework, a baseline for us to be like putting forward motions to write like statements that we can later debate, if that makes sense. So one other thing that I want to mention is I've heard this point about capitalism and whether we should include that in this motion. Just like as a side note, a lot of our services have anti-capitalist mandates, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we should adopt. I know services are technically like departments of the SMU and we're the larger body, but that is one thing that I want folks to consider. And also that I think as long as if the whole council wants it, I think that's something we could take out of this motion too. Like I think this is a changeable, this is something that we should discuss and change and adapt as needed. So I would also urge folks to like take out parts of this or like amend as needed. But I do think that it would be wrong for us to postpone even further if there's only one or two things in this that we don't agree with. And I think that the benefit of passing this today is much greater than like the detriment that we'll get by like pushing this off and like continuing to and looking at it again, I guess, in January. So yeah, that's one thing I wanted to mention is consultation we will continue to do. And I urge folks to continue to consult when there are statements that we need to discuss. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, VP Student Life. Councillor Reid, I'm just going to note that we can entertain an amendment after we've gone through this privileged motion in terms of objecting to the consideration of the question. So with that, Senator Darianani, would you like to put forward that?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Or can I do that later?
We first need a second, then I'll explain what, I'll refresh what an objection to the consideration of the question. So basically speaking, an objection to the consideration of the question is basically an appeal of the question that would thus open up the question to further debate and to be voted upon once again. And so this is just simply means that the objection to the consideration passes, someone would then be able to make a motion to postpone. If the objection to the consideration fails, the motion to postpone continues to remain valid, and it will not be, and then that's the absolute end that this motion can be postponed. That's the absolute end that such a motion could occur, because you can't object to the objection. But with that, can I have a second?
Point of information, can you please repeat that?
Okay. So objection to the consideration of the question. Doing so would reopen up the motion. So first, okay. So ultimately, the goal of Senator Daryanani's point is to reopen the debate to postpone this. Because the motion to postpone has already been entertained and failed, the only way to go about attempting to repostpone, or rather attempting to make another motion to postpone in the hopes of it being successful, one has to object to the consideration of the question. If this gets a majority, this would thus reopen the question, and it would allow people to once again, assuming that a motion to postpone was once again moved, it would allow people to once again discuss and debate their opinions on a motion to postpone. So this isn't the motion to postpone. This would be simply, do you believe we should reconsider the motion to do we believe we could reconsider the opportunity of entertaining another motion to postpone? Does anyone have any further questions? I understand it's very procedural.
I have a point of information, Madam Speaker. Is it a simple majority or 2/3?
I believe it is. It's a simple majority, so 50%.
Thank you.
Yep. Does anyone have any other questions or need further clarification?
This might just be me, but I believe that when I objected to the consideration of the question, was that not 2/3? I remember it being 2/3.
No, it was as well.
Yeah, no, sorry, you're right. I was looking at objection to I was referring to the other similar natured motion under a different name. You're correct. It is actually a 2/3 quorum or a 2/3 majority. So this is to say a motion in the affirmative to object to the consideration of the question and thus entertain any motions that were previously voted down upon would require 2/3 approval. If it fails to reach that threshold, no motions that have already been struck down, such as the motion to postpone, will be entertained in regards to this specific motion. Does anyone else have any further questions?
Thank you.
Yep. With that, is there an individual wishing to second this?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wan. With that, Senator Daryanani, you may motivate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to all the speakers who have spoken prior to me. It's 11:53, kind of late, a couple hours before final season starts. I think my point on consultation holds. I think given that we have already debated some of the points against having this motion, having this motion as a whole discussed during this time, it makes sense to me to ask for some more time for us to consult our constituents regarding this matter, regarding our positions, given that these are large, broad concepts on positions that the society is going to hold for a long term, given the points brought by all the eloquent and powerful speakers before me. I think their arguments hold. So I hope that we are able to object the consideration of the question in order to postpone it to the following council. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to note before proceeding that all individuals with their hands up in reference to the previous item, which was debate on the actual motion, you can lower them now. I've indicated who had their hands up, and so we'll refer to that list when, if assuming we go back to debate, I'll first refer to the individuals who initially had their hands up. If you want to actually speak on the motion to object to the consideration of the question, you may do so. First off, I'm going to ask, is there any, I expect this answer, but is there any opposition?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, hearing opposition, I'm just going to all right. Within the speaking list, there is a specific area now where you can indicate. So, if you'd like to speak on this matter at this time, assuming that all individuals with their hands up currently want to speak on this motion, I'll refer to both the raise of hands and the speaking list. We'll go firstly to Councillor Collins.
Okay. Yeah, I have like a number of things I was hoping to address. I will try to keep it super quick. So something that I don't fully understand is it seems as though a lot of students of color have said that, these geopolitical statements have impacted them in a negative way. And it seems as though there's some sentiments coming from some individuals here that these students shouldn't have felt this way or shouldn't have thought of these statements in this way. And that kind of seems a bit out of line with like the social justice sentiments that characterize these statements. So I don't know, maybe I'm just perceiving that wrong. I'd be interested in hearing like a response to that if possible. Second of all, just in terms of student consultation, I didn't realize I was gonna like blow up and be a big thing. Basically, like I didn't really consult with students on this motion because like it's December, it's final season, we're in the middle of a mental health crisis. Just trying to read the room here. And I would be totally comfortable voting on, a more political motion tonight if it wasn't voting on like literally 13 positions. I feel as though this motion is a bit exceptional, so I really want to respect that. So that's that, basically. And I've kind of made this clear as well, but yeah, I don't agree with the motion from like a democratic standpoint. I don't really agree with the process through which it was moved. I'll divulge a little bit as to why I feel this way. I feel as though there's some irony in the sense that many of the positions in the motion are characterized by democracy and improving human rights and all these democratic liberal values, and yet the motion wasn't even moved by like the most democratic or representative body. I'm not saying that execs do not have democratic legitimacy. I'm just saying that Legislative Council is the most democratic body. I don't want to stop execs from having political views or doing their job as they see fit. I totally respect that. Quite frankly, I want to be a SMU exec someday. I fully intend on running. And if elected, I hope to bring as much passion and conviction to the role that Vice President Frizzle has. And I honestly do mean that. I have a lot of respect for you. But Legislative Council and the student representatives on it are just like objectively the most democratic body. So that's that. With that in mind, I do sort of have a question maybe towards execs or the speaker about like 24-hour email approvals for time-sensitive motions, just with regards to what like my Vice President Student Life brought up in terms of how some of these are really time-sensitive and there's not always time to take them to Legislative Council. I'm wondering if that's an option just for more accountability and democracy there. Yeah, that's that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Collins. I won't strike that out of order, out of consideration, but I'll just note that please ensure that all your interventions remain to the motion at hand, which is to say the motion to the objection of consideration of the question. It's no worries, Councillor Collins, but just going forward, just a reminder for all councillors, I will, given that discussion, Councillor Collins' question had to pertain to the motion at large, I'll make a note of it, and then if we go back to the motion, I'll raise that point, that question, so one of the executives can respond. With that, just again, if that changes, like in terms of what individuals can intervene on, if that changes, if you are willing to speak on the objection to the consideration of the question, feel free to remove your name for consideration for intervention. But with that, we will move on to Councillor Bonin.
Just in terms of reopening the question, I'd like to move to a roll call vote because it is contentious. As last time we did, like, we already decided on this, so we're going to decide on it again. I think it should be by roll call.
Okay. Can I ask you to? I'm going to note that down, and I'll just come back to you. Can I ask you to just re-bring that motion up once we've actually approached voting?
Well, I'm open to amending that.
All right, that's fine then. Can we have a second? Can we have a second then?
Madam Speaker, I second the motion for the ayes and nays.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition to conducting the vote of the objection to the consideration of the question through roll call? Seeing none, when approaching voting, we'll note that this will be conducted through roll call. With that, Councillor Bonin, was that the extent of your intervention?
For now, Madam President.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Bonin will move to VP University Affairs.
Right. I've had my hand up so long, I can't even remember what I was about to say. I do first want to say I'm like very sure that this was not the intention, but the assertion by Councillor Collins that I'm going to assume was directed at me regarding, like, for example, like the I guess like the disregard of the concerns of students of color. I do take that very seriously. I'm sure it was like meant in good faith. Like, that being said, I guess like it's important to consider that like there are like multiple, like in these like very like nuanced situations, like there are multiple disenfranchised or like oppressed groups involved. Of course, like I think that specifically with like the Hong Kong statement, like their concerns are valid. Like the concerns of mainland Chinese students like are valid, regardless of whether or not I disagree with them. Although in the interest of keeping this on topic, just wanted to address that quickly. In the interest of keeping this on topic, at this point, I guess I don't see the point in. Okay, if the interest in postponing is for counselors to like essentially like poll their constituents to like have a better perspective of like what their constituents are interested in, like I think that that's fine. That being said, like the motion, like the position as it is proposed now is like something that I stand by. So if we want to postpone so that counselors might inform their votes, like I think that that is fine. Like I'm in favor of that. If that means reconsidering the question, like that's fair. But I guess like what I think it's important to note that like the position that I have proposed is one that like I stand behind, one that I support, one that I like am in all likelihood like not really open to changing.
And
I was done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. VP University Affairs. We'll next go to VP Student Life.
Thank you, Speaker Hill. So I just want to assert again that my position on this, I think that it's important for us to adopt, or at least to consider this motion today rather than postponing it to January. I'm of the belief that a lot of the things that are outlined here in this I guess series of positions are aligned with our Constitution, aligned with all of our other governing documents, and I think it's important for us to consult on every like statement, I suppose, or every position that we take moving forward. But this particular, I guess like motion, I think it's for the most part, like at least to me, for the most part, I think these appear to be uncontroversial. I think they're things that we can, for the most part, agree on, aside from like the ones that were already debated. But I think it's important that we consider this today, and that we consider. I think this motion also, and the way that we've drafted it, because it's aligned with a lot of our governance documents already, because we've already done a significant amount of consultation on this, I think it's important that we pass it today rather than put it off for later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, VP Student Life. We'll next go to Councillor Krosick.
So again, I'd like to note that I fully respect the importance of consultation. Like I have and will continue to consult on all kinds of motions. My only consideration in this case is I don't honestly know how much consultation will change the vote here. I feel that like people are already pretty set in how they want to vote, and whether or not they consult won't change it more than maybe a few people. I feel like, well, I respect the intention behind it. I just don't know how much effect it will have, and it will make us spend another hour and a half next meeting.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krasik. Councillor Reid.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker. I'm so sorry to be doing this for a second time. I believe I left my hand up. I will try to be more diligent about this. I'm so sorry.
It's no worries at all. That's like just a common reality of Zoom. Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I once again want to state that I'm not per se against this motion, as we passed a very similar motion within my faculty very recently. I just think that in order for such a motion for me to be willing to support along with my constituents, I think there needs to be some improvements. First off, like our motion, it would be better if there was more extensive and deeper consultation, but we've gone through this consultation spiel many times, so I'll avoid that now. GA approval, which was very important for us. We also set a trial period with reassessment so that we could assess in 1 year what the data says, and the data don't lie. So it's important, in my opinion, that we do have this kind of quality check in a set period of time, and also improved accessibility, which I'm sure we all know that there have been recent accessibility issues with potentially having some issues with French translation. And I think this would be a very good step that we could take. And additionally, I would like to bring us back to a point that I mentioned earlier about the Quebec Charter. I believe that I think I might defer to my law colleagues to speak on this better, but I think that the SSMU must abide by the Quebec Charter, since we are a nonprofit under the Quebec government. So I think if anything, this shows that this motion needs to be vetted perhaps by a legal team or people with legal expertise to see if anything is unconstitutional. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're just going to note once again to please keep interventions in line with the motion to object to the consideration of the question. With that, we'll move on to Councillor Smith.
Madam Speaker, I was going to motion to call or to enter into voting procedure, but I do see the VPUA has their hand raised. If they want to take the response to Councillor Juan, I'm more than happy to do that. If they do not, I suggest we go into voting procedure.
All right, VPUA.
Yeah, no, I was going to vote to call it. I was going to move to call the question. Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Great minds think
Second. We don't have to, because there's no one else wanting to speak right now. We don't actually have to call the motion. It's default going into voting period. We have noted that the voting will be done through roll call. And so I will just ask the parliamentarian, I'll read out the attendance. If you can just keep track of the individuals. Oh, excellent. Wow, ahead of the game, parliamentarian. With that, we will begin just in order of the attendance. Once again, you have two options because this is procedural. You can either vote in favor or you can vote against. There's no abstentions within procedural. With that, we'll begin with Councillor Collins.
Point of personal procedure. Can you clarify the question, Madam Speaker?
Yep. So the motion to reconsider the question. So the motion to reconsider the question is to essentially open something that was originally closed. So noting that the motion to postpone this motion first failed. In any other opportunity, in any other case, moving such a motion wouldn't be permitted. But in the case of reconsideration of the question, it sort of serves as a second guess, so to speak, not actually, but it allows you to literally just reconsider that closed, like the inability to entertain it again. This isn't how you vote on a motion to reconsider does not mean, it has no impact on if your on your opinion to actually motion to postpone. It simply is a vote of if you think we should open up the opportunity for someone to move a motion to postpone.
I withdraw my motion.
Your your motion to like
Motion to like consider the question.
Point of procedure, aren't we in voting period? We have to vote on the motion.
yeah, we have to vote on the motion now. With that, we will begin with Councillor Collins.
Sorry. I guess I vote against.
All right, we'll note. Wing, can you keep track of it? Actually, I can.
Yeah, I'm already keeping track of it.
Oh, can you just? Are you keeping?
Yeah, I'm doing tallies. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Can you like do tallies besides their name?
Oh yeah, sure. If you want. Yeah.
All right, Councillor Karasik.
I guess no as well. Yeah.
Sorry, but I hate to do this. It's really just in the interest of time. If I can suspend the rules to say a statement, to say why I want to do this.
I'm going to.
We are in voting period. Votes are being done, Madam Speaker. We have to finish the vote.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd also note that if it was in consideration of time, this would have happened 45 minutes ago. With that, we will move on with the voting. We are not exiting voting. We're moving on with Councillor Smith.
Je vote contre, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. Councillor Williamson?
Nay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Litvina?
Against.
Councillor Mulvaney?
Against.
Councillor Lee?
Against.
Councillor Bullhose is now absent. Councillor Kirksu?
Against.
Councillor Reed?
With all due respect, Madam Speaker, not on your life.
Thank you very much. Councillor Page?
Against.
Councillor Bonin?
Je vote contre.
Councillor Gunderman?
Against.
Councillor Coonson?
Against.
Councillor Wan?
In favor.
Councillor Kodadati is absent. Councillor G is absent. I believe Councillor Morgan is absent. Councillor Fernandez.
Oh, she's absent right now.
Okay. All right. Councillor Sood.
Against.
Councillor Zhang.
I'm against.
Senator Darianani.
Against.
Councillor Morali.
Against.
Councillor Drew.
Against.
SMU President.
Against.
VP University Affairs.
Surprising no one. Against.
VP Student Life. VP External.
No.
VP Finance.
Against.
And Senator Parsons.
Against, please.
With a total of one individual in favor, the motion for the objection to the consideration of the question fails. With that, we will move back into debate on the main motion. Referring to the list that I had curated, we'll begin with VP External.
Sorry. Point of personal privilege.
Yep.
I just wanted to ask about my motion for amendments to the.
Yep, you're very much. You're very much correct. With that, yes, Councillor Reed had moved an amendment. I'm just going to find it. Councillor Reed, can you post it? Only because I don't.
I sent a Google link to our private chat. I can do it one more time though.
Just got it.
Perfect.
I just got it. I'm going to send it to, I believe, Wing. Do you currently have it on, or should I send you the link?
I sent it to Wing.
Excellent. Okay. Wing, can you pull it up then? Okay. So these are the amendments. Are there any before allowing Councillor Reed to motivate? Is there a second?
Seconded.
Very much, Councillor Mulvaney. With that, Councillor Reid, you may now motivate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for pulling this up. I've come up with these amendments that I believe would be appropriate for limiting the scope of this stance to something that reflects, I believe, universally held views on human rights, on social justice, and on equity, and limited the content that makes statements that imply views on anti-capitalism or that essentially make either unsubstantiated or difficult to substantiate claims about macroeconomics, and also contain rhetoric that might be either disagreeable or inaccessible to certain members of the student union. Would the speaker like me to outline what they are?
Yeah, you can if you want.
Okay. In 15.4, the statement that self-determination must prevail over the subversion of democracy and the exertion of undue influence by foreign powers, which have lasting and devastating impacts on developing nations, have been replaced with the statement that all people have the right to self-determination, on the basis that writing this gives us a clear stance on individuals as sovereignty, without bearing certain implications and difficulties with words like undue influence, which is difficult to parse out as to whether or not it is referring to a military, a political, economic, or social influence. In 15.5, the statement that peaceful resolutions require disarmament and demilitarization, it has been redacted to essentially better homogenize views on a universally held view in the interest of world peace and diplomacy, without taking specific stances on the like justifications of having a military. The 15.6 has been modified from that open borders and freedom of movement must be promoted to support migrants and displaced persons regardless of their status or documentation. That has been amended to that the human rights of migrants and displaced persons have been, regardless of their status or documentation, must be upheld. The reasoning behind that is so that we can essentially have a homogenized view on, of course, the rights of immigrants, refugees, and other displaced persons, without necessarily advocating for open borders, which, regardless of my own views, are specific policy positions that would exclude people who care about the rights of refugees and of migrants without necessarily, but who do not necessarily support that as a specific policy. Lastly, 15.7 and 15.9, as well as 15.10, have been redacted. I can give the reasoning behind that, but I've been talking for a while, Madam Speaker. Should I?
We'll ask. Is there a motion to extend Councillor?
Motion to extend Councillor Reid's time by 5 minute maximum.
Seconded. Very much, Councillor Brown and Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, Councillor Reid, you may continue.
Points 15.7. Point 15.7 has been redacted because of its essentially positioning of capitalism as promoting the exploitation of physical and human resources, or being sort of singularly responsible for colonialism, imperialism, expansionism, and globalization, which is, first of all, just a difficult statement to make, regardless of whether or not you support capitalism, to assume that it is singularly responsible for those phenomena. Also, because it supports an anti-capitalist view of SSMU, which we believe is, personally, I believe is not going to be tenable considering our activities. And lastly, contains the mention of the word globalization, which I think is concerning because of its comorbidity with the word sort of globalist that is often used by the conservatives and by even the alt-right, although I'm sure that this was not the intention of those who wrote the document. 15.9 is, sorry, my lights flickered off. I might just drop out in a second here. In 15.9, socialization, social services, and humanitarianism should prevail against deregulation, austerity, and financial destabilization is redacted because of its framing of specifically humanitarianism against deregulation, but essentially we believe that is not a well-substantiated framing of these various socioeconomic phenomena to make. Lastly, 15.10, that class systems must be dismantled to promote to promote socioeconomic mobility. I believe that would be equitable socioeconomic mobility. We object to the word class systems here, specifically because it is not terribly accessible to people who it is difficult, is not well defined within the scope of the statement itself, and also is, of course, somewhat politically contentious. That's about all I have to say. I'd like to reiterate that while this is not, some of these, this does not reflect whether or not those points actually do reflect my personal political views, but I think it is in the interest of everybody to have, if we want to have a consolidated framework, to have one that is truly agreeable. And while I do not necessarily submit this with the expectation that it will allow the motion to be passed, I do think that it is important that should it pass, its scope remain limited to the promotion of human rights, equity, and social justice. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Reed. I'll also note that we've once again hit the time of our 10-minute recess. With that, we're going to begin our 10-minute recess at 0:21. Following, we'll re-enter Legislative Council at 0:31. And once we re-enter, I will do a roll call vote to make sure everyone is still here. All right, with that, enjoy your 10-minute recess, everyone.
You're doing great, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Does anyone know what the record for the longest student council is?
3 a.m.
Okay, we're getting there.
We can do it, everybody.
More than halfway there.
For anyone wondering, actually, we're about 6 hours and about 13 minutes in.
At least we don't have to walk home from the SSMU building after this one's done.
We would be walking to the bars, Jamar.
Oh, that's facts.
Gert's Cafe Food.
The nice thing about doing it in the engineering building last year was that we'd get kicked out eventually. We had like a strict deadline.
I'd be going to the material student lounge to just sleep on the couch.
I remember the AUS office like rules against sleeping in there, and I'm like, oh man, that would have been a time.
I've definitely been woken up by McGill security. More than once.
I don't know if that's something you want to be proud of, though.
I never said I was proud.
We do what we gotta do. The materials lounge does not have that rule, and people do routinely sleep there. I think one of our we had an issue in the mine council last year because one person had like a toothbrush in one of the drawers in the mine lounge because they were basically living on campus.
Okay, that's a move. If anyone wants to see a wholesome news story about a koala in a Christmas tree in South Australia, let me know.
Hey, you didn't send that to us earlier.
I did send it to the AUS chat.
In Slack?
No, on Facebook. But I'll send it here just for you, Alex.
Oh yeah, you did send it to the group chat, yeah. Never mind, you are correct. I just had not watched it. Can do that now.
Okay, I can't send it here, so. But if anyone wants to see it, let me know. I'll PM it to you.
Hey, Alex, is that you eating?
Oh no, did it unmute me again? I swear to God.
No, it was like ASMR, it was nice. Okay, no, that wasn't serious. Yeah. No.
Yeah, no, I have a small bowl of like little rice cracker thing. That's why.
Wait, Noah, management, not services. What wine were you drinking?
Yeah, that was wine. Just French Malbec.
Cute, okay. No offense to services, Noah.
All good.
Services Noah, were you drinking a wine? What kind was it?
I was not drinking any wine, but I got very excited. I thought Brooklyn wanted to talk to me, but I get it.
Okay, what are you drinking anything, services, Noah?
I am not. I keep considering getting a soda, but it might just keep me up longer than I want to be.
I think I can probably top all of you. I've gone from ginger ale to an IPA to a big mug of coffee.
Cute. Okay, to be fair, I went from an iced coffee to a White Claw to now I'm drinking wine.
Unpopular opinion, but White Claws are not it.
It depends on the flavor, to be honest.
I agree.
I have honestly never had them, but one of these days I will.
The mango one is good and the lime one is good.
I hate the mango. The mango is my least. And
I could get with mango.
I agree, Lauren. The mango one sucks.
I miss Four Loko. Unpopular opinion.
Ew.
All the flavors are good if you try hard enough.
Actually, yeah, that's fair, Jamaic.
Or desperate enough. If you don't have any alcohol, then sure, they're fine.
I gotta say the grapefruit is the best.
Is trying hard enough to enjoy it just drinking enough that you can't tell the difference anymore?
I mean,
it's whatever you want it to be.
Way.
So I have to say, Four Loko has been illegal in Nova Scotia for decades, so I never actually got to try it. I moved here after they outlawed it.
I bring it back from my States. I bring it back for my roommates every time I go home.
Yeah, it's basically like jet fuel. It's terrible, but
wait, where can I sign up for that? I want to.
No, I love it. It's the best thing ever.
I'll see if I can snag some for you, Brooklyn.
Okay. No, just drink a vodka Red Bull or something. It's Four Loko, but a lot classier.
And it's a little better.
That would just take me back to high school.
Wait, where is
Nobody
Four
wants
Loko
that.
legal?
The U.S. You can buy it at gas stations.
And a lot
still
of Canada,
$3.99
right?
in the U.S.
What? I thought it was illegal in my state. Let me look this
Okay,
up.
this is why the U.S. is like that.
I gotta know. Oh, what state laws versus federal?
No, I just mean Four Loko being a thing there. I don't know.
Yeah, Four Loko made us like this.
I feel like in the case of Vermont, you're surrounded by woods. What else are you gonna do? Just pound a Four Loko, just walk through the woods.
I mean, that's all I do in Nova Scotia, except unfortunately, it's just shitty IPAs.
That's me and some wheat fields, to be honest.
There's more than just wheat fields. There's also occasional towns around the wheat fields.
Here and there.
What province are you from, Madam Speaker? Can I say Lauren here? Can I say Lauren in this context? Is that okay?
I'm from Saskatchewan.
Oh. Second greatest province in the country after New Brunswick.
Okay, I think you got that the opposite way around. I think Saskatchewan is second worst, and then New Brunswick, probably right down there.
Hard agree.
No.
Apparently,
I'm sorry.
Vermont banned Four Loko 10 years ago. Anyway, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm Nova Scotian. I'm legally required to say that New Brunswick is the worst province.
It's the same for me. Okay, where you have to go, but it's the same for me for Manitoba. You can't I can't name anyone who thinks Manitoba is better than Saskatchewan. It's not it.
Look, my family's all from Manitoba. I'm allowed to say you're right.
My dad's from Manitoba. I could also say that, but Brooklyn, come on, we're supposed to unite against Newfoundland. That's the rule.
I think Newfoundland is objectively better than Manitoba, and Halifax is objectively better than New Brunswick. Sorry. Nova Scotia is better than New Brunswick.
Okay, with that hot take, we're going to move back into Legislative Council at this time. So welcome back to Legislative Council at 034. We're going to move back into discussion on the amendment. As you may remember, that this has already been by Councillor Reid. As such, we will take individuals wishing to speak on the amendment. I'm just going to write it down in the speaking list.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. I believe you're going to call the roll.
Oh, you are very much correct. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. We are going to go back. Parliamentarian, can you just have the attendance open? I just need to make sure everyone is still awake.
Madam Speaker, point of personal procedure, define awake.
I mean, conscious enough to say they're here and conscious enough to be able to vote. All right, with that, Councillor Collins.
Present.
Councillor Karasik.
Present, but at what cost?
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Williamson.
Present.
Councillor Litvina.
Present.
Councillor Mulvaney.
Present.
Councillor Lee.
Present.
Councillor Kirksue. Councillor Kirksue. Okay, we'll come back to Councillor Kirksue.
Okay, is it working? Sorry. Sorry, I was like, yep. Okay, yes.
Councillor Reed.
Alive.
Councillor Page.
Present.
Councillor Bonin.
Envie.
Councillor Gunderman.
Present.
Councillor Coonson.
Present.
Councillor Wan.
Present.
Councillor Sood.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Zhang.
I'm here.
Senator Daryanani.
Present.
Councillor Morley.
Present.
Councillor Drew.
I'm hanging on.
SMU President.
I'm here.
VP University Affairs.
Physically present.
VP Student Life.
Here.
VP External.
Sheila.
VP Finance.
Present.
And Senator Parsons.
Present. Sorry, I was petting my cat.
No problem. Thank you very much. With that, we will now move on to the amendment. And with that, all individuals wishing to participate can either raise their hand or utilize the speaking list. We'll first go with VP University Affairs.
Right. I think it's important to distinguish Councillor Reed, like when you say that these are homogenous, that these are agreeable, I think it's important to note that when you say so, these are agreeable to you. That does not necessarily mean that these are agreeable to all members or even to the majority of members. I think that's important to distinguish. Furthermore, with regards to, I don't know, like specifically 15.7, like if SMU were to adopt, or like, if SMU were to, like, whether or not we like clearly state that SMU is like anti-capitalist, I like policies like the sustainability policy, like our position on the environment and environmental sustainability would not be possible if SMU was pro-capitalist. Like SMU has like expressly stated opinions against capitalism. Like regardless of like, as a society, like we have an investment portfolio, does that like kind of affect like how genuine an anti-capitalist position we have? Like, I think it very well might. That being said, like I don't think it's fair to care. Like I don't think we can ignore the fact that like not only does SMU associate itself with anti-capitalists, not only do departments within the SMU, like services, have very, very explicit anti-capitalist positions, but the SMU itself, in the majority of its like environmental, like advocacy, also adopts anti-capitalist positions, like positions against exploitation of both physical and human resources, positions against expansionism, positions like in all of our advocacy regarding like indigenous solidarity, indigenous advocacy, specific positions against colonialism, against imperialism, against expansionism, even actually to my knowledge, even in our like indigenous beliefs, are quite anti-capitalist. Sure, I will concede that I haven't come across a document within society that says that SMU is anti-capitalist, but I would say that every other document implies as such. Like the SMU is anti-capitalist, whether or not we say that it is, at least politically speaking. And I think that to deny that would be to deny like our sustainability advocacy, our indigenous advocacy, like the beliefs of our services, like the beliefs of like the organizations that we choose to associate ourselves with. I think like that's important to note. Furthermore, with regards to like our opposition to class systems, like that in and of itself is also
an extension of the time. Is there an individual wishing to extend?
Extend by 2 minutes. Is that okay?
Thank you very much. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition?
Oh, can I just ask sorry, not Senator Frizzle, Vice University Affairs, would you like more time than 2 minutes?
2 minutes should be fine. Thank you, Senator Parsons.
All right, with that, is there any opposition? Hearing none, the 2 minute extension has been granted.
I'm still waiting on someone to say no. But yeah, like our opposition to class systems is like fairly enshrined in both our equity policy and our policy on Indigenous solidarity. Our positions on like disarmament and demilitarization existed in our policy against harmful military technology, which like yes has expired, but also was very clearly opposing like militarization more generally. So like I realize that the goal here is to like be more like I don't think we can like let's call a spade a spade. The goal here is to be more centrist. The goal here is to like kind of like push the political needle of SMU like further towards the right. I don't think anyone can deny that that's what's happening here. And like in principle, if that is like what the society believes in, that's one thing. But it is another thing to do that like just in utter disregard for the existing policies of the society, like for our advocacy in the past. Like I'm sorry, but in everything but name, SMU already is anti-capitalist. SMU already supports disarmament and demilitarization. SMU already opposes class systems. Like those are just like facts of the society's political advocacy. I will say that nothing in this position is new. All of these are based on the existing political advocacy, the existing policies, the existing positions of the society. Absolutely none of this, absolutely none of this, like nothing that you can point to in this position can't already be applied to some aspect of the society. And I feel like that is important to acknowledge. This isn't the establishment of a new position, it's the clarification of existing positions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. We'll next go to Councillor Bonin.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that I don't think that Councillor Reid's amendments necessarily push a needle left or right because the needle hasn't been really set yet, especially in this document. I think that Councillor Reid's amendments kind of allow for the motion to be a little less focused on one ideology, but it doesn't necessarily focus it to another either, which is why I personally like the amendments. Councillor Reid doesn't necessarily take away in terms of going against something that was in the motion. It just, his amendments simply make it so that some of us would feel more confident that our constituents would be in, like their views would be in line with this. So I want to point that out. I'm also of the view that you don't necessarily have to be anti-capitalist to believe in climate change, but it's a different story. And I just want to say that I think that we should, we spoke about the Quebec Charter before, et je pense qu'on devrait l'ajouter à 15.10. So I think we should add it to 15.10.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. We will move on to Councillor Karasik.
Right, so one thing I will say is some of these changes in the amendment, I would guess will be, let's say, more controversial than others.
Councillor Karasik, we can't hear you. Point of personal procedure.
We're going to come back to Councillor Karasik. Yeah, we're going to come back to Councillor. Okay. We're going to move on to Councillor.
Could the councillor maybe turn off his camera?
Yeah, Councillor Karasik, do you want to try turning off your camera to see if that's better?
Does it work now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So sorry about that. So I know it's 12:45. I know this is going to be a spicy take, but I really feel like some of the changes in this amendment are going to be more controversial than others. And we should probably approach them change by change. Whether that be voting or just discussion-wise, I feel like it will do us a disservice to just talk about them all at once. I know it's 12:45 at night. I don't want us to go for that much longer, but I feel like it's probably the best move.
So would you like to motion to divide each motion to divide the question?
Jeez, I want to say not yet at least, but in the future, yes, I would.
Okay. Councillor Wan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to suggest an amendment to the amendment just to include the Quebec Charter. So the amendment I am suggesting is, what's the best way for me to do this? I guess I can read it out loud. In 15.13, I'd like to suggest that it instead read that above all else.
Councillor Wan, can you just either copy and paste it within the speaking list so people can also see it?
Oh, perfect.
Can I make a quick point of order?
Yeah.
Councillor Bonin motioned that already. Je pense que le Conseil Bonin a déjà demandé pour l'amendement.
I believe it was he expressed an intention to motion, but didn't actually motion.
Yeah, that's all.
But
that I took.
Doesn't make too much of a difference, eh?
All right.
On that note, I second Councillor Wan's motion. Amendment.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, Councillor Wan, you may motivate.
Yeah. So as discussed before, I believe that it's important for the Quebec Charter to also be respected along with the Canadian Charter and everything else. And I would like to ask Councillor Reid if this is a friendly amendment, because I believe that if it is, then we might not even have to discuss and deliberate further.
Yes, it's a friendly amendment.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll just get the parliamentarian to note that change. Excuse me, as necessary. So we'll just wait.
Sorry, could you repeat the change, please?
It's within the 15.13.
I would note that point is now 15.10, but
okay. Yeah, it's amend 15.10.
Sorry, what precisely, in the wording I meant?
It just copy and paste. It's just copy and paste what Councillor Wan submitted. Minus the.
Thank you. Oh God. Oh, I don't have edit access. That's the problem. So
I can do it.
Yeah, if you can provide me access, please. Thank you.
Or Councillor Reid, you can just put it in.
Sure thing.
Or that, but could you also just give me edit access for?
Yep.
Or and I'll just move it back onto the main motion. I'll copy and paste, I guess, if that's okay.
We'll wait to we'll wait to copy and paste it until after it's passed or not.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay, with that, it is friendly. As such, we will move back to debate on the amendment. And we'll note that the debate to the amendment includes the amendment to the amendment. So what Councillor Reed has prepared. That we will move on to Councillor Bonin.
Madam Speaker, my hand was likely up from my last intervention.
Completely acceptable. Councillor Karasik.
I was going to just now motion to vote clause by clause. If that's amenable to, I guess, the VPUA.
At the end, this is to notice. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, they can accept it. It doesn't matter if it's amenable. If a motion is a motion, and this is to no offense of any of the of the movers. It's just it ultimately doesn't matter how the individual mover wishes to take it, because since it's not an amendment, regardless, you would like to put forward that motion.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Can I have a second?
Jacques Prida motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Before, no, we'll give Councillor Karasik a time to motivate, and then I'll ask if there's opposition. So, Councillor Karasik.
So as I've said, there's some of these are a lot more contentious than others. I don't think anyone disagrees with, say, 15.10 adding in the Québec charte des droits de liberté de la personne, but others might be more contentious. I feel like it's best for us to go over and discuss these and debate and vote on them point by point rather than anything else, just in order so we can actually address them all properly.
Councillor Reed, could you renumber the subsections there? Because when Councillor Karasik mentioned 15.10, there's some ambiguity right now. Or again, if you can provide me edit access, that would be ideal.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure quite what you mean. I will put on editing access.
So if you can see on the top and bottom of my screen, there's 15.10 that highlighted in red, and there's 15.10, the new amendment that you added.
Yes, I did re-edit those to reflect what it would be without those statements. Would you like me to change it back?
Thank you. Whatever the chronological order would be.
Okay. Yeah. I can just change them back, and then as needed, they will be readjusted later.
Councillor Reed, I assumed that 15.10, the red 15.10, didn't correlate to the new 15.10. That was a completely different point.
That's correct. I adjusted them to reflect what they would be without the edits, or without the particular points redacted.
Okay. Can I ask a point of information?
Yep.
For Councillor Karasik, are you motioning to just debate the points in pink?
It would be to debate all of the amendments one by one. So I'm assuming that yes, given that item, Councillor Reed, correct me if I'm wrong, but given items 15.7 remain unchanged, those would continue to not be voted on. But we would, for example, vote on 15.7. After we've conducted that, we'd vote on 15.9. After that, we'd move on to 15.10. I'm also going to ask if an individual, either the wing or Councillor Reed, if you could also highlight the 15.13, just to note that that is also an amendment.
I believe it's highlighted in yellow.
The whole. Okay, yeah, there we go.
Because there's an addition.
Yeah, that works. Okay, perfect.
And then on point of personal privilege, just my apologies for saying Councillor Karasik instead of Councillor Reed.
No worries. Thank you very much for the correction. With that, I'm going to assume that there is going to be opposition, but nevertheless, is there opposition?
I have a point of personal privilege.
Reed?
Would this entail debating each point individually and then voting on each point individually as separate pieces of debate, or would we just go into a sequential vote?
No, it would be a debate. It would be a debate vote on each amendment.
Would it be possible to have, procedurally, would it be possible to vote, to have ideally a more fleshed out discussion where we identify the issues and then have a singular vote, but one where sequential votes are taken for each point. I'm trying to remember if this is a thing from Model UN, but
I don't.
Madam Speaker, I be allowed to respond?
Councillor Karasik.
I feel that honestly, if we were to do that, it would basically be the same end result. Whichever ones aren't contentious just wouldn't have a debate or would have like almost none. So it wouldn't really make a difference either way.
Yeah, so I'd recommend going with the current recommendation of just going voting, debating and voting on each one separately. Councillor Smith.
I think my point might probably be invalid, but I was going to say if we could suspend rules vote for a 20-minute generative discussion, then go into a vote motion by motion, we would identify what method of voting we want to do, which would then give the parliamentarian some time to get that organized. Because I think we also need to note that however we're doing this, whether that's via roll call, whether that's via Zoom poll, whether that's via Google Sheets, it's still going to take time to organize. And I think we owe it to the dais to at least make sure they have that time. So whether that's we do it by generative discussion and just kind of let it go, or we go into a recess to allow that, I'm flexible with whatever. I hope the mover to the motion and Councillor Reid, Councillor Cross and Councillor Reid are also amenable to that, but I do think we should take the dais' considerations.
Thank you very much. I'm also going to note that I appreciate your sentiments, Councillor Smith. As the individual that makes the forms, however, it's a very simple copy and paste. I'm just I'm going to be quickly typing amendment 15 points, whatever, and that's it. And so if you would move a generative discussion to that extent, it wouldn't really be necessary, just given that, because if I know what's happening in advance, I can literally whip all of them up in a matter of 3 minutes or less. And certainly in time for each motion. That being said, if you would like to motion to suspend the rules for a generative discussion, you still could.
Can I raise a further point of information?
Councillor Smith.
If we if we did this to vote on every session amendment, do we have to go through? So we do 15.9 is the first one I see. Vote 15.9 is motivated, then we go into question period, then debate, then into voting procedure on that.
It wouldn't be motivated. And there wouldn't be questions. It would be debate and then vote. And then at the very end, I'm just going to note at the very end, say 4. I don't know how many. I'm just naming random numbers. Say 4 to the 6 amendment passed. We wouldn't then enter into a vote to approve the amendments. The single votes would then be reflected into the passage of the amendment as a whole. And so at no point will the motion, if we go under division of the question, will the amendments be considered as a whole? Are there any further individuals with points of information, points of clarification?
Point of clarification. Can you just repeat the last 2 sentences that you said there? I'm sorry.
So basically what I was saying is regardless of how many motions passed, how many of the individual amendments passed, after we have finished, for example, so after we had finished voting on item 15.13, regardless of how many passed, we wouldn't then move to a vote on the amendments as a whole. They'd always just be approval of the amendments would just be considered one by one. And so at no point will someone have to be no point will this whole section of amendments be considered by grouping if we go under division of the question.
Point of information.
Smith?
Would we be able to set speaking times for each? Because I am looking at timing. It is quite late. And we still have 2 other motions and reports. So I'm just wondering how we would, because I think this is a good idea, but can we?
We do have speaking times according to the standing rules. It's
or kind of a speaking limit, with discussion we say it's 10 minutes.
That requires an amendment to the standing rules. We can do this very quickly. Amendment to the standing rules requires no. Okay. With that, we're going to continue with no upper limits. Are there any other individuals wishing to seek clarification or points of information at this time? With that, is there opposition to the division of the question? Okay. With that, we will now move into division of the question, and we'll begin with the first item of the amendment. I'm just going to note it on the speaking list. Wing, can you move up, please? Councillor Reed, I'm going to be often referring just to ensure 15.4, is this a change?
That's correct.
All right. With that, 15.4, all individuals, will note that this is debate. All individuals wishing to take part in debate on 15.4 specifically can either raise their hand or by way of speaking list.
Madam Speaker, seeing no debate, I motion to call the question to vote by roll call. It'll probably be easier and quicker than doing
Second.
All right.
I had my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yep. Sorry. My apologies. I also didn't see that. VP University Affairs.
Okay, I'm going to be doing this for all of them, but when it comes to self-determination, that one was based on our Indigenous Solidarity Policy, which calls on the SMU essentially to support self-determination, self-governance frameworks. It's in Section 5 of the Indigenous Solidarity Policy. So regardless of, I'm just going to say this probably a lot tonight, but regardless of this position, essentially like regardless of whatever 15.4 says, the SMU will still support self-determination and like and self-governance. I believe the rest was just like the essentially like acknowledging the concerns of like the undermining of democracy, which again, like if that's not something that we want included, that's fine, but just making sure everyone's aware that like this is already another policy.
All right, thank you very much. VP University Affairs, are there any other individuals wishing to participate in this one? Councillor Reed? No. Councillor Bonin?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to echo like the self-determination piece wasn't removed. It's yellow. So the only parts that were removed were the exertion of undue influence by foreign powers and the subversion of democracy. So I think that we would still be in line with the SMU Indigenous standing that the Vice President University Affairs mentioned.
Okay, thank you very much. Wayne, can you just move up to the original motion just so I can see what the original 15.4 was? Down. So just to confirm, Councillor Reed, this would be an amendment by removing portions of 15.4?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. With that, are there any further individuals wishing to speak? Seeing none, there was a motion. I'm not sure who, I'm going to ask someone to remake it. There was a motion to conduct this by roll call.
That was moved by me, Madam Speaker. Would it, and this is actually a question to the dais, would it be quicker to go by roll call or quicker to go by Zoom poll?
If we speak fast and I can speak fast, it will be faster.
Let's do it that way.
I second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, I will just ask the parliamentarian, Wing, if you can just do like the 15.4, just like, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, Councillor Collins.
Yes.
Okay, we're just going to note that yes means in favor of the amendment, no means obviously against the amendment, and within these ones you can also abstain. Councillor Karasik.
Abstain.
Councillor Smith.
Je vote en faveur.
Councillor Williamson.
In favor.
Councillor Litvina.
Abstain.
Councillor Mulvaney.
In favor.
Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Kirkzu.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Page.
In favor.
Councillor Sood. Oh, sorry, I missed a bunch. I'm sorry. Councillor Bonin.
Oui, Madame la Présidente.
Councillor Vinderman.
Favor.
Councillor Coomson,
In favor.
Councillor Wan,
In favor.
Councillor Sood,
All right, in favor.
Councillor Zhang,
In favor.
Senator Darianani.
Abstain.
I believe Councillor Morali has left. Yeah. Councillor Drew.
In favor.
No president.
Abstain.
University Affairs.
Again.
VP Student Life.
Against.
VP External.
No.
VP Finance.
Abstain.
And Senator Parsons.
Abstain, please.
Wing, can you tally that? I believe it's you not. Yeah, I don't even have to.
It's majority in favor.
I'll publish these. Like I'll send you guys these after, just for sake of time. I'm not going to read them out. Majorities in favor. Item 15.4 has passed. Moving on to item 15.5. We'll note that what is highlighted in red has been changed. All individuals wishing to speak on item 15.5 can indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hand. Councillor VP University Affairs, then Councillor Reed.
Right. As I said, this one was from our policy against harmful military technologies, which specifically advocated for the SSMU to take a stance in support of like demilitarization, or I guess just more generally against military development. Also in line with like past statements we've made. I believe also like our statement on like police violence. So again, in line with past policies. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reed.
I want to note that it is not the intention of these amendments to in any way like object to past policies or fail. There's no failure to acknowledge that those have been the past policies of SSMU. The distinction that is being made here, and I think this will come into view more clearly with the anti-capitalist or the anti-capitalism, I guess, debate that will surely happen with 15.3, is about meaningfully adopting this as how SSMU will conduct actual political work, specifically with respect to releasing statements. And in that view, it is less about the precedent set by SSMU services or by past SSMU actions, and much more about what is going to be tenable for our constituents and what is going to help us avoid situations where controversies and outrage that is sparked by SSMU's political statements, or either I'm repeating myself, by those controversies or by the statements themselves causing harm to students in the future. And so I want to clarify to the VP University Affairs and to anybody else who is unclear on this, it is not my intention to suggest that SSMU hasn't done this work in the future. I surely am, and my personal support of it doesn't come into question. It doesn't come into the question here. But this particular amendment is made so that we can have a statement that more. So we can at least have SSMU unambiguously be in support of international cooperation, while leaving motions that might, or statements that might be specifically against nuclear development or against military development that could be perceived certainly as more contentious, is left to a more case-by-case basis, so that members of the executive council or anybody else making a statement in the future has to actually debate these more contentious issues, as opposed to going back to this motion and saying, well, hey, in 15.5 it says that this is part of our jurisdiction. And so it is not about saying what we can't do. It's not about saying what we haven't done, but it is about reframing. It's about what we can frame to be unquestionable to our students and what we frame to be worth debating on a case-by-case basis when these things actually happen. And situations like denuclearization and disarmament, regardless of whether or not I personally support them, I believe, and my constituents have told me, that is something that ought to be up to the in terms of good governance, up to the decision of students. And for that reason, I hope that we as representatives can agree on that, and that you will vote in favor of this motion. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krosick.
Okay, this one I actually do have. I do actually kind of agree with the with the idea, well, the change for the main. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm a little bit tired. This I actually do kind of agree on because I fear 15.4, if unchanged, might put us at a stance that would be against the self-defense for minority communities. Like whether or not that's the intention, it's something I worry might potentially come out of this as well. And I definitely, at least personally, wouldn't support taking a stance that would be against self-defense minority communities. So I feel like this actually does have like a secondary effect as well.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krosick, VP University Affairs.
Right. Again, like I made a clarification to answer Councillor Reed's clarification. I guess, like, regardless of even like my opinions on this amendment, when I say that like this comes from SMU's existing policies, I mean to say that SMU has already adopted this position, even if it is not contained within the position on international solidarity. So while I agree that like these statements like should be consulted on, like should go to council ideally, I would just say that like it's not necessarily correct to say that like we won't still be able to point to like our policies and positions as justification, because we can still do that. This is still present in other policies. We just won't be able to point to this particular position. Although like that, I won't say like I'm kind of ambivalent about this particular amendment, but I did want to make that clear.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs, Councillor Krosick.
Oh, no, sorry, that was just me not lowering my hand. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Seeing no further individuals wishing to participate, I'll just confirm. Yeah, seeing no further individuals wishing to participate, we're going to move forward with a vote. Once again, in favor or against, or abstain. Councillor Collins.
In favor.
Councillor Krosick.
In favor.
Councillor Smith.
Je vote en faveur.
Councillor Williamson.
In favor.
Councillor Litvina.
In favor.
Councillor Mulvaney.
In favor.
Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Kirkzu.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Page.
In favor.
Councillor Bonin.
Je vote pour.
Councillor Gunderman.
In favor.
Councillor Coonson.
In favor.
Councillor Wan.
In favor.
Councillor Sood.
In favor.
Councillor Zhang.
In favor.
Senator Daryanani.
Against.
Councillor Morali is left. Councillor Drew.
Against.
SMU President.
Against.
VP University Affairs.
Against.
VP Student Life.
Against.
VP External.
No.
VP Finance.
Abstain.
And Senator Parsons.
Against, please.
I'll note that this has also reached the 50% threshold to pass. So this amendment has also been approved. With that, we will now move on to the next amendment, which is, I believe, item 15 point. If Wing, can you just pull it up? 15.6. All individuals wishing to speak on 15.6 can indicate so via the speaking list. VP University Affairs.
Right. So, yeah, I guess I will say like this one is a bit like less strongly footed in our current positions and policies compared with the other ones. So, you know what, like I'm again ambivalent about this.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in speaking on this matter at this time?
Could I request a point of personal privilege?
Councillor Smith.
Would it be, I don't know if it's possible on this document, I see it doesn't have edit access, but for the highlights to be removed after they're in, would that be possible?
Yeah, we can get Either Councillor Reed, I know you're not the parliamentarian, but I also like the parliamentarian is also doing voting. Would you be okay with removing the highlights as we go?
If Councillor Reed can provide me edit access, I'd be more than happy to make the edits as we go along.
I can do that. I'll let me just figure out quickly how to. I'll do this first, and then I will figure out how to do that without accidentally giving it to everybody. But yes.
All right, thank you very much. Moving on, are there any other individuals wishing to speak? Seeing none, we will move on to a vote. Wing, if you want to format the highlights, that's fine. I can do the vote. All right. With that, Councillor Collins.
Approve.
Councillor Krosick.
Sorry about that. Abstain.
Councillor Smith.
Je vote en faveur.
Councillor Williamson.
In favor.
Councillor Litvina.
In favor.
Councillor Mulvaney.
In favor.
Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Kirkpatrick.
In favor.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Page.
Approve.
Councillor Bonin.
Je vote pour.
Councillor Gunderman.
In favor.
Councillor Kunzen.
In favor.
Councillor Wan.
In favor.
Councillor Sood.
In favor.
Councillor Zhang.
In favor.
Senator Daryanani. Senator Daryanani. Councillor Drew.
For.
SMU President.
In favor.
VPUA.
Abstain.
Sorry, did you miss my vote?
I called you, but you didn't reply.
Can I vote now?
Yeah.
Thank you. In favor.
VP Student Life.
Opposed.
VP External.
No.
VP Finance.
In favor.
And Senator Parsons.
Abstain, please.
With the majority in favor, this one has also been approved. Moving on to item 15.7. All individuals wishing to speak on item 15.7 can indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hands. VP University Affairs.
Okay, again, this one is like literally just extracted from our climate justice policy, our sustainability policy. Like, I'm sorry, but regardless of the outcome of this amendment, SMU, at least politically, is anti-capitalist and will continue to be anti-capitalist regardless of this amendment. Like, I can cite specific sections, so section 3.2 of the climate justice policy touches on, section 3.3 causes. Position SMU directly, like literally spends the entire time talking about the harms of capitalism, position SMU against capitalism and capitalist expansion, and like capitalist globalization. Section Section 4 of fostering sustainability and Section 3, understanding sustainability, both also position SMU against capitalism and acknowledge the role of capitalism in promoting exploitation of physical and human resources. Like regardless of how we vote, I guess like I could say that this position doesn't even need this section because it is already present in other governing documents. That being said, I think it would be nice to like have all of our like international facing positions in one place. But like if, for example, I were to make a statement tomorrow condemning capitalism, I could still do so and still like be well like within the confines of like our current policies. That's not to say that like I wouldn't do so without like consulting like counsel. I like agree and like take everyone's points on consulting counsel, but like this, like of all of the positions here, is just like that is the SMU, that follows the SMU's mandate, it follows the SMU's policies. Like this it is undeniably like a position that SMU is in line with and has taken in the past.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Karasik.
Yeah, I would like to respond to a point brought up by Councillor Reid a little while ago about the specific measure of globalization potentially being conveyed or being seen as anti-Semitic. I would actually argue against that. I don't believe mentioning globalization will inherently mean that. In fact, if someone who is Jewish, I wouldn't believe that. Like, there's definitely ways that you could use the word globalization, but it's very specific, contextual, and I don't think this context really applies to it. So I don't feel like that's a like real concern in this case.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Karasik. Councillor Bonin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while I think the importance of capitalism as a major contributor to climate change can't be ignored, I don't think you have to be anti-capitalist to be against climate change. I think actually a lot of our developments in climate change have been capitalist movements. But anyway, I won't get into that. I think that in terms of like statements on international disputes, the biggest thing here for me would be in 15.7 would be colonialism, and I would not want to see it removed. However, it is in 15.8, so I'm happy with striking 15.7.
All right, thank you very much. VP Councillor Reid and then VP UA.
To first respond to Councillor Karasik, when I was making that point, which I'll admit was more of a secondary point, it just struck me because it does have a certain comorbidity with members of the right. I didn't specify anti-Semitic, although that is certainly one way in which the word is used by conservatives. But I do think that it is necessary, even if you were to remove the context of that word from the situation. I also think the fact that it's just a little bit difficult to define. Globalization could, if you are talking about a human mobility standpoint, refer to the open border statement, which was previously in 15.5. So it's just not an excellent word in terms of just like the implications of it. But that's beside the point. And to answer the VP University Affairs statement, I recognize that is that those sort of past policies and those past patterns of SMU have been there. I just don't personally see that as a reason that I should support it. And I don't see that as a reason why councillors should support it. I don't think councillors ought to vote on precedents. I mean, the purpose of government of governance is to look at what we are doing and see if it is sustainable or not. And so the judgment that I am making based on what I have heard from the EUS Board of Directors and from the EUS Council and from the many, many people who have flooded my McGill US inbox about this, the extrapolation that I am making from that is that taking a strictly anti-capitalist stance is not going to be a politically tenable thing. And regardless of that, certainly there could be, but I don't think that it ought to be enshrined or instantiated in an actual piece of legislation that is meant to lay a groundwork for future statements. And I'm not disputing the possibility of statements that are anti-capitalist being made in the future, but the idea of this being the precedent that we deliberately set is something different. And I think we need to make a distinction there, and we should not say that just because we've done this in other places in the past that we ought to do it here. And secondly, I'm so sorry. It is just that late. I forgot my second point, but yes, that is my take.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reid, VP University Affairs.
Great. Thank you all for your points. I think that there have been some misunderstandings. I'll first address Councillor Bonin. It's not that SMU, it's not that we support sustainability or we believe in climate change and therefore we are anti-capitalist. It's that literally in the policies on sustainability and climate justice, we acknowledge the harms of capitalism and position ourselves against capitalism. Yes, it is in the name of sustainability, but it's not just because of sustainability. It's just we're I don't know how else to say it, that this position has already been taken. If we're going to debate SMU's position on capitalism, it's a bit too late for that. That position has already been established. if we do want to like debate Smooth's position on capitalism, I feel like we can, of course, like look at amendments to the sustainability policy, amendments to climate justice policy, amendments to the position on climate justice, which again, like is quite permanent and is also in the literally the same book. I would also say that like in terms of, I think it's a mischaracterization to describe it as like past policies. Like they are current policies that currently govern how the society is run and currently govern the positions of the society. So I guess like, yes, Councillor Reid, like you're correct in saying that like by including this, we would be reaffirming our anti-capitalist stance, but it is still a stance that existed before this position and will still exist after this position, regardless of whether 15.7 is in there or not. Like 15.7 has no impact on the anti-capitalist stance of the society, unless we also want to tack in a repeal of the sustainability policy, climate justice position, and I also believe the Indigenous solidarity policy as well. But again, so I still like very valid points. You're correct. Like this is reaffirming that position, but I think these are all things that should be taken into consideration when we vote on this amendment.
All right. Thank you very much, VP University Affairs, Councillor Gunderman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say briefly that whether you agree with the statement or not, we all agree that this is highly polarizing and a very divisive issue. So just because in that nature, I don't see how it could be in this framework. I think any criteria that's listed here has to be somewhat of a universal criterion, and it has to be representative of the student body, at least a majority. And I think that this capitalistic stance, even though it might be implemented in the Constitution or wherever, is only held by a significant majority among the students.
All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Gunderman. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak on this matter at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to a vote. Councillor Collins.
Approve.
Councillor Krosick.
Je vote contre.
Wayne, can you help? Sorry, my Wi-Fi is being slow again. Sorry, Councillor Krosick, can you just repeat how you voted?
Je vote contre.
Councillor Smith.
Je vote pour la motion, Madame la Présidente.
Councillor Williamson. Councillor Litvina.
Yes.
Councillor Mulvaney.
In favor.
Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Kirksu.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Page.
In favor.
Councillor Bonin.
Je vote pour.
Councillor Gunderman.
As management representative, I vote in favor.
Councillor Coonson. Councillor Coonson.
In favor.
Councillor Wan.
In favor.
Councillor Sood.
In favor.
Councillor Zhang.
Favor.
Senator Darianani.
Against.
Councillor Drew.
Abstain.
SSMU President.
Against.
VP University Affairs.
Again.
VP Student Life.
No.
VP External.
No.
VP Finance.
Against.
Senator Parsons.
Against, please.
Wing, I think I'm going to need to tally. Can you count the no's and I'll count the yeses?
I have 8 no's.
Okay. All right. with 15 in favor, 8 noes, and I think 1 abstention. The item 15.7 has also been approved. Moving on to item 15.9. All individuals wishing to speak on item 15.9 can indicate so via the speaking list. VP University Affairs.
Yeah, okay. So I guess this was kind of keeping in line with the stated anti-capitalist positions. That being said, I don't really agree with the characterization that like I think it kind of stands to reason that like socialization, social services, and are specifically are kind of opposite to deregulation, austerity, and financial destabilization. I would say that if the problem is with the characterization of humanitarianism as being counter to those things, like I think that we should have then just removed humanitarianism. I don't really see the point in removing the entire section if the stated problem was humanitarianism, being the portrayal of humanitarianism being counter to deregulation, austerity, and financial destabilization. So unless people can present me a reason why SMU should not oppose deregulation, austerity, and financial destabilization, I don't see this as being an amendment like fit to be approved.
All right, thank you very much. I'm also just going to note that I'm going to bring myself back into order. When I say wing, I will correct myself and say the parliamentarian for the purpose of the minutes. Councillor Karasik.
Right. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like this is a fairly uncontroversial one in comparison to some of the others. Like, basically every single university and at the very least every single student union in the entirety of Quebec, if not a large portion of Canada, has had this since like at least 2012. Basically, if not enshrined, then followed in large part. This is one of the things that, like, as a group that specifically is in large part built around services and helping those services help the community, I feel like this one probably wouldn't be like all that unheard of for us to support, which is in large part why it's basically been like the de facto position for quite a long time, honestly. So I feel like this one isn't actually like really a controversial issue.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Krosick. Are there any further individuals wishing to speak at this time? Councillor Reid.
I would say that that's actually fair points by the VP University Affairs and by Councillor Karasik. I would personally look favorably upon at least the removal of humanitarianism, just because of the implications of certain economic policies as being blatantly anti-humanitarian, which I think is politically tenuous and also a little bit just difficult to substantiate from an economics theory point of view. That being said, I do say that I would say that the importance of social work and humanitarianism is, or social work and of social work is something that would be tenable for the universe for the student union to favor. Excuse me, I'm so tired. Goodness.
All right.
I'm so sorry to everyone, but can I move an amendment to the amendment?
Okay, VP University Affairs, can you just say what the amendment would be? No motivation, just say what it would be.
Yeah, it would. So 15.9 would remain as is, with the exception that just humanitarianism would be removed. So it would read, I can put this in the chat, that socialization and social services should prevail against deregulation, austerity, and financial destabilization.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to ask the mover, is this friendly? Councillor Reid?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry, I can't remember the seconder at this point. The seconder of this, is this friendly?
Sure. We're not here.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Bonin. With that, we will move on. And so all individuals wishing to speak on 15.9 now as amended. VP University Affairs, is this from before? Or do you want to speak again?
I can speak again. I am perfectly fine with this. Point taken, Councillor Reid. I agree that it is not necessarily fair to say that humanitarianism is, in all cases, opposed to deregulation, austerity, and financial destabilization. I think, yeah, like that is a fair correction. I am fine with this amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further individuals wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, we're going to move forward with a vote. Councillor Collins.
Approve.
Councillor Karasik.
En faveur.
Councillor Smith.
Je vote en faveur, Madame la Présidente.
Councillor Williamson.
Approve.
Councillor Litvina.
Yes.
Mulvaney.
In favor.
Lee.
Approved.
Kirksu.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Page.
Yes.
Councillor Bonin.
Yes. Should have motioned unanimous.
If we're in voting, it does not matter at this point. Councillor Kunzen. Sorry, I missed Councillor Gunderman. Councillor Gunderman.
In favor.
Councillor Kunzen.
In favor.
Councillor Wan.
In favor.
Councillor Sood.
In favor.
Councillor Zhang.
Yes.
Senator Darianani.
In favor.
Councillor Drew.
Favor.
President.
In favor.
University Affairs.
Yep.
Student Life.
Abstain.
VP External.
Yes.
VP Finance.
Yes.
Senator Parsons.
Approved. I'm sorry, I forgot the word.
No worries. All right, that one has also been approved. We will now move on to item 15.10. All individuals wishing to participate in 15.10 can indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hand. Councillor Reid.
Of course, my personal views on class systems notwithstanding, I do think that phrases like dismantling class systems is a little bit opaque, difficult to define, and also tends to be heavily rooted in political ideology, and therefore is something that, when instantiated in a statement, should be something that is done on a case-by-case basis, as opposed to something that is inherently enshrined in SMU's internal policies. So I suppose I could look up, I would consider an amendment to change this amendment to essentially to that equity and socioeconomic mobility should be promoted. If people think that that's a good idea, I would support that. I chose to redact the whole thing because I thought that such a point wouldn't be particularly powerful, but that could work as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Reid, VP University Affairs.
Okay, while I would take the amended version over the redacted version, I will just say that our opposition, first of all, our position in favor of the dismantling of class systems and more generally in support of socioeconomic mobility and equity are they make up a fair chunk of just the background of our equity policy, which is arguably, I feel like I have to say this given my position, but is probably our most important policy. I fair point. I think that for someone that might not have as much background knowledge or just investment in this kind of political activity, it might be a somewhat opaque sentence or just not the most accessibly worded. That is fair. That being said, I also don't know that you can promote socioeconomic mobility and equity without also in doing so you are dismantling class systems. We could change the wording, but in essence, if SMU were to support socioeconomic mobility and promoting equity, that involves the dismantling of class systems. So we can reword it to take out class systems to make it more palatable. But in essence, it would be the exact same thing either way. And even without 15.10, it is still already in our equity policy, fairly substantially. I oversee that policy. So I think like at this point we're just kind of playing around with semantics. Like I think that it's fine as is. Like this is well within SMU's mandate. I don't like personally. I also don't see like many people on campus supporting class systems. Like I don't know if that's just me. I don't see 15.10 as being controversial at all. In fact, like I was very surprised that like this was a target of an amendment because in essence, like this is something that SMU has been very dedicated to. Like half of our services are dedicated to promoting socioeconomic mobility and like supporting students that can't otherwise support themselves, whether that's like financially or socially. Like all of our efforts with regards to like students from foster care, with regards to like lowering the cost of education are exactly in line with 15.10. I don't see this as in any way changing the status quo. Like this is the status quo. And I don't see it as being controversial. So I don't see a need for this amendment. If anything, like we can talk about wording, but I don't know that semantics are reason enough to kill this one.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak on this matter at this time? Councilor Reed.
I would comment that most of the concern has to do with the idea of the phrase dismantling, which for various people can remove anywhere from. It's just a little bit difficult to define for many people. That in terms of varying definitions can range from like social welfare programs to an outright Marxist revolution, and I think. If such wording is to be used, should at least maintain some more clear definitions to that point. That being said, I think the idea of SMU, of course, supporting and socioeconomic mobility is something that is broadly and unilaterally supported, and I'm well aware that is involved with challenging class systems. It is mostly about the opacity of that word in particular, or that phrase.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak? VP University Affairs.
Yeah, if the problem is the word dismantle, we could say something like discourage, or that we could even reword it to say that like that socioeconomic mobility should be favored over class systems or something like that, if the problem word is dismantle. But I think that this is still like an important sentiment to keep.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any other individuals wishing to speak at this time? Councilor Reed.
I would support the VP University Affairs' wording that socioeconomic mobility should be promoted and favored over say traditional class systems. Would it be possible to add that as an amendment to my amendment?
I will move that amendment.
Excellent.
Parliamentarian, I will send you the wording via.
Thank you.
All right. With that, depend. Okay, we'll wait because it ultimately won't change the amount of time.
Actually, I'm so sorry. Can we say must be favored?
Councilor Reed will take that as amenable. I'll also ask the second. Councilor Bonin, is that amenable? Councilor Bonin?
Bonin just said that his Wi-Fi cut.
Okay.
I can ask him if he favors a second, if that's legal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Okay. This change, is it acceptable to you?
The must in lieu of the should?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, with that, are there any further individuals wishing to participate in debate on this matter at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to a vote. Councillor Collins.
Approve.
Councillor Krosick.
Abstain.
Wing, I don't know where you're typing. Sorry, parliamentarian, I don't know what you're not typing into the correct area. Councillor Smith.
Jim abstain.
Councillor Williamson.
Abstain.
Councillor Litvina.
Abstain.
Councillor Lee.
Approved.
Councillor Kurtzu.
In favor.
I believe you skipped Councillor Mulvaney.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Mulvaney.
Yeah, abstain.
Councillor Reed.
In favor.
Councillor Page.
Abstain.
Councillor Bonin.
Je vote pour.
Councillor Gunderman.
Abstain.
Councillor Coonson.
Abstain.
Councillor Wan.
Approved.
Councillor Sood.
Abstain.
Councillor Zhang.
Abstain.
Councillor Senator Darianani.
In favor.
SMU President.
In favor.
Way.
In favor.
VP Student Life.
In favor.
VP External.
Yes.
VP Finance.
Yes.
And Senate Persons.
Approved, please.
Parliamentarian, if you can just total the amount of abstentions, and I will do the amount of yeses.
If it matters, I'm in favor.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Drew, thank you very much.
I have 9 abstentions.
There's a clear majority in favor. With that, item 15.10 will also stand approved. Moving on to item 15.13, my apologies. All individuals with wishing to participate in voting in debate on this matter can indicate so via speaking list or by raise of hand. Councillor Krosick.
Seeing as this one is, I don't think it's going to be controversial. Can we just vote by unanimous consent on this one?
A motion to approve by unanimous consent. Can I have a second? Thank you very much. Is there opposition? Hearing none, this will stand unanimously approved. With that, we will return to debate on the main motions. On the main motion, rather. All individuals wishing to speak. I'm going to erase the individuals who were first speaking because I think much of the points that they've initially raised are now nullified or no longer relevant. All individuals wishing to speak on the main motion can indicate so at this time. AP University Affairs.
I think as counselors, we've spent a lot of time on this. We've done our jobs. I appreciate the contributions of everyone who has, in the end, I think made this hopefully a more agreeable position, one that is maybe more representative of all of our constituents. I thank you all for sticking with me on this one and not kind of just tossing it aside. I appreciate all the effort that's been put in. Can I move to call the question, please?
Yep, we have a motion to call the question. Is there any opposition? Sorry, I need a second. Can I have a second?
Seconded.
Very much, Councillor Bonin. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the question has been called. Voting has now opened.
Gotta find that voting doc again. It's been a while.
Oh my God, actually.
I think I closed my tabs 2 hours ago on this one.
For the interest of counselors, the longest running council is 8 hours and 55 minutes.
Counselor
What
Cross.
are we at now?
Counselor Cross, your Wi-Fi again.
Councillor Crossick's Wi-Fi sounds like a musical instrument.
That's
As the
not
music
what a
senator,
musical
I-
instrument sounds like. Sorry.
What I
Depends how
sound
good you
like
are.
when I play a musical instrument.
Sounds like any musical instrument I play.
RT.
All right. We are still below quorum, everyone. So please ensure that you
Yeah, I'm
vote.
getting there, okay?
I can't find the document. If someone can like PM it to me, that'd be pretty
I can do
greatly appreciated.
Okay.
Okay, it's in the chat.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
We'll give everyone 45 more seconds. Fifteen more seconds. Five more seconds. And with that, we'll announce the closure of voting. The results of the vote are as follows: 18 in favor, 2 opposed, and 3 abstentions. The motion has been approved. Moving on to the agenda. Moving on to item 13D, motion regarding an amendment to the timeline of elections and referendum 2020-1203. SSMU president.
Yeah, this is just a motion to shorten the elections timeline because it's super long and it can contribute to fatigue. Everything else is in the motion. So let me know if you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to clear this quickly. All individuals wishing to take part in question period could either indicate so via the speaking list or by raise of hand. Seeing no individuals with questions, we will move on to debate. All individuals with debate wishing to participate in debate. Councillor Karasik.
I'd like to motion to vote by unanimous consent.
I will just first ask one more time if there's any other individuals wishing to participate in debate, and then I'll entertain that. Okay, seeing none, Councillor Karasik has motion to approve by unanimous consent. Can I have a second?
Second.
Seconded.
All right, thank you very much. The parliamentarian, can you just indicate this in the speaking or not in the speaking list within the
In the results, yes, I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Moving on to 13E, motion to endorse the motion to extend the satisfactory or unsatisfactory SU option in fall 2020 presented to the McGill Senate and mandate the Senate caucus to draft a letter of endorsement to the McGill Senate Steering Committee on behalf of the SSMU. VP University Affairs.
Sorry for the long-winded motion, everyone. Yeah, I'm just going to talk about what would happen. I have a steering committee meeting tomorrow morning where I have to essentially single-handedly convince a room full of McGill University administrators to care about students, which is super fun. Sorry, I'm tired. Essentially, this motion is just asking for council's approval. I would Senate caucus and me as chair, I would just draft a letter and submit it in the steering meeting, indicating that the Legislative Council supports the passing of the motion. I think we had a lengthy discussion about the SU. I would prefer not to re-enter that discussion. But if anyone has any questions.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any individuals with questions on item 13E at this time? Seeing none, move on to debate. All individuals wishing to participate in debate. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to again thank the Vice President of University Affairs and the student senators for all their hard work on this. I think what we heard earlier tonight, what we heard last night at Senate, what we've seen in, I don't know what the group is called right now, but McGill University Poll Party, what we've seen on other forms of social media, this is something that students generally want to see. And I think it's a real shame that admin is not hearing those concerns and hearing the priorities of students. And I really want to reemphasize that I think this is a really important initiative given where we are, given the unprecedented, I know that's the word of the year, but year that we are in right now. And I think this is a really important initiative. I really, really encourage all of council to support this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Reid.
Yeah, I would be frankly surprised to see anything less than unanimous support for this. And would also like to echo Councillor Smith's statement to say to give my thanks to everybody who has worked on this, specifically to VP University Affairs Frizzle. I realize that they and I have been on opposite sides of the debate for most of this night, but and I apologize for extending your night with what may or may not be a latent defense of capitalism, but not my personal politics. In any case, thank you so much for the work you're doing, and thank you for coming to Ledge Council as well on top of it and participating actively in the way that you have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any Councillor Karasik?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo again what's already been said. But I've heard from constituents, both directly and indirectly, this is like an issue they absolutely care about. I think this is definitely something SMU has the ability to do, to at least do our part to help. And I see no reason we shouldn't. So for that reason, I want a motion by unanimous consent if possible.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. I'm just going to, Councillor will entertain that once we've concluded debate. Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to mention that in the Faculty of Medicine, things are graded satisfactory, unsatisfactory on a baseline. And that has been probably the single most biggest boost to my mental health since transitioning from undergraduate to the graduate. I guess it's still undergraduate, but anyway, so I think I totally support the satisfactory, unsatisfactory option, especially in the context of the pandemic. So I'm definitely for this too. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Smith.
I was also going to motion to call the question, and I just wanted to say to the Vice President of University Affairs that you have the support of 22,000 people behind you. You are not alone in this fight, and we're with you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Smith. We need, with Councillor Krosick motioning to approve by unanimous consent. Can I have a second?
Jeffrey.
A second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, the motion will stand unanimously approved. Moving on to reports by committees.
Point of personal privilege. Would it be possible to, if the VP University Affairs or anybody else has it at hand, to put the petition to the petition on in the chat so that representatives can easily access it for their respective faculty councils?
I can put it in the speaking list.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Gunderman, you may leave indefinitely. We'll recognize the permanent departure of Councillor Gunderman. We're going to try. It's bad governance to try and postpone things, especially given that it's a break. So we're going to try our best not to. That being said, I ultimately can't control council, but we're going to do our best. Furthermore, we are also getting dangerously close to losing quorum. And unless you just want to not do legislative council and you want to purposely lose quorum, then you can do so. But I would encourage you not to lose quorum. Senator Daryanani.
Apologies for going against your will, Madam Speaker, but I motion to postpone, to mandate all councillors to read the reports at their own time and direct questions accordingly to the councillors who will or should have been presenting tonight.
All right. For just councillors?
No, execs included.
But not committees or including committees?
All reports.
Okay. All right. With that, we have that. Can we have a second?
Second.
Wait.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lee, yeah, Councillor Smith.
Can we motion for a 5-minute recess to allow people to read reports if they haven't done so? And then we would then have a kind of shortened question period. Anyone can ask questions, and then we motion to adjourn. Would that be amenable?
I don't think that would. I don't think that would be great. That's just my opinion.
Well, I'm not amendable to that.
Parliamentarian.
I think my rationale for this, I was thinking that this is a bad idea because it's already 2:00. It's already very late. I don't think councillors will get a good reading of the reports. Also, just if I may, I really do believe that committee reports are a bit more important, and there are things of substance such as the CGRC that's on deck. So even if you guys want to postpone, I would say postpone the councillor and executive ones, but leave the committee ones for presentation. Thank you.
I would also support that. That being said, I'm not going to rule against it, as it's not my position to do so. I wouldn't look favorably on postponing or simply allowing people to read these, because at the end of the day, we can't guarantee people are actually doing that. That being said, this has been motioned and seconded. The hands up. Senator, I'm going to go through them. Senator Daryanani.
Well, I'd just like to seek, as a point of personal privilege to the parliamentarian, would it be in order, or would you be favorable to postpone it to next legislative council? Is there anything that's time sensitive that needs to be voted or discussed?
Funding is pretty important. Accountability, especially given that we're the last at the last council of the semester, and CGRC, I would say.
CGRC absolutely has to report because we haven't reported this semester. I believe BOMCOM hasn't either. Yeah, generally speaking, I wouldn't even look favorably upon postpone, especially considering that either these have things that have to be approved, such as funding, or as well, like services review absolutely has to be entertained. It's against the committee's terms of reference. Same with CGRC, same with BOMCOM, and same with accountability. So generally speaking, committees should stay at bare minimum. At least committee reports should stay on, if not all reports.
Well, except the executive committee, I amend to keeping B, C, D, E, and F.
It's 3 minutes. Can we just keep committees?
Yeah, I would look favorably on keeping them all.
Well, I wouldn't like to disagree with the VPUA. I was just considerate about their time for sleeping.
I'm fine. Thank
All right, Senator Daryanani, would you like to retract? Would you like to amend?
Well, no, I amend
to include the
the committees.
Okay, Councillor Krosek.
I just want to quickly ask, just so we can be sure, for the executives and councillors who have to report, is there anything that's time sensitive that you need to get through that needs the reports to be presented, or is it otherwise fine?
Executives.
I would like to ask the counselor, because I have a meeting with Principal Fortune next week, so I'd like to run some things by counselor.
I'm also going to note that ideally everyone, we have all the individuals, obviously reports by counselors, they haven't yet had the opportunity to present. And so at the very least, I would look more favorably on these being postponed as opposed to them not being reported, them not being actually presented at all, given that that's just an opportunity for them to sort of showcase them, and they don't have the same exposure or recognition with they don't have the same recognition by just reading it. That being said, never mind.
Personal privilege.
VP University Affairs.
With the time that we're spending discussing this, we could have gotten through a fair chunk of reports at this point. Can we just move through with all of the reports? I don't care.
All right, Senator Daryanani.
I happily withdraw the motion.
All right. With that, we will move on to committee reports. We'll begin with item 14A, report by the Executive Committee. And SMU president.
Yeah, I won't. I'll just try and summarize the salient ones. So we signed on to the petition for the extended winter holiday. We approved $150 for our full-time employees for any furniture or equipment expenses that they may have incurred due to working remotely. And we hired a Black Affairs commissioner. Those are like the salient ones. But you can look through it and let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the executive committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 14B, funding committee, and we have VP Finance.
I just have a question because technically there are two presentations here, but one of them is for approval. So due to the recent amendments, do I have to do the second one?
Sorry, repeat your question.
So I have two presentations. One is like the closing balances, and then the second one is the recent funding applications for approval. Because of the recent amendments to the funding committee terms of reference, do I have to do the second one?
No.
Okay, no. Fantastic. Cool. So I'll try and get through this quickly. So we'll start with Club Fund. Keep in mind that these are somewhat restricted departments, and therefore the starting balance is based off of surpluses from previous years. So you'll see all the approved funding applications within this department and the starting closing balance. Moving on. Campus Life Fund, starting balance, closing balance, all the amounts. It's there. Ambassador Fund, same thing. Community Engagement Fund, same thing. Equity Fund, same thing. And then the unused funds from this year so far. So if you know anyone who is interested in applying for funding, tell them to apply for funding. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the funding committee? Seeing that, we will move on to item 14C.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that point of order, I believe that needs a motion.
No, given the VP Finance, correct me if I'm wrong, but given the passage of the recent amendments amendments to the committee terms of reference, or am I mistaken?
No, that's correct. None of these exceed 15% of the total fund.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we will move on to item 14C. We'll note that this report for the Services Review Committee has not been submitted for this time period. As such, failure to submit will be considered by the Accountability Committee. Speaking of which, item 14D, Accountability Committee. Good evening, everyone. As the co-chair of the Accountability Committee, I will be presenting the report. So you can see the membership is as follows. We also have two directors who will be joining to sit on the committee. Accountability Committee meets on an ad hoc basis as deemed necessary by the committee's co-chairs, so by myself and the parliamentarian. We had our first meeting on November 23rd, and you can see who was present. So this was our first time meeting. We reviewed what the purpose of the committee was and its focus for the year. With this, we reviewed Legislative Council absences and missed reports. We are in the process of levying penalties as necessary. We also briefly discussed the idea of the accountability survey as well. The next meeting of the Accountability Committee will be held from 10 to 11 a.m. EST this coming Monday, December 7th, 2020. Are there any are there any questions on the report of the Accountability Committee at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to 14E, BOMCOM, SMU President.
Yeah, BOMCOM met major things that came out of this is we're going to restructure the committee membership just because the SMU restructured its operations department. So we no longer have an operations director, which is a position that's listed in the membership. It's going to be substituted with the general manager. This committee can probably work a lot with the 5-year plan implementation committee for the operational aspects of that. We'll discuss that more in the winter semester. The committee's going to do a walkthrough through 501P on the University Center to look at some of the spaces that we'll be discussing. And then you can see all of the preliminary brainstorming plans that we came up with. That is all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of BOMCOM? Seeing none, we will move on. I'm going to note that I may need an extension on this time. I will do my best. But good evening, everyone. It's nice to see everyone. In my position as governing documents researcher, I'm here to present the report of the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee. So as you can see, we have and for members, we have myself as both GDR and Speaker of Council. We have SSMU President, VP University Affairs, VP Student Life, LSA President, EDU Education President, Councillor Reed, Councillor Krosick, the Governance Manager, as well as a member at large. Going forward, we are going to have two directors sitting on it, including Director Smith, as well as VP Student Life in her director capacity, as well as Senator Addie Parsons. As well, I'm going to note we currently need representation from independent service group, independent student groups, as well as services. So the services represent, if in any case, if anyone knows anyone who may be interested in joining the CGRC, please let me know. Just email me at gdresearcher@smu.ca. We also still need representation from the Big Four. We need one individual to sit representing one of the Big Four faculties. So again, if you could report back to your faculty executives, they have to be a member of the executive. If you could report back to them and let me know if they have any interest in joining, that would be excellent. Within this, you can see what the purpose of the CGRC is. Generally speaking, we review governing documents and governing documents and bodies of the society, largely in line with my independent work as governing documents researcher. We meet bi-weekly on Fridays at 1:30 p.m. EST. Okay, so we've had 4 meetings this semester. The first one we met on October 9th. We went over introductions, review and roles of responsibilities of the CGRC, and my position as governing documents researcher. Including this, we discussed the mandate for 2020 to 2021, including my mandate that I've been given by the SSMU President and Governance Manager, as well as the individual mandate that I set forth for CGRC. We also discussed the issues that committee will be highlighting for the year. October 23rd, following the failure of the SSMU referendum, we began talking about discussions from the 2020 Constitution, including judicial board. With this, we talked about increasing autonomy of the judicial board, as well as keeping the current name for Legislative Council representation. We discussed the role of Senate caucus representation, and we discussed executive voting on council. For November 6th, 2020, we talked on remaining topics from the 2020 Constitution, including Legislative Council representation, including reintroduction of non-faculty representation to include Indigenous affairs, equity affairs, francophone affairs, as well as include the new additions of Black affairs and queer affairs. For services representatives, we've talked about increasing the number of seats to 2. For clubs, we've talked about increasing the seats to 3. For theology, we've talked about reintroducing their seat. We've also discussed the potential removal of residences, possibility of MCSS representation. We also indicated our favorability to a joint board legislative council session, as well as the role of executive voting on council once again. Senate caucus, we talked about the clarification of roles and responsibilities within the larger governing documents ecosystem. We also just talked about a clarification of structures of powers as a governing body within the society, as well with a division of duties between Senate caucus and legislative council. Lastly, we had our meeting on November 19th. We discussed, again, the judicial board. We had the Chief Justice present, so we talked about increasing autonomy of the J board, making distinctions between it and other committees of the board of directors, reconsideration of existing bylaws for ultimate failure of ratification, clarify separations of powers, clarifying reasons for failure to ratify decisions. We also talked about board of directors composition, and within this, we talked about the role of councillors. Okay, can I have an extension on my...
to extend as ad libitum.
Thank you very much, Councillor Krosick. Can I have a second? Thank you very much. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, I will continue. For Board of Directors composition, we talked about the role of council representation with the possibility of potentially reducing the number of seats from 4 to potentially 1 to 2. We also talked about the role of alumni representation as well as professional representation. For executive elections, we talked about the idea of slate elections, appointments, and status quo procedures. We also talked about the specific idea of the VP Finance being appointed, as well as inclusion of criteria such as like recommended skills experience for candidates. Lastly, committee priorities for the winter 2021 semester. This is largely going to focus on student-led initiatives. So for example, Councillor Wan has approached me about the addition of an Outaouais representative to sit on Legislative Council. I'll be working on that, as well as any other student-led initiatives that come forward. Largely speaking though, as I have concluded part 1 of my work, I'm going to be hosting consultations with stakeholders with the ultimate goal of bringing forward a new constitution for approval at the winter 2021 referendum. And with this, bringing forward actionable recommendations to Legislative Council, focusing on revising the Constitution and other governing documents of the society. With that, I've concluded my report. I'll go to questions. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is to you in your capacity as the governing documents researcher. What is your email?
My email is gdresearcher@smu.ca.
Great.
VP Finance.
Could you elaborate on the VP Finance appointment?
Yeah. So this was initially brought forward by Councillor Reid, because Councillor Reid has indicated that I believe it's within the EUS that they appoint their VP Finance, given that it was just largely a larger discussion whether a VP Finance should they be political? Should they be political? Do they need to run a campaign, given that to some, a lot of it is just managing the funds of the society, as well as the idea that a lot of times it's very beneficial for having the relevant experience, past experience in accounting or like a finance major, et cetera, et cetera. So just looking at like previous experience, as well as the fact that we also highlighted that appointment processes would generally make it more less stressful for the public, in the fact that some individuals may be shy, so to speak, about approaching having to campaign in front of 26,000 people. And so this could be served as a way to mitigate that. That being said, this was not this is simply a discussion. We haven't actually voted for and against, but this was just as something remarkable that was brought up during the last meeting. Councillor Smith. Oh no. Okay. Are there any further individuals with questions on the report of the CGRC? Councillor Krosick.
Can you confirm that CGRC is a really great committee to sit on and people should please sit on it?
I can very much confirm. We have a really poppin' group chat where we send memes. Generally speaking, it's probably one of the highlights of my week, because everything is completely the opposite of council, and the fact everything is so stress-free and everyone's just happy. But yes, a CGRC, if you want to join, even as a member at large, please let me know. I'd be more than happy to have you. Or if you just want to be there for consultations, again, please let me know. Be more than happy to listen to you and to take your opinions and feedback. Are there any other individuals wishing to participate in question period on the report of the CGRC? Seeing none, we will move on to reports by councillors. We'll begin with item 15B, report from Councillor Williamson.
Awesome. I'll try and make this short and sweet. Start off with I'm Libby Williamson, I'm Arts Rep. My email's there, along with my office hours and a quick fun fact. AOS Ledge Council, when this report was written, met on November 17th. We had a confidential session in which executives were not allowed about our executive accountability survey. There were 3 motions brought to council, 2 of which passed. One was an electoral form motion regarding Canada's electoral system. It did not pass. The other 2 were to amend the lapse of constitution and the FMC decisions. We had another meeting December 1st, again, when this report was written. Then personally, I had a SMU mental health accountability meeting this week, and also the mental health roundtable. SSPN just finished a scavenger hunt. It went really well, and we are giving out prizes and planning our next events. And then for AUS work, I'm working with CAPS to plan Work Your BA and an NGO/volunteer fair. So if you guys have any of your favorite NGOs or volunteer groups, send them my way. And then the Arts Community Engagement group partnered with Sex and Self and Peer Support to host a trivia night. I stand for questions.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. Are there any individuals with questions on the report?
Yes. Could you elaborate on the electoral reform motion, just the nature of it?
Yes, so it was brought about by CSOS of the Canadian Studies, and it was asking for AUS to take a stance on election reform within Canada. So changing from the current electoral system to, I believe it was Alex or Chip, feel free to jump in. I am forgetting what it was.
It was to switch to MMP.
MMPR.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we're just going to note Alex and Chip refer to Councillor Krosick and Councillor Smith for the purpose of the minutes.
My apologies.
No worries. Senator Parsons?
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to ask what the vote margin was for it.
A great question. I will have to look that up. Give me 1 minute.
Councillor Williamson, do you want to defer to me?
Absolutely.
It was like 5 people in favor. Most council and all exec either abstained or voted against.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Smith?
Sorry, no, that was for last time. I'm sorry.
No worries. Are there any further questions on the report? Senator Darianani?
Yeah, apologies, but I'd like to seek clarification from Councillor Smith about the exact voting. As far as I know, we do not take numbers, or we do not record votes by numbers in a U.S. council. So is that an estimation, or?
Councillor Darianani, I'm more than happy to get that for you. It was taken by roll call, so there would be a number. I will more than happy to find that right now, and then if I can find it while we're in council, I'll get it to you. If not, I'm happy to get it to you in another way.
Councillor Smith, the AUS website is down, so that might be a little hard to do.
Typical.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further questions on the report of Councillor Williamson? With that, we will move on to the report of item 15C, report from Councillor Page.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Hi, I'm Kai. I didn't meet a lot of you because first year council gets elected after everybody else, which is also why we started meeting in October. Yeah, there's just that introduction of first year council represents first years. Feel free to ask any clarification. So yeah, usually it is a council that holds a lot of events around helping first year's transition to McGill, but we don't have that this year. So we're focusing mainly on social media to just boost interaction and kind of take first years out of the social vacuum that a lot of them has been thrown in, trying to get post engagement. We started off with just introducing the team with like truth or dares to get people commenting and stuff. That didn't go well. Since then, we've had a competition, a giveaway of McGill merch, which I elaborate on below, that has gone really well. We had like 4 times as many comments as we do followers because people weren't really following the 1 comment per person rule. Basically the budget is usually for events, and it's we don't have that money to spend this year, so instead we're spending it on prize giveaways of McGill merch for all these competitions, just including showing like McGill Pride, International Student Pride, all sorts of stuff just that can be easily done socially distanced, taking a few ideas from other councils that are reported here. If you could scroll down. TikTok challenges and stuff. Res tour vlogs for a lot of students that haven't yet gotten here, kind of bridging that gap between all the international students that haven't gotten to see the campus and the people that are here. We're looking at getting some events similar to what we usually would have, moving away from Zoom as much as possible to do stuff like Discord and Among Us nights that would be more, people would feel more encouraged to join. We've been joined by SSMU president twice in our meetings, and we've discussed a possibility of a Go Local program to get people into university environments wherever they may be in the world. And also, mentioned above, some mental health initiatives for students in res that I believe might be becoming policy in the next few councils. If you could scroll down. Yes, our budget is not finalized, but it's pretty much just McGill merch and shipping that to students wherever they may be. And I think that's about it. Scroll down. I think there's just a going forward. Yes, expanding on that. Hopefully bringing some legislation. This is outdated. I started attending affordable student housing committees, and I'm looking forward to setting up some sort of workshop for first years that will be moving out next year on Quebec tenant housing rights, just so people are prepared for the rental market. I will be setting fixed office hours at this point. It is just a point of publicizing them on our social media. And yeah, I have an upcoming family care committee meeting with student life, and that is it. I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Krosick.
How are you feeling about SMU? I swear it's not normally this long. But how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. My first meeting was the other one that went super long, so that was intimidating, but a broader sample size, I feel better about it.
Also, I'm going to strike my own comment out of order, but Councillor Krosick, we seem to be remembering last year's council wrong, because last year's council, I think there was one meeting that went under 4 hours.
Look, last year was something. I remember the one that ended at like 3 a.m.
We'll move on to item. We're going to strike that. We're going to strike the speaker's comments out of order, given that it was not relevant. We'll move on to item 15D, a report from Councillor Kodadati. Senator Parsons, Councillor Kodadati had indicated that you would be reporting in her absence. Is that still acceptable with you?
Yes, I will. I'm so sorry. I've gotten 3 hours of sleep in the past few days. So moving to MUSA Executive Council, we have a buddy program underway where upper years get paired with first years, and it's like a mentorship program. Typically, if we weren't in person, we would like get coffee with them and just talk to them about their classes, their lives, how they're adjusting, if they're having a healthy like practice schedules, school. The next big item is having more ensembles for next semester, and there are going to be certain ensembles that are going to be in person. So that'll be interesting to see how that rolls out, and then there will be some that will still be online. The next one is there was a referendum for the renewal of the computer lab fee. So this is basically a large amount of the software used for undergraduates in the computer lab, but also to pay our IT workers and to keep the software that we use updated. If I can remember the exact reason why it didn't happen this semester, I think it was a technicality on the way it was written. But I can correct that or submit a correction for the minutes if I'm wrong on that. But we will be doing that again in winter 2021. Next, MUSA finally has a LinkedIn, so if you want to go like it, go ahead and do that. There have been some concerns with deferrals. There were some course pack concerns, but with the help of Vice President University Affairs, that seems to be more under the rug now. That's not the phrase, but you know what I mean. There were some course outlines and syllabi that were being worked on. There was an issue earlier on in the semester where some profs weren't giving out syllabi or course outlines, or they just weren't helpful. I don't want to say good because that's disparaging, but you know what I mean. We've been trying to suggest a wellness committee, and then it says referendum twice, but we can skip over that. So then the MUSA Constitution Rewriting Committee, we've been rewriting our Constitution. We've been editing certain executive duties. All of the amendments were approved by the executives. We are hoping to have it finalized and out for referendum winter 2021 after our Vice President Andrew Backer, who is also my roommate, who I really hope I'm not keeping up right now, after he translates it, it'll be sent out for referendum, and hopefully it will pass, and then we'll have a working constitution. And then Councillor Kododati has also listed her previous and upcoming meetings. There is not a MUSA Executive Council public meeting until January. The Constitution Committee has stopped meeting, and then she has also included her information here. Just give you a brief rundown. She's super cool. She goes by she, her. She's a U2 faculty program, minoring in music ed. She plays piano, and she's listed her emails. So that being all said, are there any questions on Councillor Kododati's report or anything to do with music, Councillor Kododati or myself? That was a horrible way to phrase that. I still have for questions.
Thank you very much, Senator Court. Seeing no questions, we will move on to item 16, executive report. We'll begin with item 16A, report by the president.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through everything. There's just a few points I want to touch on. I'll come back to Senate in a sec. I think that's where I want discussion or questions. Last week, UCREW met, so myself and the VP External were in a bunch of lobbying meetings with MPs. I think they generally went pretty well. Those were a summary of our 4 asks there. I think there's 3. I think I forgot to put one. And then the last ask is supposed to be research, sorry. But yeah, there's supposed to be 4 asks there. They responded to, I think, 2 of them, which is pretty good. It's a good start since considering like lobby week just ended. So we're doing a bunch of follow-up, or not a bunch, but a few follow-up meetings soon. The Sound Trade Committee is, I think, $40K out of their $400,000 goal. So they're sending out like some last ditch efforts to get that amount. So if you see emails asking you to donate, I told them students have no money, but you'll be getting emails from them anyways. I met with Dean of Students just about he's new, first of all, so just talk about like role and interacting with undergrad students. The only thing that I guess might be notable here is the university is denying any reference to Fight Club. They claim it doesn't exist, and yeah, I thought that was interesting. Sorry, back to Senate now. So not to like touch back on like the SU motion. The other thing that I want to bring up is you guys are all probably familiar with Workday and the fact that a bunch of TAs and other people have not been paid since August. Provost Manfredi tried to pass Workday off as a success. When I called him out as being ignorant for that, Suzette Fortier came to his defense and said that he wasn't ignorant. So then I wrote them a very sternly worded email after, and now I got called to the principal's office. So if anyone has any, I guess, basically I'm just looking to like reinforce the fact that Workday wasn't successful. So if you know anybody in your specific faculties, I'm already talking with a bunch of law students, but if you know anybody in your specific faculties that has been affected by Workday, I'd love to be put in touch with them. I'm meeting with Principal Fortier next Tuesday. So between now and then, I will make whatever time I need to consult with these people to let them know that Workday wasn't a success. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the SMU president? Councillor Krosek.
Kind of like not quite a question, but I just really wanted to point out the defense of Workday being, well, it's not Phoenix, which is like the worst possible defense of saying, yeah, it's not the worst thing ever, it's just bad, which is like, so I guess my question is like, can you agree that that's just a wild take, I guess?
So, President?
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. I called Manfredi and Fortier. Oh, sorry, I just muted myself. I called Manfredi and Fortier out for they're for the fact that they'll never be able to understand because they are two upper class white administrators making 6-digit salaries. Wow, sorry. I have that all in an email. So that's the entire thing was wild. I was upset, so I sent them an email, and now we're meeting about it.
All right, thank you very much, Senator Parsons.
I just had a quick question about, do we know when the date will be set for the special Senate meeting?
Mr. President?
Can I defer to University Affairs?
VPUA?
Yeah, this was going to be in my report, but it's somewhat ambiguous. Technically, like, if they're following procedures, the special Senate meeting should be on the 7th, so Monday, but I can't even guarantee that they're going to follow their own procedures.
Thank you. Didn't mean to steal your thunder there.
All right, thank you very much.
I just want to say that I got paid today for my RA work from June, so Jamark, if you need anything.
We'll note Jamark refers to Smooth President. Moving on.
We'll note that it's 2:36 a.m.
Moving on, we'll move on to item 16B, report from the VP University Affairs.
Hello, everyone. Okay. My report. Yay. Cool. So the SRAC released a COVID impact survey. It's linked. Please fill out the survey. I'm also working with the mental health advocacy coordinator to like organize the release of the report and like basically find somewhere to put it. Senate advocacy. God, we've talked so much about steering. So yeah, I'm sorry, all of this was written before the Senate meeting. Updates though, the steering committee is meeting tomorrow, as I mentioned. There has been a formal request for a special meeting of Senate submitted, and according to the university statutes, they are required to call a Senate meeting on Monday. However, we'll see if they use statutes. Aside from that, USAP working group is still meeting. Here's some stuff we're talking about. If anyone's interested, please let me know. CSS is also meted. They put me in charge of reviewing the terms of reference. I don't know who made that decision, but I'm happy they did. So we're exploring the creation of advisory body for student housing and hospitality. Yeah, all the Senate stuff is kind of outdated at this point. I've talked to you all about it, but I also got a detailed overview of university financials, and we passed the holiday break motion, which I have a lot of thoughts on, but I'll save it for later. Senate caucus, yeah, the governing documents researcher mentioned this. We're currently in the middle of our last hurrah for SU advocacy, so I will let you know how that goes. Equity and advocacy, Bacon. The submission form is finally closing. You have until December 9th to submit ideas. We will continue consultations, but I'm also currently working on the preliminary report for Bacon, which should hopefully be presented to council in January. Employment equity, this is still happening. I'm trying to make it happen, I promise. We're doing consultations. We're on track for the winter referendum period, and I hope to make you all proud. Equity infrastructure, Black Affairs Commissioner has been hired. Yay. Black Affairs Committee is still meeting. We're kind of trying to transition between the interim chair and the Black Affairs Commissioner. That is fun. I assisted with the interview process for the Student Services EDI advisor. That was fun. They extended an offer to the final candidate, who was great. Equity Complaints Committee, we are discussing some expanded training for ECC members after receiving some concerns. We also, the position on international solidarity, that passed, that's cool. University advocacy. So we released an open letter demanding the overhaul of McGill's Statement of Academic Freedom. That has been a long time in the works since like August, but I was very proud of that. Hopefully it will lead to like some kind of direct advocacy. I guess that's my responsibility. It will lead to direct advocacy, I guess I should say, on essentially like defining, like prioritizing inclusivity and equity over simply protecting academic freedom. For academic resources, I also received a detailed summary of LIF financials. The Library Improvement Fund has a lot of money this, like so much money this year. If you have any project ideas that have anything even remotely to do with the library, please consider submitting them. So the applications have been extended. I'm also working with the IC to source some proposals, but I would also love if anyone has ideas, please submit them. Fiat Lux, a functional planning group is meeting. We're being represented by one member at large and the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner, currently talking about setting up some dedicated prayer spaces. I know that has been a long time in the making, but hopefully it will come with Fiat Lux. For educational resources, as Senator Parsons mentioned, I met with MUSA and MGSS to discuss some concerns over basically like the discontinuation of physical course packs. We are hoping to resolve that with some like increased access to printing services. The library is renewing their talks with the Emergency Operations Center over the establishment of printing hubs. And we're just more generally like discussing some possible printing solutions to hopefully resolve those concerns. Because I think like we can all agree that free course packs is a net gain, but we are going to try and minimize any concerns on its implementation. And again, I'm sorry for the lack of detail, but that is my report. If anyone has any questions.
All right, thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Councillor Wong for question.
Yeah, thank you very much, VP University Affairs, for your great report. I just want to ask for any updates with regards to the Fiat Lux project. Is there any timeline as to when that may be finished? I know it's very up in the air, but 10 years, 20 years, 30?
I believe the timeline is somewhere around 2027, 2028. So yeah, still pretty far down the road. That being said, I didn't mention this, but Schulich is set to open in fall 2021. Also, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to say that like I appreciate everyone thanking me for my effort on Senate, but I absolutely have to say that really all of you should be thanking Senator Parsons. Senator Parsons put in so much work, single-handedly emailed like 40, 50 professors to rally support, spent the entire Senate meeting reading honestly heartbreaking testimonies from students, like really like rallied the Senate caucus around this cause, and we would not be where we are in terms of SU advocacy. I know, we're not there yet, but McGill wouldn't even be considering it without Senator Parsons. So I would like to take this moment that no one asked for to once again thank Senator Parsons for all of her work.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Parsons.
Gonna make me cry. Thank you. I actually have a question about steering tomorrow. Your favorite thing to talk about tonight. Are they? You were talking about Senate rules, and I know we were discussing Senate breaches earlier as well. But if they're kind of throwing out the rules, are they going to be, or in your opinion, will they be amending the motion I submitted before Senate, or are we going to go with, or do you think it's going to be a vote on that motion? And then I have a follow-up.
Okay. Thank you. I will address the first concern. So according to the university statutes, the principal is required to has no wiggle room, is required to call a special meeting of Senate upon receipt of the request. The request has been received. So unless they're going to break the statute, just blatantly violate their own statutes, they do have to call a special Senate meeting. Also, because a motion has been presented to steering, they would also just have to report on the motion either way. So I expect that a special meeting of Senate will be called next week. I mean, if they're going to follow the statute strictly, that meeting will have to be called on Monday. Although, honestly, there might be some wiggle room there. They do have to call a meeting. Technically speaking, they have to call it on Monday, but that might not be the case. That being said, in terms of what we'll actually be discussing, the meeting was called to discuss the motion. Technically, calling a special meeting does not force the motion to be considered. It is still technically going through steering. So I can't promise, this won't necessarily force steering to push the motion through, but I do hope it will encourage them to do so, because is a special meeting being called to discuss the motion. So we will either be, I guess, discussion, like voting on the motion, or just talking about how steering rejected the motion. But either way, there will be a meeting called.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that, if and I can also talk to you about this later if this is going to be too long of a conversation, but if the motion is still rejected again without the amendments that they want, would it be possible to raise the motion from the floor at the special Senate meeting, or would that be against the rules?
If you were?
Considering the fact that we did try to raise the motion from the, looking at the standing rules and the statutes, there is nothing saying that we cannot raise the motion from the floor. That being said, we did also try to raise the motion from the floor at the last Senate meeting, and the Secretary General interpreted the statutes and standing rules as saying that no, a motion cannot be raised from the floor. It has to go through steering. So we could very well try. It would probably involve voting to suspend the rules again, which did not go well last time. So my sincere hope is that if steering still has a problem with the motion, that they allow us to amend it at the steering meeting. I can't promise that that's going to happen, but I will fight for it.
Yeah. If I could follow up on that too. Oh, I'm just going to talk to you about this later. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Senator Bryson.
Okay, I'm just going to note that the parliamentarian has left. As such, I will also be serving as the parliamentarian for the rest of the meeting. So if everyone can just give me 1 second to pull up the next report.
I kind of like gallery view.
That's what we do in board.
Let's keep it this way and change it up.
Right, with that, VP Finance.
Thank you. I'll go through this pretty quickly, but please let me know if you have any questions at the end. So I'll start. Oh, if you want to scroll down a little bit.
Sorry, I forgot I was parliamentarian.
So I'll start with general finance and accounting. So the finance committee is still conducting the investigation to smooth student fee policies. Consultations are complete though. We consulted with services this past week, which was definitely an interesting conversation. And then the general member survey is still open, which received over 250 responses over the span of a few days. And then some of you may have seen that on Reddit as well. And there's a report being drafted for January. The audit is complete, and the Fulolando presented the financial statements to board, which was approved. All of you saw that. Budget revision is complete. You all saw that. For financial reviews and reports, so the report templates, like the automated report templates that will be sent out each month, are done. And it's now currently being implemented on the back end by Sage, or a Sage representative, which is our budgeting software. For accounts payable processes, so finalize the accounts payable processes with accounting, or at least the revised ones, to be more centralized, more efficient. And there's been a ton of adaptations occurred due to COVID, so shout out to the accounting team for their, willingness to adapt. Funding committee, you saw the report, and it still continues to meet. For clubs and services finances, starting with clubs, so new resources, they've been distributed for all the clubs that actually responded to my communications. And then I'm working on an improved distribution system for next semester because honestly, with the remoteness of everything, it is currently very resource heavy. And then banking for into 2021, there's been an increased amount of bank account requests, meaning that potentially there's an increase in club activity, which is kind of nice. Services, so service finance coordinator is a new position that's being created. The job description of that's actually being finalized, so I'm going to try and get that approved tomorrow or early next week. Essentially summed up, it's to help smooth services with their financial activities, such as changing signing officers, organizing credit card reconciliations, and submitting check requests. And then credit cards, the reconciliation organization is complete, so that's good to go now for next semester. And then for other spin, first event complete, over 100 participants. Shout out to Pi Tau Omega Tau for winning. I think that's just a PTOT group, as you can see by the Pi Tau Omega Tau. And we're also planning 3 more events for the winter semester. If anyone has any questions, let me know.
All right, thank you very much. Just given that it's harder for me to navigate between screens. If anyone has any questions, I just ask you to do it, indicate so via the raising of hands. Seeing no individuals with questions, we will move on to item 14D, report of the Vice President, Student Life.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just get right into it for clubs. The clubs portal committee is continuing. I'm also doing a new project where I'm assessing like club activity this year. So hopefully by the end of the semester, we will have a list of like all the clubs and whether they're active or not, which is, you know, something we probably should have done earlier, but that's in the works. And also the club website designer has been hired a few weeks ago. And so she's being onboarded and activity design is being planned for the next semester. Services. So services currently, we just updated the services review criteria. So we adapted it to account for COVID-19 conditions. So there are some services that cannot function because there are no events on campus, for example, Plate Club. And so we're adapting the way we assess them. All the interviews for those are done. So we just sent out the direct. So we're working on the direct audits. We sent out the internal survey and the external survey. So we're waiting for responses from those. And then next semester, we're going to start with like drafting the report. Mental health. So we had a mental health team meeting on November 23rd, and we're planning for the mental health action week that's going to happen in January. Family care, we hired a new daycare director, and because Wendy, who was our last daycare director, transitioned into a new position at SSMU, communications manager, we had a board meeting on the 1st. Our next one is going to be, I think, next semester. But things are going well in terms of family care. Student services, I attended the Committee on Student Services, or CSS, on November 30th, and then the SSA, the Scholarships and Student Aid Office Advisory Board meeting on the 16th, and then other miscellaneous things. The other day, we toured the Woodnote Co-op at Concordia with some members of like the executive, the board, and community, and also the Community Affairs Commissioner. I suppose that is pretty much it. That's like a really brief rundown of what I put in my report. If folks have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Juan.
Thank you very much for the fantastic report, VP Student Life. I just wanted to ask if you have any updates with regards to wellness room, because I remember the motion passed at a legislative council a month or maybe 2 months ago, but it wasn't passed. It wasn't on the referendum or at General Assembly. Thank you.
I'll just note, sorry, VP Student Life, you can correct me if I'm wrong, just for term. I'll just note that it was previously discussed by the VP Student Life that this motion ultimately failed to reach ratification at Board of Directors due to the fact that the necessity of Wellness World was no longer deemed necessary.
Yeah, that is correct. I'll just expand on that even a little bit more. So we are actually, what's funny is the mental health commissioner is working with a team from Student Services to implement literally Wellness World, but this time Student Services is going to go funding. So it's just better this way. So we will hopefully have Wellness World next semester. Just students won't have to pay as much for it though.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further questions on the report of the VP Student Life? Seeing none, we will move on to the last report, the report of the Vice President, External Affairs.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, well, here is the shortest executive report ever written. You're welcome. Beginning with external affairs. So yeah, like the Saturday rather of the Saturday following the last council session was a meeting of 28 student associations throughout Quebec for this first inter-associative roundtable. So yeah, like significantly well attended. I mean, it was just a preliminary meeting to kind of discuss further, to kind of, submit proposals, notably one on education and one on international students, just like on solidarity / support for international students, and just to kind of make and kind of set the tone for this sort of roundtable, setting the tone, setting the expectations. Next, as the president has mentioned, last week was a lobby or advocacy week with the Federation of Student Associations UCREW. So this was with MPs and MP staff. So yeah, that happened. following meetings. So this was along with one of the campaigns coordinators at the External Affairs Office to meet with, kind of organize further, capacity building with community organizations, labor unions on immigration advocacy. I also met with the BC Federation of Students. So yeah, another student organization, just on to kind of discuss their a financial aid campaign that they have been working on for a long time, and just kind of discuss sort of extending that advocacy. So community affairs, this is actually like much less than what has taken place, but I guess like with respect to CKUT, several meetings taking place. There were 3 AGMs, like CKUT as well as CCMP AGMs last week, so I've just been kind of integrating myself back into both of these boards. There was a meeting of the Affordable Student Housing Committee yesterday, 2 days ago, Wednesday, to discuss kind of future projects for the upcoming semester, the financial status of the Utile housing project, etc. With respect to political campaigns, it's just been kind of capacity building with a variety of the student groups supported by SMU mandates, and then a statement released last week. That took a long time. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. VP External, are there any questions on the report of the VP External? Moving on. Look at that.
Point of information real quick.
Yep.
I think. For the record, on the motion that was voted down in my report, I have the numbers if Senator Darniani still wants them.
Sure, Councilor Williamson, you can raise them.
Perfect. It was 25 abstain, 11 no, and 4 yes.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn, and we have a second. Is there any opposition? Hearing no opposition, I'm just gonna note we are so close to passing the previous record. Hearing no.
Just state the number what we are.
Sure.
So the record is 8 hours 55 minutes, which was set at the last council of 2019-20. We are at 8 hours 45 minutes 29 seconds.
Valiant effort, everyone. Hearing no opposition, we will come to adjournment at 2:57.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Hey, everyone, have a great evening. Get some sleep.
You mean have a good morning.
Yes. No, for
See
me,
you
it's
tomorrow at 1.
4 a.m. here. It's 4 a.m. here in St. John. I'm going to bed.